PKA 606 with SlushPuppy. Taylor?
This episode of PKA brought to you by Blue Chew, BetterHelp, Death by Gummy Bears, Wonky Weeds, and of course, Lock and Load, the premier cum solution to your cum problem. Look it up. Check it out below. Slush, thank you so much for joining us. I was saying before the show, quite possibly the only time you've ever been on that Tarkov was relevant.
Right? Yeah, I'm back. Let's talk about Tarkov. Let's talk about Tarkov for 2 hours. I'm pissing everyone off.
Is it not even relevant? Am I wrong?
Me? No, I'm not relevant at all.
No, not you, Tarkov.
Oh man, I have people coming in and they're like, "Oh, Pastilli's not playing Tarkov. Is Tarkov dead?" Oh, shut up! It'd be fucking annoying, cunts. It's so annoying. Yeah.
Are you getting a little tired of it?
No, it's good. Every time there's a wipe, it's good because everyone's got shit gear, so it's fun. But they didn't really add much. So, and there's fuckloads of hackers at the moment, and the desync is bad, and it's been a rough patch. I'm not gonna lie. It's been playing it for like 2-3 weeks now, and it's been definitely trying on my patience. So
the patch before this one was considered really good. Do you think this might be one of the worst?
Not one of the worst. Because I've seen some pretty shit ones. There was one where they just like added just the SVD, and then it was just like a million cheaters. That was fucking terrible. But there's a lot of bugs that they just don't seem able to squash. So it's starting to get like a bit annoying. Like the audio and the lag are just.
It's easy to forget the things they fixed, though, right? Because I remember when I first started playing, and even last year playing, you would disconnect a lot. Like you would be searching for a match and just disconnect, or you get the spinny circle would happen and then stop, and the whole game would lock down.
Sometimes you lose all your gear because they spawned you into a map and you couldn't even move. And for people who don't play, you effectively lose all the stuff you brought there.
Yeah, it's gone. So I think performance-wise and like disconnect-wise, the game's better. But I agree with you. The cheaters are off the charts this wipe. It's really, really bad. YouTube is allowing the cheat creators to advertise on content creators' videos. You go watch a Pastilli video about how to find loot on Lighthouse or whatever, some map, and advertises, "Hey, do you really want to waste your time doing that bullshit? When you go to www.cheatersfuckingwin.com, let's fucking go. $5 gets you everything you could dream of. Let's go."
Yeah.
And it's just like
you have to be dumb not to cheat.
It's so hard.
I've even noticed like on the Escape from Tarkov wiki, they have like RMT websites as real money transfer. So you buy essentially items in games from in-game from cheaters. They're advertising that shit on the wiki and stuff. And it's like, wait, would you not think of like, I don't know, what's the word, policing that? Like if you just go to your ads and be like, yeah, there's some scumbags advertising our website. Let's not have that so we don't look like fuckwits.
Money's money.
Yeah,
money's money. Is it like
I get emails from them every day?
Do you believe in this at all? There's a group of people who accuse Tarkov creators, this is Battle State, right, of liking cheaters because then they get to ban people and they rebuy the game. Like it's a revenue source.
I've had people say that to me before, and it's like, yeah, but they spend so much money on anti-cheat. Like it's something like Easy Anti-Cheat or BattleEye is really expensive, and then they also pay like devs to put this shit into the game. Why would they pay that if they wanted people to just like spend more money? Like 100,000 banned accounts doesn't equal like enough to buy a fucking BattleEye subscription and pay 10 developers every year. Like,
and how many people did like those cheaters turn off who may have like done some in-game purchases, but were like, you know what? I could spend $200 and I'm still getting fucked. Like, hey, screw this. No way.
Yeah.
I could.
The game is $140.
Well, is there like pay to can you like buy guns when you're in it, or
it's not pay to win at all? There's no like further purchasing. But if you want to be in a good standing to play the game, to me it's like if you spend $140, you start off right. You spend less, they kind of cripple you a little to begin with.
I thought you like bought keys or crates or something.
Yeah, but that's in-game money that you acquire in-game. Those are rubles. Those are fake money. I think of that as like mana. Like don't even think about that as real money.
All right. So you can't just be like, all right, $20 AK for me.
You get it off eBay off cheaters.
Yeah, not without cheating.
Yeah, Slush is right. He's like, actually, it's only $5 and it's AK for you and jetpack for you and flying around invisible for you.
It's funny. A video just came out. A creator called OnePeg found one of the emissaries for the game. I think he's a Sherpa, so he's like recognized by Tarkov to be like a guy that guides people through the game. He's meant to be like a professional like Tarkov wizard. They found out he was paying a cheater to carry him through the game. And so they've got all these fucking Discord messages and shit. And, it's so funny.
He was too lazy to cheat himself?
No, I don't like teaching people anything. I can't stand teaching people stuff. It annoys me. I don't have the patience for it. So
Zero-sum game in Slush's world. Every tip for them makes them a little better, harder to kill.
Yeah, exactly. I want them to be shit so that I can kill them and take their stuff, you know.
I make YouTube videos with bad advice.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm not very... Maybe I'm just a fucking autist, but I just don't understand like other people's learning styles. And so when they're like, "Can you explain this to me differently?" I'm like, "No, motherfucker! Like this is how it goes. Like just fucking do it."
I was so lucky, like because I'm on the podcast and stuff. There are people who are maybe inclined to help me and get me started and teach me, and were patient, and I'm grateful.
Yeah.
There was no one really like who taught you how to podcast. Do you think, or are we using podcasting as a different thing?
I was saying because I'm on the podcast.
Oh.
People are nice to me, but who taught me how to podcast? I think I just copied Hutch.
I was gonna like because like this started with you, Wings, Kyle, like 2010, and it's like, okay, what huge podcasts were there in 2010? Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, and like what? Who the fuck else was podcasting?
I didn't know he was that old.
Oh, the Ricky Gervais and like Carl Pilkington, Stephen Merchant. They had a hilarious show, but like that was like 2005-06. But yeah, you guys got in so early.
Yeah, way back when Host Migration. This was the Hutch, Seed Anners, and Trumpy. Who was the third?
Maybe. I never watched that one.
I didn't either.
Anyway, Hutch kind of like decided when topics were over and what the next topic would be, and kept the thing flowing along. And there was a time when I felt like this podcast needed that role, and I filled it. And then I think I filled it for way too long. The podcast stopped needing that guy. And I was like ending conversations and like, all right, enough truck talk.
Yeah. But sometimes the best thing you can have is a 40-minute debate on snacks. Like sometimes that's good. That's what the people want to hear, you know, not every week, but so something that people have been wanting to hear desperately. I've been getting, I'm sure Kyle has been getting it as well. There's a loud dog over there. But Woody was in an accident and everybody's been asking me what the hell's going on. And I've been honestly saying, I have no idea. Woody did not tell Kyle or I what's going on. We have no clue. So these are genuine reactions to the thing.
Yeah, so the trip started out well enough. The mission was to go from North Carolina via roads to Colorado, and then dirt roads up the Rocky Mountains across Colorado and Wyoming. This is like 2,000 miles-ish, and then roads back home. That's not how it went out. If you guys remember me, right before, I was like, dude, I'm watching all these... like the people who choose these roads, who like lay out the back road discovery route, that's what it's called. They all had medical emergencies in their promotional videos. And I'm like, maybe we'll get one. Well, my dream came true. So that's my bone. Zach, can you zoom in on the right? It's the smaller bone. That it's called the fibula. And
hey, Slush, we're getting some noise from a dog.
Sorry.
There it is. So the smaller one that's off to the side, do you see how it has that like horizontal sort of division? That's supposed to be one bone. That's where the break is. Yeah. So it's not like a fake thing or whatever. And if you look at it, so of course there's the big split across the big bone. I don't even know what that is. The tibula and the foot bone.
Fibula?
The fibula is the little one to the side.
Yeah.
Zach is pointing it out well. That break doesn't belong there. And you can't see from this angle, but the bottom part isn't quite on right. Like it's good enough. We're not going to operate probably, but he gave me the option. He's like, I could go in there. I could put some screws here and here. I could put a plate on the side. That's what my other leg looks like. And it's not awesome to have hardware in your leg. Like, I don't know. You throw in like a ski boot and all of a sudden it clamps against the screws and it's uncomfortable and painful and shit.
TSA.
No, I go right through the metal detectors. I think it's titanium and that's why, but I'm not sure. So what they did instead is put me in a cast. Here, Zach, can I full screen? We got this guy going on.
Look how big they had to make the cafe. We're gonna need more paper mache.
Smuggling hams, man.
So they put my foot in a cat. It was a bit of a thing. I got out there well. There's this IronButt challenge where you do 1,000 miles in a day. I did over 1,100. I crushed it. I'm definitely going to qualify as an IronButt person. The first person ever to do it on my model motorcycle. I was excited about that. Nice. This is not a thing that people give a shit about, but I do, and I was excited. I hit my goal. I had some trouble with the bike. The front brake kept locking up hard. Happened 3 times, and it's like, this is dangerous. So I got separated from my group, and I had to catch them. Right, so they're on off-road. I drop in. I don't want to miss any mountain passes or any fun of the experience, and I'm in pursuit mode. Right, where the fuck is my cape? I'm gonna catch these guys, chase them down, and I did. I caught all my friends. I was like, I couldn't believe I did it. Like I thought I was gonna be a day and a half behind them, but I got on my horse. I caught everyone, and now I'm leading. I don't want to pump my tires too much. Well, I'm injured, so no one's going to think I'm too good. But when the off-road section gets really technical, right? Like the harder it is to get through it, the better I do. When it's easy, the worse I do, because then they start going really fast, and I'm not as fast as them. I'm not as fast as them on the street or on, like, I don't know how to say paved dirt road, but like, you know, really well manicured dirt road. Mm-hmm. I get my ass kicked. But when it's really rough and bumpy and there's big rocks and shit, I'm usually the fastest guy. It might be my bike, but whatever. This is where my attitude went wrong. I had been, leading the pack, having a blast, hitting jumps all day long, just rocketing that thing in the air, and I was really feeling it. You weight shift well and stuff when you're on top of your game. And there was this like rock formation that looked like a really cool jump. And I was like, yeah, jump number 932. Here we come. We're going to catch air again.
Everything's been coming up woody. Just keep going.
The other side wasn't I expected. I didn't look before I leapt. And on the downside was a hole. And what's important is like say your bike just sort of jumps in an arc. If it's flat or downhill on the other side, I'm happy. But because it's a hole, I kind of jumped into the arc and hit the upward side.
Yeah.
Which is to say, at my angle, I crashed into a wall. And that went poorly. My face slammed into the bike's windshield, which was no trouble because I have a full face helmet. Mm-hmm. But I'm kind of not driving this thing for 8 seconds, 10 seconds. It was enough to lose control. And
you mean you just hit so hard you were stunned? Not
stunned, and maybe my hands came off the handlebars. I tried to save it. I tried to keep my chest on the tank and get back in position, but I didn't succeed. And eventually I fell over to the side. My bike landed on my right foot, and my toe pointed towards the back tire.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and I had some pretty protective boots on, but broken fibula, high ankle sprain, for those of you who know medical stuff. And now I have a problem because I'm 2 hours deep in the woods in the Rocky Mountains, 2,000 miles from home on a motorcycle. Mm-hmm. And I gotta get all this solved. The boys are camping at night and I'm supposed to camp too, but I was like, guys, excuse me. I'm going to get a hotel, find some ice, stuff like that. And even that was a challenge. Lake City, Colorado is such a small place. Literally no one had rooms. Nobody. And I'm just sitting in a hotel with no vacancy, like a motel, talking, calling, etc. And a guy who owns it or works there is like, are you in trouble? And I'm like, well, I think I broke my leg and I don't have any place to stay. And I'm just sorting that out now. And he's like, we have an emergency room for people like you if you want it. And I was like, fuck. And really my thought, my first impression was, well, I don't want to impose. That was my my knee-jerk reaction. Well, I'll sort this out myself. I don't need your emergency room.
Then he told me it was $65 a day. So I got the hell out of there.
It was you know what? Actually, yeah, I do have a broken leg, and I maybe this warrants using this empty room he keeps for people who get hurt. And then everything started going well for me. There was a restaurant that didn't deliver. I called them up and I was like, you got anyone there? They were a block away, 1 block. I was like, I'll tip a guy $20 if he just walks the food over. And they're like, we don't deliver. And I'm like, I really need you to. I really need you to. I am laid up. I can't walk. I'm really hungry. I haven't eaten today. I'm like, maybe you got a guy that they were about to close. I was like, maybe you got a guy there who after closing, wants to earn $20 in 2 minutes. Like, and that's what happened. So, they brought me a big bag of ice and stuff. That they took good care of me. Staff there was like, hey, they gave me a ride to the medical center. It was half a mile, but I was really appreciative. And
nice people. I
got my x-rays, and that's when I learned it was broken. And it wasn't the news I wanted to hear, but yeah. Anyway, so Zach, could you pull some more pictures up? We've got some foot pics for you perverts out there.
Yes, I'd love to see more foot pics. That is so. What is the total amount of time you can't put weight on it, do anything? What are you laid up for?
So I'm in the cast for 2 weeks, and with that, I can't put weight on it at all. I am cleared to lift weights, so I can move around. I'll start that again tomorrow.
That's way less time than I thought you'd say. 2 weeks?
Yeah. Well, after the cast comes a boot, and with that, he's like, you put the foot on the ground, pretend you're walking on eggs that you're trying not to break. So it you still use crutches, but you're starting to put your foot through the motions of walking on it and adding more weight. And then probably somewhere around 6 to 8 weeks, I'm in a normal shoe. So
that's not too bad.
Yeah, this fibula break is not too bad. It turns out the tibula, which is the bigger one in the x-ray picture, does all the load bearing, and the fibula is about stability. And you put it in a cast or a boot and you can fake that while it heals.
Was it really one of those breaks where it wasn't that painful? It was just shocking.
It hurts more now. Yeah. Sorry, I cut you off. But yeah, people are like, what's your pain level? What's your pain level? I'm like, 0. This is something guarding. Imagine you hurt your shoulder really bad. You might carry it like this, you hold your own wrist and put it across your body. That's known as guarding. And something about my broken leg made me want to guard it. It made me want to not walk on it very much, not do the kind of side-to-side pivots a basketball player would do. Nothing like that. But if you just wanted to stand on it through the heel, I did that on my motorcycle for 2 hours through the dirt roads, getting back to civilization. And it was pretty much okay. But now that things have sort of settled and maybe sensations coming back and stuff, it hurts more. It hurts more when it throbs and bothers me when I'm not elevating it and stuff like that. But
I found it really hard when I broke mine when I was 19 and trying to ride my motorbike. I couldn't move my foot up and down. So to change gears, I had to pull out my boot and then hook my heel onto the gear selector and jiggle it up and down.
This was to get home, or you did that for a little while?
No, so I broke it when I was out drunk. So I stepped off a footpath and it was higher than I thought, and I rolled it and I broke pretty much the same bone as you, as far as I remember, and it was just a little hairline fracture.
Just a couple of adrenaline junkies.
We're in the bad decision team.
Fuck up. Yeah. Mine swelled up massive, and then the next day I was at my friend's house and I couldn't get home without riding my motorbike, so I'm trying to ride it with a broken ankle. And I'm like, yeah, that's good fun.
Yeah, mine's swollen too by a lot. I had pictures, but Zach's not bringing them up. But
yeah,
and one's purple and one's white. Those things, but yeah. Maybe did I give him a bad link? Let me see.
He says he doesn't have them yet.
He needs to scroll down.
So does this discourage you in any way from future motorcycling pursuits across these big 50 states?
There's no way.
Of course not, right?
Not at all.
I bought you something today. I need you to send me your address. I asked for it earlier to put on your wall. It'll be fun. I feel like it's you. Okay. I found a poster thing. I didn't think it would discourage you at all. I can imagine Jackie's reaction as being like, again, huh? All right, well, you okay? Sounds good. See you soon.
Yeah, I imagine she'd be like, oh, only 2 weeks? Oh, hardly noticeable.
Hardly.
Oh, Lord, goodness. Is that wing split?
I wish you hadn't said wings because I was gonna say it looks like a really obese person's foot. It's too zoomed in. I don't. But,
Potato.
Yeah, that's what mine look like. Yeah.
It is so swollen in there, and that must have been in Colorado. Looking at the carpet. Yeah, that was the hotel.
Did it go like really black, like overnight? Yeah.
Oh, I think the bad foot is back. Now, are we back home here?
Yeah, that's my guest bathroom tile.
That's the tile
that I lay on when I'm hungover.
I saw that tile. I was like, that is not motel tile.
No, that's heat-seeking tile from Woody's drunk face.
Yeah. When we do a drinking episode and I put my face on the tile and thank it for its cool heat
it feels so good.
That's the tile. That's the tile. But yeah, it's oddly weird color.
Yeah, it's just swollen with blood, right? You know, doing its healing thing.
And that's the cast.
Did you pick blue, or is that what they had?
They had a bunch of colors. I picked this color.
I like blue.
Do you think? Have you ever seen people with those rainbow ones?
Yeah.
That's a patterned strip, right? You're not like signing up the nurse to like do an art project, are you?
Don't think I wasn't looking at the girl colors. I'm like, wait, they have yellow. When I was in high school, I got fuchsia as a cast once, and I'm like, Woody, just back off the femininity for a little bit. If you could be masculine for just a few seconds, you'll be grateful for the next 2 weeks.
What do you want? I don't know. Gray. Something. Give me camo.
There we go. That to me looks like they used a bunch of different colors.
Yeah.
See, I don't see like any transitions.
That's a little rude. Really? Like they've got other people to be taping up, and you're asking for custom colors?
I really like your toenails.
I think I want my money's worth.
I'm glad you like them. Yeah, I worked so hard.
It is festive, you know. That's nice.
So then I had to get myself home. I rode my motorcycle a few hours to a small town, and I called a shipper. And there are motorcycle shipping companies for $1,000. They're bringing the bike home. It should be here tomorrow, I hope. Yeah. And then I flew myself home. Well, I flew commercial. Myself home.
Out of the way, Captain. I've got this one.
I'm not going to let this be a total loss of a vacation.
I stayed in an emergency Holiday Inn Express last night.
But I'm gonna get some more adrenaline on the way home to make up for it. We're gonna do loops the entire way home. Just
right, we gotta get some adrenaline before I get home.
What was like the percentage of the trip you had completed at the time of the intro?
It's
like half of it, like a third of it.
It depends whether you count the drive out there as part of the trip. There were kind of 3 legs, like out there, dirt, and back. But it was literally the first dirt day that I did.
Oh, damn. How many days were you meant to be out there?
How many dirt days? Like 14, something like that.
Well, 14, and you injured yourself in like the first 2 hours.
I was so gutted. Like, you don't understand. Yeah. Like, I've kind of been so
stoked on this.
I've been, actively focusing on my mental health lately, right? Like, let's get some exercise, some sunshine, some sense of accomplishment, time with friends, like the sort of shit that makes you feel better in the mental health realm. And this trip had all of that, like the accomplishments, the friends, the sunshine, the physical activity, outdoors. Like, I had so much pegged on this thing making me happy. And it did quite the opposite. I was so gutted. There was a moment. So I'm trying to fly home, and I ride my motorcycle like 2 hours, and I go to the airport, the Gunnison, Colorado airport. It's this tiny regional little thing. And I've got my confirmation number on the phone, and I go to check myself in, and it says that it can't check me in if I'm not within 24 hours of my flight date. I'm like, the fuck? I'm like 90 minutes from my flight date. Like, what is the problem here? So I actually find this lady. She seems like she'd be nice. She just looked nice. And I'm like, this font on my phone is so small. What's the flight date? And she's like, she struggled a little. August 18th? And I'm like, what's your level of confidence? Like, are you sure I booked my flight home for August 18th? And she looked again, and she's like, yes, you did. And so I call United, and I get this guy with a really frustrating accent, and I'm like, I'm working with him, right? And I'm like, can you get me on this flight? There's seats on this flight. You can go online and buy this flight now. Please just transfer me to the right flight. Please just do this for me. And he's like, all right, let me see what I can do. And he's like, no, the flight's too soon. I can't do it. And I'm like, I basically kindly said, like, can I speak to the manager? Is there like anyone? Because there's no physical reason we can't do this. There's no reason I can't just walk to this plane. And you have to understand the airport's so small. It's smaller than your local Home Depot, right? Like this is a small airport. I can just walk over there and get on the, like, this should be a doable thing. He bumps it up to the next level of support. They can't do it. And I'm like within an hour of the flight, and like it's hard to get them to be like, your flight takes off. That's the Gunnison Airport. So
fancy,
right? Like there's not a lot. It like I mentioned that because if it was Denver, getting from where you park to where your plane is an ordeal.
Yeah,
it's not an ordeal here. This is like finding the freaking pharmacy section of your CVS. It's right there. You just walk to the back. And anyway, I gave up on the idea. They were able to cancel the flight, but they weren't able to like get me on the flight. So I limped back to my motorcycle, and I just sat down next to it in the parking space. And like,
cried? Did you cry a little? I'd have cried a little.
I would have been so upset. I would have cried too. You can open up, Dells.
I was so fucking broken. I was like, this is everything I didn't want.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. You were
this
so
is the
excited for this.
opposite of what I wanted to be doing today.
That so sucks.
Oh, Woody, I'm so sorry.
But in that parking lot, you were just like, I could see you just broken of like, because it's such a fun thing to look forward to for so long, and for it to go so poorly. I was so sad for you. I told my wife when that happened, I'm like, Woody broke his leg, and she's like, on that trip he just left. And I was like, yeah, I know, it's fucking sucks. Like, I hope he's okay.
It was really hard on me. So then I had to spend another night in Gunnison, and I booked the flight for the next day. And then on the next flight, it's like an hour to Denver and then home from Denver. Cool. Well, the guy right next to me, as he was shutting the overhead bin compartment, he broke it, and it kind of like wiggled a little bit. So the pilot is like, this plane can't fly with a broken overhead bin.
No way.
What, is that like an integral structural part of the plane?
Train home or something? Like, where's
the gas hold?
And he's like, don't worry about it. There's a little buffer built into the schedule. We'll have a maintenance guy come out and do whatever. And I'm just like, is this your first time dealing with like airline maintenance? They're not going to be quick. This is going to be a whole thing. And anyway, long story short, the guy took like 90 minutes, and then he gets there and he can't remove the fucking thing. Like it I don't mean to be an asshole, but like, I'm stronger than this guy, and he can't work the screws. He can't undo it. He eventually pulls out a fucking multi-tool, and he's struggling. He's trying to fix this fucking airplane with his multi-tool and get the thing on. And I wanted to scooch him aside. I'm like I could have a multi-tool. I could do this job better than you, and you're like airline maintenance. And you didn't get. I got confused. Anyway, so eventually the guy manages to remove the door, and I miss my connecting flight.
What?
In Denver, yeah. But
and let me clarify: the man who fucked up the thing is your seatmate.
No, he was across the aisle and behind me.
Okay. Now, was there?
I think I would have slapped him.
Was anybody giving him a hard time, or did he apologize in any way?
So he broke it by perhaps shutting it too aggressively. Like, I think his luggage stuck out a bit.
Yeah, it didn't fit.
His goal was to force it closed.
Of course.
And he didn't realize it would break at the hinge. And I saw him do it. And I saw the stewardess be like, like a little like, "Ooh, you just broke the plane."
Yeah.
And somehow I don't know how it came up or something, but he's like, "You were not launching because of this." And like, I'm the one that broke it. And I was like, "I know, I saw you break it." Like, I wasn't going to out him,
I'd have been like, The guy in 13A broke the shit and delayed the plane. Pass it forward.
I was gonna keep it secret for him. I wasn't looking.
No, we're
like...
gonna mutiny on him. We're coming. He's got to
start a plan. Has anyone got a screwdriver?
So I'm like,
we're gonna fix the plane. No,
would...
we're gonna stab this guy.
I was
take out a multi-tool and end up in Guantanamo.
I was trying to get a refund for that flight, which they wouldn't do. They're like, we can't refund this flight. And I'm like, well, you missed the connection. It's your fault. I would like, why do I have to buy this flight? So I ended up buying that flight, which I couldn't take from Denver to Raleigh. And then another flight via Southwest, which I did take from Denver to Raleigh. And that's how I got home later that day. And it was just like, this is so hard. If there wasn't a record-breaking heat wave across like Kansas and Kentucky, I might have rode my bike home. But I was like, this just doesn't seem like the move. And imagine most of the time I stop my bike, I put my left foot down, which is my good foot. But imagine it doesn't go that way. Imagine, you just tip into the right a little bit and use the other foot. Happens every 50th time. And I'm like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to have to catch my bike tipping over with my broken leg or pick it up off the ground with one leg. Like, none of this is the move. I should just ship it home. Smart. So my father told me once, life's serious problems are medical and emotional. Everything else you can solve with money. And that sounds like, easy to say when you have money. But no, it's still true. Like, even if you're not rich and you crash your car, 18 months later, it's just a part of your history. Like, you got a new car by then. Like, you're back on your feet, probably. And I'm just like, this sucks, but this is a good opportunity to throw money at your problems. Like, let's hire a fucking motorcycle shipper. Let's get another airplane ticket. Let's do whatever. That was my mindset. Like, just get me home. I'm tired of being alone and hurt.
It's like, it wouldn't, like, the story itself, like the injury plus like all of those catches trying to get home, I don't think that would have been as devastating, except you had that like imagined anchor point of this is going to be wild. And so the disparateness of like, this is going to be the most fun thing ever to like, what? The rides are closed? Like, basically.
Yeah.
This would shatter me. It would be like going to like Disney World and they're like, it's all, everyone's on strike. But guess what? The broccoli garden's open. No!
The gap between what I needed, what I expected, and what I got is such a
that's the whole premise to National Lampoon's Vacation. Chevy Chase travels the whole fucking country, goes through all those hardships, gets to Wally World with his whole family, Chicago to Los Angeles, I think it was, and they're closed for maintenance. He pulls out a fucking gun. He's like, no, we're riding the rides.
That happened to me.
Put your hands
I
up
went to France, and I was like, I really want to see the fucking like architecture on the whatever it was called. The fucking church that burnt down in France.
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame, yeah. And I was like, oh yeah, it's really beautiful. And I booked a hotel like across the road, like you can look out the window at the front of the fucking Notre Dame. And I had everything going, and then like a week before we went there, it burnt down. I was like, fuck off.
It survived for literally like 1,200 years.
And then it burnt down like the week before I went. It's like, fuck you.
Did they put it back together? Did they build it back up?
The front facade was still there, but they I think they're still working on like the actual structural part of the building. But because of that, they'd closed like that entire island on the CN, and so it's just like there's just armed police everywhere, and
they were in the process of remodeling anyway. Look at the scaffolding.
Someone plugged a tool in or some shit. Or
no
set a
shit,
fire
that's
while
what
they're
did
working
it.
on it. Yeah. It was like I
didn't know they figured it out.
Yeah, some like cheap fucking tradesman or some shit like that burnt it down. But,
by plugging in some Harbor Freight tool.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, they still had those weird voltages over there. It was probably a 600 volt miter saw.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's it.
So that view there, that last picture, the hotel that I was staying at was like above that picture, so you could see like the whole thing, like on the left. On the left where that where this corner of the street is, I stayed like up above that, like above where the picture taker is.
So you got
And I was
to
like,
smell the cathedral.
yeah. I was fucking
Goddamn. I mean, I guess it was fun to watch the firefighting like process and all the.
Oh no!
shit
See, I
show
didn't even get to do that. It was over
He was
before
a
I got
week
there.
late.
Oh, you're a week early. Oh,
Yeah,
late.
all I got was like a bunch of fucking French people protesting because they'd raised money to build it again, and everyone was like, "Why aren't you giving money to poor people?"
Wait,
you
they,
guys-
they had to raise money to
Poor
rebuild
people
Notre
are so
Dame.
needy.
Yeah.
But I imagine France would just be like, yeah, that's pretty important. Here's money for it. Like it's like,
Yeah.
it's like, oh, you mean the biggest building in the Western world burned down? It's like build it back,
Yeah.
or whatever the fuck they sound like. That wouldn't they just do that? Like,
Yeah.
I
You know,
feel
like
people were
French people
racing
love
to donate.
protesting. Yeah.
Yeah, French people are outstanding.
Yeah.
Who are the best protesters?
I like when they
Might be
do
them.
those naked lady protests.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, the Russian chicks do
Yeah.
that well too.
The best part about that kind of protesting is it's always going to continue because it achieves nothing. So like,
Yeah.
their tits will remain.
It makes
Like,
me want
they're
to.
Putin's never going to be like, that perfect pair's got me guessing.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think they're trying to raise international awareness. They're definitely
For
not
tits?
going to stop Putin. I saw at the soccer game between who the fuck was it? Ukraine and maybe Turkey or somebody. They were like chanting Vladimir Putin, and then the Ukrainians like came back and beat him 2-1. I thought that was funny. That war is just going to keep grinding. If you guys want to make it, I like these long-term bets that I've been making. So if anyone wants to do an over/under on the length of the Ukraine war, I think it's at least another year.
What constitutes an end game?
Yeah, easy.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's a good
yeah.
question. We'd have to sit there. I mean, yeah, it's going to be hard.
Is
to
this going to
determine.
be like American Middle East kind of thing where they just sit in it and just wallow for fucking years?
I hope so. That's the best case scenario, or the worst case scenario for Russia, which I think is the best case scenario.
I think Trump will not be our next president. Are you interested in this bet?
I think Kyle's offered that one, right?
Yeah, to Kyle, yes.
I thought we already had it.
Oh, do we have it? Oh,
Yeah.
Zach says we have one.
Yeah,
I need to write it down for $50.
Oh, yeah.
Do I have everybody but Trump?
No,
That's the-
wait.
I
Did
hope
you
I
guys do-
negotiated that. I do.
Did you guys do? Did you guys do who was going to be the next president, or if he was going to run again?
It's it's hard to say. I have several different bets. I also have a bet
We'll
with
say you
Vinny
did president.
about whether criminal charges get pressed or not, and whether they stick or not. So I don't know. I'm sure we record this thing, luckily, so somebody will point out the truth. Whatever it is,
There's no way that the criminal charges will stick on him. He's way too rich. Like,
and he's the former president, and they don't like
Yeah,
fucking with
Very
those guys.
connected. There's good reasons not to prosecute like former politics. Like I would hate it if every time the party switched, the other people started going to jail. With Trump, I feel like it's more warranted than it has been in the past. But
it's like some banana republic shit though. Like, we asked the last president, let's hang him in the street. Like, is that
it would
the
be
end game for that? Like,
It'd be wild
let's
if that started
skin this
happening,
dude's
like, just-
family, teach him a
Just
lesson.
immediately arrest everyone in the former administration, and then every time the re-election happens, just back and forth.
Right, that's terrible. That's not what you want. That's banana republic shit. On the other hand, he really did try to like do a coup and prevent the president who got more votes and more electoral votes. Right? Yeah. He really did say march down to the Capitol and fight, and then for 187 minutes while they took the place over and smeared shit on the walls,
Was
he
there
did nothing. And
there comes a point though where it's like
didn't see the
you can't be responsible for what other people do. Like, if I say like fucking.
They were his
ram your head
supporters. He
into
could
the
have
wall,
tweeted.
Woody.
He could have said, "Hey guys, kindly no." And
Is it
but
his
he didn't.
responsibility
He said,
to
go
control
down there
people then?
and fight? And then they did, and he loved it.
Yeah, but I could be like, go and smash your head into the wall, and you'd be like, yeah, it sounds great. Then that's my fault. Like,
Inciting a riot is a thing, and I don't know if it'll.
I don't think
he's
anything will come of
but
it
I don't
for
know
him.
if he should be prosecuted for it, just because he's a former president, and you don't want to be a banana.
I think we should do the opposite, though. I think it should be like that one Fallout vault where the overseer, who's the leader of the vault, he's the president of the vault, whatever you want to say, he gets killed every year, and then a new one, and then there's a vote for who's going to be the next overseer, and everybody's like, not me, and it's like, yeah, you, and then that person has to lead the whole vault for a year, and then at the end they execute that person.
It's all terrible.
Dude, we should have terminally ill leadership. right? Like people who
We
have
already
a cancer
do.
type
Wow,
go-
what a change! Yeah.
Okay, all right, you got me,
I think there should be an age limit. Like, how are we electing these motherfuckers that like my gran was like younger than Biden when we're like, yeah, she needs to go to a home. Like she's starting to like, piss herself when she's like coming over for family dinner. Like, is how we electing these cunts? Like,
I think we need to
old.
lean into the innocence of children. Maybe the top elected
That's what they're
official
doing,
should be 13.
There'd be no wars.
There'd be no wars. I mean, there'd be the Great Lego War, where like it's like we need to
There'd be
steal
no
all the
wars.
Legos from the other countries.
Yeah.
We need,
Country adopts Yu-Gi-Oh cards as its national currency.
Yeah, I
we
think
could do
Donald
it
Trump's
like
going to be the
like
next
the
president.
Athenians did, where like
I don't-
the Athenians, they would like randomly citizens would just get selected every year, and they'd be like, "You're in charge of making laws this year," and then they were like, "Okay," and then the next year they booted them all out and brought in a new crop, and they'd be like, "Okay, that was good, but that other shit was retarded. I hate that. They get rid of that." And it eventually culminated in the absolute collapse of Greece.
Maybe not.
Well, it was more Rome just kind of pushing their shit in, but anyway. Sorry, Kyle.
I think he'll win. And I know it's super duper early, and he hasn't even said he's going to do it yet. By the way, it's a push if he dies. I think that I hope Bernie comes back. I want to see Bernie do his thing again.
He's like
I like
85.
Bernie. I don't care if he's 185. I like Bernie,
Yeah.
and I like him being there. He's like it's good that he's there. I like him being the they'll go back and forth with their nastiness like they always do, and then he'll be there and he'll be like, yeah, but what about paying for people's health care and saving babies? Look, there's a dang baby right there. Help it. And they're like, no, we need to sling more mud. I love it. He's always the one guy who makes so much sense.
You know what? Hear me out on this. Baseball playoffs are more fun when the Yankees are in it, right? For this reason, right? If the Yankees aren't in it, most people are like, like it's boring this year. Maybe next year I can root for or against.
I don't think they've won in a dozen years.
They don't have to win. They just need to be in the playoffs.
Okay.
The playoffs are more interesting when the Yankees are playing. Cool. I want Trump, Hillary, and Sanders all in it. Just run. I'm not saying I want them as president. I'm saying I'd like to watch this show again. Let's see the.
I want them in it. Okay, I know. Now this I like. What I like about this, think of it like a reality show when they bring back like Richard Hatch, who's the winner of Survivor season 1, for like season 10, and they're having like the All-Star show, and you're like, oh shit, Richard's back.
Yep.
He gained another 30 pounds and got even gayer just to win harder this time. And, like if Trump came back. And like you could see Trump let his hair kind of go silver for a while, and now he's kind of back to his standard gold. What if he came back and it was like blonde as fuck, like, and he's tanner than he's ever been.
Super
and he's
Saiyan.
Like, he's Uber Trump. I want him to come back and be bigger, better. And,
I want Trump's head on
bigger,
Chris
better,
Christie's body
fatter.
running for president.
Better, girthier. This 2024, your presidential candidate.
I wish he'd lose the weight. It would be so tremendous if he got fit.
I don't know what he
that would
looks
be
like
so
right
funny.
now, but I thought he lost weight when he left office. Am I
He
crazy?
lost some. I think he got healthier because he looked big for a while. He looked like 275 or so. Like I think
don't
he's
think he'd
toned
be able to
down
help
to
him though, working that much.
He's more like a svelte 260 these days. He's svelte.
Well, you bring up a good point. He worked so hard as president. I don't know anyone that really put in the hours that he did.
Dude, he like by the end of the presidency, just weeble wobble body. Like, full, just lower half, so massive. Couldn't tip him over.
Trump was all about trying new things and doing stuff for sometimes maybe for appearances, but it was still cool to see it done. Like I guess that was the point, right? When he went and like met Kim Jong Un.
Yeah.
That was so weird to see a U.S. president go meet that fucking goofball over there in his scary ass country and shake his hand, and to see that he was like smiling and like excited to meet Donald Trump. It was clear that Kim Jong Un was like, "Holy shit, you showed up! Fuck, bro!
This is the guy from The Apprentice. Oh my god! Like
look at him. He's like, oh shit!
How is this happening? Is he on a booster
Trump,
seat like for a child?
you just know that like before
It's
leading up to this,
standing
Kim
up from a
Jong Un
chair
was the
enough to
one
shake
being
things.
like, "Oh, I'm so nervous." Like he was the one nervous leading up. That's so.
He's like,
funny.
"Oh, I saw you in Home Alone 2. It just came out."
It just came out in North Korea.
You know, they say Trump.
I
has
remember
these
you
little
from
hands.
Duncan Checks In when the monkey went around the hotel in New York.
Look how fat that guy's hand is.
Oh
Ooh,
yeah.
it looks like my foot.
Yeah, he got fucking edema of the wrist.
It does look like Woody's foot.
Trump, like I don't know. I like this. I you know, this guy was like perennially shooting those rockets over Japan, and it doesn't mean anything to us here on the mainland. But I bet there's a lot of people in Japan that are terrified by this psycho.
I think we can agree.
Like
But it didn't
ignoring him
accomplish
didn't work.
anything, right? He just flat out had the same program before and after meeting Trump, and he's in the same spot now. I know he had a little delay, but that's because this fucking missile making facility broke, right?
Oh, I wonder how that happened.
Right.
It just broke down.
It did. There was an explosion. The bunker went.
Oh,
Maybe it
not
was
one of them accidental explosions.
Could have been. I don't know. But anyway, they got right back on the horse and started. Now they send missiles.
I mean,
now and
doing
then.
nothing
So it
didn't help though. Like
Right.
they were just
It didn't
ignoring
do
him. They were just
anything.
like,
But
at
why
least
do
he
the
tried
same
something
thing
different.
again?
That's what you
Right.
think. While Trump
Obama
was
didn't do
there-
anything. W didn't do anything. Trump didn't do anything. But at least he tried it a different way.
He tried a different way, and he also considered buying. Was it Greenland or Iceland? I think it was Greenland.
It was Greenland.
Yeah,
I think it was Greenland.
yeah, and that would have been so.
I didn't hate
slick.
that. They all made fun of him. They all made fun of him.
and like, why? Why make fun of him? Like,
Some
why
of the
not
shit he
buy some
did-
territory?
You do make fun of him for when we were when a hurricane was headed up the East Coast and Trump said, "Should we nuke it?" That's stupid. That is not a good idea, and he deserved to be made fun of. I get out of the box thinking, but sometimes, dude, you're just a fucking moron.
Actually, the only reason I know that that's silly is because there's a YouTube channel that makes videos like, what would happen if you set off a nuclear weapon at the bottom of the Marianas Trench? And I know that nothing would happen. But if I'm the president and they just said, all right, Mr. President, you now have access to 876 thermonuclear warheads. They can all hit anywhere on the planet within 13 minutes of your word. You're like, oh, okay. Can't really use them, though, can I? What if there was a reason for me to use one of those, though? I'd love to. A hurricane's bearing down on us, and you got the arsenal. I'd ask. If I hadn't seen that YouTube channel, I'd be like, hey, what happens if we shoot a missile at it?
I feel like sometimes you should know not to ask, right? Especially if you're the president. Like, you're the leader in this
box.
Like, when he said, you know, like, hey, we've got all the king's horses and all the king's men trying to solve this pandemic.
Yeah.
And Trump is like, have we considered putting disinfectant in people's blood?
Or maybe a light inside their bodies.
Yeah. Like, you know what? I'm going to guess the experts are way ahead of me on this, and I'm going to manage them in some different way. What do you need for me to facilitate your support? Do you need funding? Do you need resources? Do you need a communications mechanism where two parties can work together? Like, what do you need? Is there some rule that's slowing you down? I'm a guy that can change rules. That's where my role is.
Yes.
For me to be like, have you thought about bleach in the blood? That's not my role. That's I look stupid now.
Yeah,
I should be doing smart shit like I talked about a second ago.
Yeah, I like it when, frankly, I would have liked it if Donald Trump had said something like, I don't know anything about viruses. I have these experts here. This is Jim, Joe, and Jane, and they're going to tell me everything they know about viruses, and then together we're going to make some. I wish he'd just been honest and said he was like, it's no big deal, trust me. And every day it was more like, don't worry about that thing over there. And then later on it was like, now we're going to get it. We're declaring war on viruses. And it was just the wrong way to go about it. It didn't work.
Trump said, "I like."
There was a few things that he
really
did that's actually made sense to me. Like when the Iranians launched that missile at the American airbase, and he was just like, "Fuck you," and just launched like shitload of shit back at them. Like they've been tiptoeing around Iran forever, and clearly it's not working. And same with Syria when they were like, we're bombing their citizens, and he was just like, "Fuck this," and just like fucked up their whole airbase. It's like about time someone did something. Like we've just been sitting there on our hands for like years. The entire Western civilization's just like, fuck it, just let them do whatever. But he actually did something, which is better than fucking around and doing nothing and achieving nothing.
You think? I wonder who will be his vice president this time, because obviously it's not Pence. I think that if he picks
Jake
DeSantis
Paul.
he needs to pick someone that
Omarosa.
gives him a state he needs. He needs a woman.
What's a state he
Omarosa.
needs?
Not Omarosa. He needs a woman who's a politician who is liked.
Okay. Where's Nikki Haley from?
South Carolina.
I don't like her. She's annoying.
He's already got that.
Tulsi Gabbard. That's
Tulsi Gabbard just got put on a list of fucking Russian
sympathizers or something.
By the Ukrainians.
Hawaii is always like Hawaii doesn't flip. Isn't she Hawaii?
And Tulsi's been a little weird with her politics the last few years. I don't know who she's pulling, but that's my thing. I think he needs a good VP who can be out there and be energetic and doing their own thing. And he just needs to run the Trump show up and down the fucking seaboards. And
you know who might be a loyal Trump person?
Of
course,
Sarah Palin.
No, not again. Not again.
I feel like she's been doing her own thing for so long now. Like not even in the politics game.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Magic the Gathering? I don't know anything about her.
No, she's terrifying. I think he's going to win, though. I look forward to seeing Barron Trump at like 8 feet tall walking into that White House and having
that's the most important part. Let's see how tall that fucker gets.
It's probably almost time to wrap up politics, but the Murdoch stuff has gone anti-Trump, which has made me want this bet with Kyle that apparently I already had. The New York Post ran an anti-Trump article. It was having to do with the January 6th stuff where he tried to stage a coup. The Wall Street Journal tried to do an anti-Trump opinion article. The Fox and Friends, they're out there talking about how Ron DeSantis is outpolling Trump, and he is in like 10% of the polls, and he's losing in 90. And they're like, "Look at these polls over here." It seems that Rupert Murdoch has turned against Trump, and we'll see if that sticks.
Trump's good for business, whether you like him or not. If you're in the news business,
yeah.
True.
Yeah.
True. He probably just a bit too much of a wild card though. They're like, oh, we can't control this dude. Let's fuck him off. Get someone else.
I like to win. Maybe they think they can win without him though. But we'll see. I think that the whole Supreme Court thing is going to pull him a lot of favor with his base. I think this is a big win for them. Oh, it's because they can see the writing on the wall. It's a generation of wins is what he's delivered. He's delivered a dynasty. Like it's he really has. Trump has come in and said, "Okay, you get to be champs for the next 20 years."
How about we're talking about president? Wasn't Jimmy Carter a one-termer? How about let's get him back in the mix?
Jimmy,
dude,
Zach,
that'd be so funny.
Jimmy, and you know the one I want, the one after he fell.
I would love for Jimmy Carter on stage to be like bashing Biden, like back in my day, like even older than Biden.
Jimmy Carter has another term left in him,
all
right?
you whippersnapper boomers with your wild ideas about politics.
He's talking about Biden's youth and inexperience.
Look at these spring chickens sharing the stage with me.
This wild
respirator.
Yeah, look at that. Hey, spry as fuck. Look at that.
That's an American president.
He looks good for 100, honestly.
He does.
Or maybe this is an older photo.
Is he 97 now?
He's almost 100.
He looks like he feeds on the blood of infants to sustain himself.
He is a former president.
Why you can't just give what is a human if not blood? Why can't we just give them fresh blood all the time? Take it out of babies, put it in Carter, and see how it works.
Why him?
Yeah,
why can't I have the blood? I want baby blood.
You're not even
old enough. No, I want to make a significant change in somebody.
Who knows? Who knows what baby blood can do for
me? Fucking Justin Bieber has been taking this this shit that apparently humans produce this chemical that they produce shitloads of it when they're younger, and then their body stops producing it. And now they've got this new anti-aging thing, and Justin Bieber's been on it. I can't remember what the fuck it's called.
Justin Bieber's face is paralyzed, right?
Yeah, he got something to do with shingles. It's some kind of disease where it just paralyzes half your face. How do we feel about this?
Are we happy that Justin Bieber's face is now paralyzed?
No, I don't know anything.
No?
He always he's a big hockey fan. He always goes to the NHL All-Star games because he's Canadian. So I don't know his music, but I got nothing against that guy. I hope his face Justin, I know you're a big listener. I hope your face goes back to him. I did see that. It's the side of that's not blinking, obviously, that's paralyzed. And so when that happens, you have to wet your eye manually or it'll dry out.
Well, that's a good
Ooh,
look.
that sucks.
That fucking.
I saw him begging fans not to wait outside his apartment the other day, really sweetly, and then they were like, "Can we have a hug anyway?"
Well, then stop winking when you say it.
It's like George with the fucking pulp.
So he gets weekly IV infusions of NAD plus, NAD plus. Has anyone heard of this?
Mm-mm. I guess
I'm
that's
trying to
what
look it
Slush
up. He
is talking
sleeps
about.
in a hyperbaric chamber and gets weekly IV infusions of NAD plus.
Yeah, NAD plus. That's the shit. Yeah.
He's
Really?
absolutely a Joe Rogan fan. That sounds like a very, very Joe Rogan thing to do.
Yeah. Let's get that shit
So
into
they
Jimmy
take bull
Carter. Get him, like,
testosterone,
How big
put
is
it in
that
a
chamber?
Dude, this is such bullshit. This article is like he gets NAD plus treatments once a week, but it doesn't come cheap. It's $75.
What?
$75 is not a big problem for Justin Bieber.
Whoa. Ageless RX. They don't just hand out names like
Wait,
that.
what is this stuff exactly?
I don't know what NAD plus is.
Wait, no,
Apparently
go
it stops
down.
you from aging.
Go down to the glowing review from the 39-year-old woman. What an idiot. You're 39. 38-year-old. Like, these people aren't that old yet. Like, I want to see a fucking user review from a 91-year-old man.
What the fuck is it?
It's NAD plus. What more do you need to know?
Go to
Get
How
your
We Work.
syringe, Kyle.
Go to How We Work, and we're gonna learn this. Look at that, cellular senescence. Both of those are very long words.
Kyle, there are 3 anonymous positive reviews here. What are you waiting for?
Yeah, what you think? Julie from Little Rock is lying?
Was there really?
I don't know.
Anonymous.
All right. Well, this is very vague about what they're going to do for me.
See, I'm glad they put step 4 because when I'm learning about a new technology, I really want to focus on the delivery. Like as in to my house. Like what the fuck? Like show me how it works.
I don't know what it is. I think it's pills.
Life-changing medicine.
Yeah.
Apparently,
Well, it's easy. Like
according to
Blue
this,
Chew
it's
is
the
like,
master
hey,
molecule
this is how it works.
that keeps us
FedEx
alive.
FedEx wouldn't deliver just anything. It must be okay.
No, they wouldn't. They don't deliver drugs and all sorts.
Did you guys hear about the Vince McMahon thing?
No.
I heard that he stepped down because of some sort of allegations.
Yeah, so it appears that he's been sleeping with some hottie in his organization. And my understanding is he paid her off and should have had her silence, and he didn't get what he paid for.
Son of
I really feel like she is guilty of some sort of contract violation.
Yeah. Breach of
Knowing
contract.
nothing, you're making some points.
Breach.
I mean, if Vince McMahon can't sleep with his employees, who can he sleep with?
I mean,
Well, no one else would want to.
It's breach of contract.
Yeah, I just
This guy is on the ageless shit.
yes.
Vince McMahon 2022, like he's like almost 80. He's like only a couple years younger than Trump, and like look at Trump's dog shit body compared to this just trenbolone sandwich.
Well, he's Vince McMahon's trying. Like I feel like it's not that Trump doesn't expend a lot of energy, right? Because let's admit that he won presidents of the United States and he did the job for 4 years. It's a really hard thing to accomplish and to do. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not putting any effort into his body. This guy puts effort into his body.
Yeah,
That
a
looks
good-looking
shocked
76-year-old.
He should have put his head on straight. I don't buy
A
it.
few years ago, he was much bigger. Like he's been on the juice for a long time. He was jacked like a decade ago or so.
Dude, and he was probably 77. Like,
Yeah, it's wild he's still alive. Like usually the people who are juicing that long kind of punch out early.
is that a good call? Right? Like, Kyle, I'm going to take this to an extreme, right?
Yeah. Look, Jesus.
You are going to be a professional UFC fighter until you're 32, and then I don't know, just celebrity of some sort until you're 55. You live the whole thing rich. Women are throwing their underwear at you until your last day, which is 57, and you tip over. Right? Do you want to be that guy, or would you rather be? This is a little fucking badass and awesome, but would you rather be like a certified public accountant who lives a normal life all the way until,
I think
retires at 65
the first life
and then has
with
15 more years?
the first life with the pussy and the steroids.
Right?
What? You're ready to be on your final 20, Kyle?
Yeah, let's go. I was on my final 10.
Taylor, you might be wildly overestimating.
What am I
my
gonna
will
do
to
with the
live.
extra chance?
Because Woody's like, living to 57. I'm like, you just turned 49. Like you're at most 2 presidents away. Like
Taylor, what do I get for 54?
It's up to you. It depends what the trade-off is.
What's there to do? Like if you're a normal guy, gets to 70, it's like your cock stops working. Like what are you gonna do? Just sit around and watch telly? Like
Vince McMahon's cock definitely still works.
Yeah, I use a little blue.
Take it from me. All right, it's like
it's
like.
I mean, usually it seems like the natural progression, like the natural progression of interest as you age. Like by the time you're like 70, all you want to do is spend time with like your grandkids and shit.
Fuck that. I don't know what kids.
That's what it seems to be.
I think it's just
I'm checking
like time is short, and they want to spend time with their grandkids. But if their back didn't hurt, and if their dick worked a little better, and if women were willing, they'd want to be out like slaying pussy at 70. That's what they want to do.
You think so?
Like, yes.
They don't want to because their T's low. But this guy,
Vince McMahon's isn't.
Vince McMahon's T is still super physiological.
He's still railing pussy at 8.
If I make it to 70s, I'm going to start abusing prescription pills. Like let's do it. All of them. Fuck it. I'm 70. like that's a great time to get addicted to drugs. Like they'll be like, oh, you're taking all these pills? And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, how long have you been doing it? Turned 73 months ago, having a blast. And they're like, oh, really? This is it's like, yeah, this is an intentional decision. Like, all right, I'll have a blast, man. Like enjoy it. In 20 years, this is gonna. And I'm like, and they're like, oh, you're not gonna be here anyway.
Yeah,
I think like once I hit 80, I'm just gonna start taking heroin because like I don't want to do it now because I don't want to become a heroin addict for the rest of my life. I've got other shit I want to do
because that's a long time.
No, you do want to be a heroin addict for the rest of your life. You just want that rest period to be 19 months.
Be less, yeah. So like I've got other shit I need to do, and I can't do that if I'm a heroin addict. But like once I'm 80 and I've done everything, and then I'm just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna start taking heroin. Fuck, why not?
Yeah,
heroin and
heroin. Then you go to prison for your last year.
What's the
one? That's right. I'll experience everything.
Heroin is the one you inject or take or smoke, like opium, that like melts you. Like the people at the park you see that are just like slumped over, like they got shot in like a war reenactment and they can't move. What's
like the one heroin. Where I read about it and they see that's happiness heroin. In every raindrop on the windshield and
heroin. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
you know what? Ironically,
how do they get heroin
from poppies.
No.
Like how would
you
I
get?
How would I
been to Florida?
I have been to Florida.
I bet if you took a shit ton of poppy seeds and made a tea, it would fuck you up.
Just ask.
Which is a terrible idea.
Clearly has heroin.
Here's a picture of people.
Yeah, heroin addict.
The guy on the left looks okay. He's got like jawline.
Yeah,
Does heroin help you with your jawline?
See, I don't think this is so Zach is like, these are heroin addicts. But like, show me two attractive people and I'll say they're heroin addicts and prove me wrong.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you can't lie.
What you got here is two people who are like ugly and sad about it who also happen to do heroin. The things,
maybe they do heroin.
Where are the
ugly.
Thriving winter heroin addicts?
Look at that. There you go.
So you're looking up people who are addicted to female heroes.
Oh.
Oh, did he? I had to process that.
Who was the actor? Who was the famous actor that got?
Fucking amazing.
God, fucking boom. But
who was the famous actor that was a heroin addict? That.
Let me know. Who was that guy?
Charlie Sheen.
Yeah, but he looked fucked. I don't want to look like that.
He crack too.
He was a winner.
Yeah. I think crack, meth, those were his thing. Yeah, heroin, that doesn't seem to do anything but destroy your life incredibly rapidly. Even celebrities, even like Kurt Cobain level millionaires, you're cashing out. Quick.
Yeah, but if I'm like 80 and I already have all my money and I'm like, whatever, like I got nothing else to do, it's like, fuck it, but just go and do some heroin, man.
May as well.
But why not?
Yeah.
Or maybe
I'm glad you saw the light at last.
Me too.
I just want to try it.
At 80, you could probably get it prescribed. So what we're talking about is morphine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
or some form of pill or something to keep, because you're gonna hurt like the Dickens. Everywhere's gonna hurt when you're 80 for sure.
Exactly.
I know I've told this before, but I find it fascinating. This happened to us and a friend of mine. We were both in the same situation in that we were caring for an elder kin. They give you pain meds to administer to this person that you're caring for, terminally ill, and they teach you how to kill them. They're like, just so you know, like, this is her dose of morphine. This is a fatal dose. Now you know. And it's like, wait, what? Did you just tell me? Whoa.
Yeah.
Like,
That's
you're
fucked
pro
up.
euthanasia.
Like, as a final, like, give him a little relief. Like,
You
out
just
of the
put
pain.
that card on the table. It's not what we did, for people who
Mhm.
wonder. But
Is it legal in America to do that?
Only in like a couple states, I think, right? Like Oregon or something has it, right?
I don't know. I don't know. But it happened to like both us and my friend. And so
Damn.
given that it's 2 out of 2, I get the impression it's not uncommon. And I've told other people who've done this before, and they're like, yeah. And it's just like, fuck, like that's a thing that they teach you if you're like caring for someone in their final.
I mean,
year.
that is a kindness. Like at a point, it's like what are you gonna do? Let this person live 3 more days in the most excruciating agony you can imagine, or like let them go in peace?
It's not what she wanted, so it's not what we did. That's what's up. But I'm just still, I don't know. I still process it like mentally, like, whoa. So they just commonly like teach, here's how you give it an injection. And here's how you give a lethal injection. And I imagine too much morphine is a really pleasant way to go.
Yeah, like you're just out, I would imagine. Yeah, probably just fall asleep. That's what happened. You were talking about those dead actors. Who is it? John Candy. Didn't he die of heroin? Chris Farley. He died of something to do with heroin.
Is that how Candy died? I always assumed it was a weight problem.
Am I missing up?
I know. Don't go by my memory.
I think he overdosed. Oh no, he died of heart failure, but he had some other stuff in him. It's Farley that died with a heroin overdose. I think.
Yeah,
There's that horrible picture of him dead with like his mouth like. Have you seen
Hartman
that?
was murdered, right?
He was killed by his wife. Yeah.
What was the score there? Was she a little crazy? Was she?
It was something to do with cocaine. I think he wouldn't give her the cocaine she wanted or something like that, and she killed him because he was Troy McClure.
No, I think what you're saying is you kind of had it coming. I'm with you.
Well, I think it was one of those things where she was like, "Don't give me the cocaine," and he's like, "I'm not giving you the cocaine." She's like, "I'm gonna kill you," and then she killed him in his sleep.
He doesn't understand how consent works. She revoked the anti-consent. Now she wants it.
I'm also probably totally misrepresenting.
He's really a monster in this situation, and kind of a thief in that he didn't give her cocaine.
I will not suffer Phil Hartman maligning. No, Troy McClure is a classic. Troy McClure. We were talking about the drug addiction thing, and it made me think. I wanted to wait for Kyle to get back because I didn't know if you'd have anything to say. So it was over 2.5 years ago now that we had Blade on the show. It doesn't seem like it was that long ago, but it was. And every time, like, he's one of those guys, he'll pop in your head and from time to time. And I kind of just picture like the dog throwing clip or like a groping. And then that's kind of it. And just last night before bed, randomly, I'm like, what the hell is Blade up to? And so I pulled up that episode with us and him from like coming up on almost 3 years ago, and then just stopped at like a minute so I could see, still frame, point of comparison. And then I went and had to find like his bootleg, like third backup channel that hasn't been banned yet and try and find recent streams. And keep in mind, like, correct me if my timeline is wrong, but at the time we had him on 2.5 years ago, that story of his untreated diabetes causing lesions in his leg, that was old hat. That was old news at the time. Like, people knew about that. Okay.
He had kind of come full circle, and it seemed to be improving dramatically. He had gotten the grilled chicken and spinach. It was working. He put that spinach salve on.
And he basically, when he was on the show with us, he kind of said, like, I'm sick of drinking for money. I'm ready to make a change and shift out of this. He said that before, obviously. Like, he was like, I'm sick of this. I'm tired of it. And I was just, and at the time, I remember thinking, yeah.
Blade is a really charming guy, and I think he's doing what some charming addicts do, which is tell you what you want to hear, tell you where he is, and lies like a charming
Mhm.
addict, and it's so easy to be like, oh, thank goodness, because you like him.
It's easier to
Some
want
peop-
to believe, that someone's taking control.
And he's telling you everything you want to hear, and he's saying it in a friendly way, and you're like, oh, cool, this is good news. And
Mhm.
that's how I remember it. Carry
Yeah.
on.
And I remember, like, even at the time, because like he'd done some like the groping shit, the dog shit, people were fucking over him. And I remember at the time even thinking, I'm like, if he has a redemption path, it's going to be him getting super serious about sobriety, and then him using his experience as an addict beat toy to be like, hey, I know humiliation. So if you're out there struggling with something, like, don't feel alone. Look at this. Like, look where I was. And like in my head, I was like, that's like the only true way he can come back from it. And at the time, I was like, there's still a chance for this. Like, I looked up. No, I don't have 45 seconds. Sorry, Zach. But don't pull any up in case he doesn't like us saying this. But I went and I found some clips of him recently. And I know we said like years ago, like, dude, you're killing yourself with this. Like, you got to change. He's like, and then we were talking about a slower decline of like alcoholism death. He's in free fall right now. Like he's dying. Like if you know Lady Di from the Opie and Anthony show, he is she was a drunkard whack pat kind of person for the Opie and Anthony show, and the exact fucking pattern that happened with Lady Di, as far as body shape, everything happening with Blade, about like not the same time frame and everything. But so she had this thing, and I learned about it from the Opie and Anthony show, because they had a doctor call in to like tell Lady Di, like, hey, you have what's called ascites. And Blade very clearly has this same thing called ascites too. And what that is when you drink so much and like your liver is no longer able to process all the toxic shit that it's meant to process. And so it starts weeping fluid out into your body cavity. And so that's why they get those giant bellies. It's being filled with fluid from a weeping liver, and his musculature is gone, like not like thin, like he's gone. I saw a short clip of him attempting to sit up from a laying position. It took him 30 seconds. Not because he was drunk, because his muscles are gone. Like they're atrophying. It's like he is dying quickly. Like if he doesn't make a change yesterday, like fucking now, he'll be dead in the next couple of years. Like he's in free fall. Like you can see, like literally, the Lady Di had an internship in 2014 or 2013 with O&A, and she had that ascites and everything, and she was starting for her mind to get wonky with Wernicke-Korsakoff syndrome, which is wet brain when you're deficient on thiamine. But the doctor on O&A explained it really well. He was
I'm not doubting you. I'm like,
wet brain's funny though.
Yeah, but basically the guy was like, when you drink all that time, like Blade is, or like Lady Di was, what it does is it makes your organs swell, and then when you have ascites like that, all this fluid is getting pushed into the body cavity, and what that does is it makes it so his stomach has pressure on it all the time, and so he's not eating at all. All of his calories are coming from liquor. And so you can like see his mind deteriorating now, because he just doesn't have the B vitamins requisite for making your fucking mind work correctly. Like he is. And literally within a year of that Lady Di internship, like it was a year and a half after that internship, she was still with it enough to like know who she was. They called her, Opie and Jim did, after Anthony got fired, and she had totally succumbed to Wernicke-Korsakoff syndrome. She didn't know who she was. She was in a assisted living center, but she thought she was in the Navy because she was in the Navy 25 years ago. She was talking about how she was on a ship and where she was docked, and she was just an insane person. And like that is where Blade is going imminently. Like he's got to get it. Like it might be fucking too late.
If that happens to him, if he thinks that it's 2009 and he's wanting to play Call of Duty 4 and knife people, can we please have him on the show every week then?
I mean, I guess so.
Can we have like catching up with Blade and just ask about his latest knife killing spree, and then be
I know like Blade is so hated by so many people, rightfully so, for a lot of the bullshit he's pulled. But like just from the perspective of seeing a guy who in 2010, 2011, 12 had the world, like the world was his oyster. He was one of the first huge guys. Like, and over the past 8-9 years, whatever it was, like, look at that. Look what's fucking happened to him. I see all these documentaries about Blade, and they focus on his life as a streamer. someone should make like a real warning documentary, just tracking, not even talking about his streamer bullshit, just saying like, this is what happens when a person drinks for 10 years straight and doesn't stop.
I was trying to find what you're talking about, like new footage of him, and so I did some searching. I didn't find anything new, but Jesus, the stuff from 2 and 3 years ago is so horrific that the fact that you're saying it's worse now is scaring me, because it's like OnlyUseMeBlade vomits up his teeth, and I'm like, wow, how have I not heard of that? It's us.
He's wasting away. He is wasting away.
Oh goodness, Jaeger tasting shot to Grace Soul. I don't know.
Yeah, his stomach is just full of fluid. Like he's.
So I hope
aren't all of our stomachs full of fluid?
I'm open to the idea that I'm totally wrong, but I watched Zach's clip at his timestamp, and I went like 2 minutes in, and basically he pours a double shot and he gives a Bjorn update. I guess Bjorn's out of prison. I didn't know he was in prison. Whatever. He's talking in the same way he always did. Like, he's a charming guy. There's a reason he has 500,000 people watching him or whatever it is. And he kind of has it together, even though he's really drunk. When I'm really drunk, I don't sound that smooth. But he does. And I don't know. I'm just always, it's like he has something there. And he's
a charismatic guy. That's why he's so popular.
Yeah. And whenever I hear how terrible he is, I'm like, no, he's just some George Foreman chicken and spinach diet away from turning this thing around. Right? If I could just control his intake, then
once you get to that point, though, it's impossible, because like you just live like that, and then that's the solution. And then if you drink that much, then giving up is really hard, because you get like go through a detox and shit like that, and just fucks you up.
I think there's a mindset on like what's acceptable, right? Like, I was watching this guy who's doing a motorcycle review. That part's not important, but he's talking about getting a bigger bike because he's turning into a bigger guy. He's getting fat, and he just wants something that's comfortable for a fatso and something that has power for a fatso. Cool. And he's explaining that while he's lost weight before, it always comes right back. When you're heavy, your body like knows how to be fat or something like that. And I'm like, no, it's you're in a calorie surplus. That's what's happening here. What happens is you restrict yourself for a short term, and then you say, oh, you know what? I'm a guy that eats trail mix. I'm going to bring that back a little bit. Like, trail mix isn't so bad. This isn't so bad. This isn't so bad. And when you have that mindset, things that are so bad are part of what you do, then you get fat again. And I'm pretty sure that applies to the alcohol thing too. You know, Blade is just like, yeah, sure. I stopped drinking for a little bit, but I'm a guy who can do a Jaeger.
When my uncle died of what's the syndrome called? I forget the name of it that you were talking about before. That cooks your brain when you drink too much alcohol. Yeah, I think that he died of that like a couple of years back. And when he was drinking, so he started sort of going off the rails, and he couldn't really remember anything. And he had an ex-wife, and they hadn't been together for like 5 years. And she had a restraining order against him. And she came home one day, and he was just sitting on her couch, because he used to live at this house. And there's 5 years since they've seen each other. And he's just like, hello, honey. And she's just like, what the fuck are you doing in my house? He's just like, what do you mean? And he just thought he lived there. Like, it was just, his brain just reverted back to 5 years ago. And he just basically come to the house, assumed he's forgotten his keys, kicked down the door, came in, sat on the couch, and just started drinking a beer and watching telly. And they got.
Well, I hope she was receptive. It sounds like he's trying to make amends.
Hell no. No, he got arrested. So he got
See,
taken
here's
to jail.
the thing. I always felt like if you and I are pals, and then we don't talk for a year and a half, and you see me again, you should be like, Woody, we're friends. Yeah, pick up right where we left off.
No, she kicked him out because he drank too much. But he just assumed they were back together, and so she called the police, and he ended up going to jail for breaching the restraining order. But they didn't diagnose him until he was in jail, and then they were like, "Oh, we get it now. Like, he's cooked." And so they put him into like the assisted living kind of thing, which eventually he died in there. But that was that his brain just reverted to 5 years ago, and he was perfectly nice, but he just had no idea what the fuck was going on.
Damn, that's sad. Just not knowing anything about reality. I hope Blade like actually does stop. I hope he gets it together. Like one of the clips I watched of him last night, like it was literally like apparently he is basically homeless. He lives in an RV, and the RV broke down, and he was
excuse me, a rolling studio.
A rolling studio, whatever. But he was like on the side of the road, like broken down, being like, "That doesn't work. Like, I don't have any money." I will
not sit here while you disparage van life, Taylor. All right.
You wouldn't be involved in this kind of van life. You would open that door and you'd be like, "No, I'm into the adventure side, not the getting so drunk."
You dramatically overestimate the quality of the hotels, motels, and RVs that I stay in.
Yeah. You might actually, you'd be like, "Oh, barely vomit on the floor, and it's free." Like, I'll go.
Is there a pillow I can put my broken leg on? Cockroaches. It'll do.
I really need to elevate this thing.
I don't see any reason why it would improve, though, right?
I don't think so either. I think it's if it was going to happen,
like
probably
the hard part. Once you're
what
there,
happened to his fiance?
Having a once you're in that, like you can't go back in because it's like I feel like shit if I stop drinking. And then in your head, it's just like, it'll be right. And then, like, if you stop, then you have no dopamine. So you're like, oh, fuck, this is killing me. And so you're like, you know what helps? Having a drink. And then you more dopamine. And it's like,
yeah, he's in like a feedback loop.
Yeah.
Of the same stuff.
I mean, I think he just likes the drink, right?
At this point, I bet he fucking hates it.
No,
I guarantee he does it now. So
when
he
sees that bottle of Jaeger, when he sees that big frosty bottle of Jaeger, so goddamn cold that it's sweating, and when you pour it, it pours out thick. Oh, that hits the spot. It's so goddamn cold.
I had when we were in high school, there was an alcoholic who described alcoholism, and Kyle's kind of nailing it. Like he's like, you don't drink, then you try just one. You're just gonna have one. He's like, when that warmth hits your chest and that taste of your favorite drink crosses your gullet, it's just like, oh, my friend, we're home. You and I, we're back. And something about the way he phrased it, you could like, this is a guy who loves drinking. And he's like, that's why you can't have even one. You can't have even one drink because it's just, yes, you and I, we're friends. But Jaeger's not your friend.
No.
Well, the human body is a very resilient thing. If you want to take an over and under on Blade's mortality, I'm down. Like I said, I'm in a better mood. I think that the man's got several more good ones in him. Okay.
You think so?
Yeah. I would put the over under on with 3 years. 3 years. I'll take the over.
I'll do some more medical research and then I will come back with my.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm taking the over 3 years. You take it or leave it.
No, I'm saying I need to look up. I need to find facts and see what's more likely.
Does he know where he is? Like at all times? Like is he
not at all times? Sometimes he's in a drunken state.
Oh well, no, yeah, not when he's like completely fucking wasted, but like when he's
honestly think about it. When he's asleep, he has no idea where he is. And when he's awake, he's drunk. So
I'd give him another 10 because like it's like leeches just linger.
So you're taking the over.
Yeah, heaps of motherfuckers like that just live forever, like they're just resilient to shit. I don't know why.
Cockroaches, yes.
Yeah, they just hang out, man.
He's already lived.
I hope he's got
forever given his behavior.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he'll live forever. We all will. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. No, they just seem to linger. Like how spiteful motherfuckers just live until they're like.
I mean, I like Blade too. Like Blade's always been a really nice guy, but Blade has a serious disease, and he doesn't need us harping on him and being like, oh, why don't you stop hurting yourself? Like, I think he likes himself more than we do. He's not going to stop unless he wants to stop. And he doesn't want to stop. He's having fun.
Yeah, I doubt it. I doubt he's having fun.
He's having the most fun that he knows how to have.
There's no way he's miserable.
If there was
he is miserable every day from sun up to sundown.
He's having the most fun he knows how to have. I guarantee it.
It's hard to
argue. How to have more fun he would.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe you're right.
He's qualified it in a clever way. I have no retort.
But anyway, I looked into that stuff last night. I was like, oh wow, like this. It appears it's accelerated a shit ton in the past couple of years.
That's a shame. Still taking the over. Best of luck to Blade. Hope he turns the ship around, writes the whatever they say, and lives forever.
Lives forever. We can all live forever.
Yeah,
just like who was that? Like the crippled 300 guy. You're like, may you live forever.
Ephialtes.
Ephialtes.
May you live forever.
Do you remember his name?
He said, may you live forever. Ephialtes. And he like looks up all, he goes, may you live forever. And when he says that, the shame that is cast upon Ephialtes' twisted face, he just goes, he cowers and shudders with shame and disgrace. It's a good moment.
And he was a piece of shit. He could have just carried the water for everybody in the back, been a good support helper for the war. No, not good enough for him. Like, and he should have known he was being made fun of. The second he goes into Xerxes' tent, they're making fun of him. They're putting dunce caps on him, putting ugly robes.
That's a champion's hat.
They were making fun of him.
That was a fancy cap, and they hooked him up with that goat.
Can't believe he didn't catch
pussy.
That.
Look, they hooked him up with some pussy, some Persian pussy at that.
Yeah, and, one-armed.
And let me say, well, how many arms does the man need? He needs one pussy. That's all he cares about. And let me say this about Leonidas. He fucked himself, okay? Ephialtes was like, Leonidas, I was a born Spartan. I have trained with sword and spear and shield. I've made them one with my body. Let me fight with you with honor to the death for Sparta. And he's just like, nah, we fight in like a real tight formation. Never breaking formation once. And then the fucking music kicks in and everything goes slow-mo. And everybody's breaking formation and running headlong into the enemies. And you could just imagine if they had Ephialtes out there with his strong-ass spear and his big shield.
Dude, that would have ruined the aesthetic.
Oh, come on. What he meant was, nah, you look fucking weird, bro. Get out of here. Look,
you are wrong, Leonidas. You are wrong.
Why didn't they just put him with the other dudes, like the Arcadians, and just be like, you protect the mountain pass, bro?
He was like, what he meant was, dude, we're all 9s and 10s at least, okay? You're rolling up with your 2 out of 10 looking ass. By the way, a 1 doesn't exist. They're dead people that are rotting. You are a 2. No, you can't roll with me and my boys. That's what he meant. He meant that you're too ugly to hang with us.
Did you think that was justified?
No, we're going to war for fighting for freedom and democracy.
I think they should
at least just send him out the front as fodder. Like,
really,
you hate him that much.
You're right. Leonidas
I'm
did
with
fuck
Slush
it up.
on that. Like he did fuck it up. He could have not made an enemy, which is always a good policy, and he could have just sent him in front. What if worst case scenario? Now that guy's not there bothering him. He doesn't give away their position. Best case scenario, he takes a couple with him.
He's got that giant arrow absorbing back.
That guy was like Spartan. He was like discarded, and they're like, yeah, we discard the weak. And then this guy is so strong that he got discarded as an infant and then somehow survived. Like, this dude's still on the breast and he's been discarded. Like, what's he eating? Like, that guy.
He wasn't discarded. His family fled Sparta to avoid the discarding of him. Apparently, a lot of like that colorful, cool Sparta stuff that I was taught in high school by a high school teacher is fantasy. And it's hard to say how much of how they lived and the way we've heard it.
A lot of it comes from Herodotus wrote a book called The Histories, and it was like 300 years after all this happened, and he just made shit up. But like some of the lines in the movie, like the ones where they're like, we'll fight in the shade, like that's actually in Herodotus's book. But this dude also talked about like black people from Africa having black jizz and like flying snakes and shit in Africa. Like, this dude was fucking high.
Dude, being a
like,
from back then.
You've never had a snake fall out of a tree on you.
You just make shit.
Like, this guy was full of shit.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. That was bad leadership from Leonidas, because Ephialtes made it very clear when he did the whole "you are wrong, Leonidas." Like, he said it in a way that's like, this guy's not going to go home, man. Like, he's staying at the battle whether or not he's on your team.
Leonidas should have been like, you know, that cripple back there. Yes, sir. Seemed like he was very conniving and angry with me when I told him he couldn't fight. How about you and the boys go round him up and stab him full of holes?
We will meet them here.
Trouble, my lord. What kind of bit of sport it'll be? And then take him out.
Does anybody know how to get through the hot gates through these back channels? No one save the enemy I just made. Well, you're not much of a tactician, man. You know what? Like, and really, like, Leonidas, that was pretty bullshit when all those other guys showed up, and he's like, "What are you?" And he's like, "I'm a potter." He's like, "What are you?" "I can read." And he's like, "Spartans, what are you?" And they're all like warriors. And it's like the guys from the other city, whatever it was, fucking Athens, or they should have been like, "Fuck you. How about you plan your own battle? You can't read. You don't know how to gather resources. How do supply lines work? Oh, that's right. We're carrying it all. fuck you. I'm going to actually use something else I learned when learning to read called diplomacy and go over there. And I'm going to tell them how to get around you. Like that's what they should have done.
You know the way the way the Spartan economy actually worked is they had this slave class they called serfs. And they kept them in such terror because the numbers were way out of whack. There were way too many serfs for every Spartan. So they kept them in terror. Part of the training, supposedly what I was taught in high school was a Spartan lad, would have to sneak into the serf camp wherever they lived and just fucking murder one of them and get out. Like that was
they used to do this process called decimation, where like every year they go and kill 1 in 10 of them, and so they just kill like 10% of their population every year. But apparently they only ever got beaten by one army, and the army was it was from a foreign nation that they made up an entire legion of dudes that were gay lovers, and they wouldn't retreat because they were like, they don't want to leave their lover behind. So they were like impossibly strong warriors because they just never routed.
That's the Spartans, though. They lived in.
No, these guys fought against the Spartans. These guys fought against the Spartans and beat them, apparently.
I can believe that. But the Spartans' whole thing was that the soldiers were all gay lovers. And it's one of the reasons why like there weren't enough Spartans, because you didn't live with your wife. You just visited her occasionally. And I mean very occasionally. You lived in the barracks with your boys and you were banging them.
Yeah. I mean, as long as you're getting laid a lot.
A lot. And everybody's fit and sweaty and it's grease. So everybody's lubed up.
Yeah, Thebans. The Theban army.
They've all got great skin. Just olive oil skin.
Yeah.
They've just coating themselves. It's like, I've already had 3 dick baths in olive oil today, but hit me with it, boys. Like
before they like fought at the hot gates, they apparently like spent a bunch of time like braiding each other's hair and putting flowers in it and shit like that. Like this is all like written down in the history of this battle. Like they just
put your hair up before a battle.
Yeah.
Slush.
You gotta look good.
I don't know how true this is, but I read this about like, so apparently some of that, like, oh, the Spartans, they're all just fucking young boys. Their whole army are boy fuckers. Apparently part of that was an Athenian author like writing shit. Like propaganda about Sparta. Like they were still like chill with gay stuff for the most part, but apparently like they took it and like the way like a news source would be, they'd be like, the Athens Times, those Spartans we hate, they're worse than ever. Guess what? They're all fucking little boys. And everybody's like, what? No,
that's our job. How dare they take that?
They're like, they're not even waiting until they're 9. Like these savages, like
taking the little boys that we want to fuck. Damn it.
Yeah. But I don't know, because I read that from some fucking website on the internet, and then I see other stuff that's like, no, they were just banging out little boys, just regularly,
reaming them,
absolutely practicing on them, because they had to get their. No, you don't want to fuck before battle. You do want to fuck before battle.
See, that's
no, you do. Ronda Rousey said that it raises your T level, so she'd always get laid before a fight.
Yeah, it's only if you're a woman, though.
Is it?
I don't know.
I don't know how it works.
They always talk about that. Like football players sleeping on the couch for a week before playoffs and shit like that because they want to like get their testosterone levels up. I wonder if that actually works.
I know
that doesn't make sense. Because like massive like virgins would then be just like hulking humans because they just never fuck. Maybe it's because they just beat off all the time.
Like how much is it raising your testosterone and to what end?
To be better at fighting.
Like, no, not better. Like what does it do? What is a momentary like boost in testosterone this week going to do for me?
Gives you aggression. Gives you aggression like buffalo meat. Does it make you aggressive, Kyle?
I had elk chili yesterday. I didn't feel aggressive at all.
Yeah, what'd you have? Oak chili?
Elk chili.
Oak
chili.
Yeah, I just don't think it matters if your testosterone levels momentarily go up during an event or something like that. You need your testosterone levels to be high for weeks and weeks and weeks, right? Like, and reaping the advantages of that testosterone.
I guess for like muscle recovery,
and growth, but like high testosterone isn't going to help me at all in an athletic pursuit.
It would be like psychological.
Just the level itself.
Like if you were about to go into the battle and like the ruling knowledge in your army was like, everybody don't fucking have sex for a week before, you would get amped up enough, like with the surrounding everybody else believing it, that you'd be like, yeah, I am amped. I can't feel a difference. Like
this is coming from Bull Durham. Kyle, you know this movie, right?
Yeah. Susan Sarandon with those bug eyes.
And they say, look, if this guy thinks wearing women's underwear is making him pitch better, then wearing women's underwear is making him pitch better.
I remember there was this tribe that would wrap these wet leather sinew things around their testicles the night before battle while they danced around the fire drinking this psychedelic mushroom tea. And then on the morning of the battle, the sinew would have drawn up and tightened. So they're in excruciating agony and screaming almost. And they're also insane from the psychedelics. And then they go just raging into battle.
I'm gonna guess that they got their asses handed to them every time.
It didn't go well.
It's like, turns out voluntarily harming yourself and limiting your mobility, bad move.
Well, they're hardcore though.
Yeah.
Like, I can't imagine having bound testicles would help me do anything.
No, it makes I'd be fucking cranky.
Well, you need to be cranky if you're going
like,
to
I'm
battle.
not going to war. I'm in a bad mood. Like, fuck you.
I don't want to work today. My balls hurt, you know? Sometimes you just have those days.
Slush, what are you up to? Is anything new? I mean, you sometimes tap into me. We talk about fitness. How's that going?
Yeah, not bad. I've been playing golf a lot, and that's been good. Lots of outdoor walking around. But now it's winter. It's been kind of fucking pissing with rain constantly, so I haven't been able to play. But I got really into golf for a little while, and I'm still sort of into it. Just waiting for the weather to get better. I'll probably start playing again in the next couple of weeks. But it's been fun. That game is infinitely frustrating.
So I'm curious what it is you're into about golf. Now, hear me out. Are you into being outside, walking in a beautiful environment, enjoying weather, playing with friends? Are you into hitting the ball as few times as you can, like literally golf? Like, what is it about golf that appeals you?
I sort of like the idea of like improving upon how I played last time. Like it's like this challenge that I want to try and get better. I'm on this quest to like fucking rule at golf. And like, I'm not an athletic guy and I'm not young. Like, I'm not going to be playing on the fucking tour or some shit like that. But like every time I play,
you can be better than you of
yesterday.
Yeah,
and that's the thing about golf, right? Yeah. So like, I don't think you need to be traditionally athletic to be ace at golf. Like, you just need to be athletic enough that when you walk from one hole to the next, you're not winded. If you can do that, then that's as athletic, I think, as you need to be. Obviously, you got to strike the ball, but
the striking sort of, you don't need a lot of power behind it. It's about positioning that power into the right technique. Like, if I try and hit a driver as far as I can, I'll hit it like shit. But if I hit a driver like really true and like smooth, then it'll go fucking ages. So it's like it's more about like, I don't know, maybe it's like ballet. It's like trying to get this perfect movement down or some shit like that. But it's like it feels really good when you hit one. Like when you strike something really true and it goes exactly where you want it to, it feels fucking fantastic.
I think I wish that I had tried to learn that sport at some point. I think. I'm not interested.
Something you can pick up any time, though. Like,
I'm not interested now. I don't care. I don't care enough to get into it. But it might have been fun to like do in high school because we had a golf team in high school.
Oh
yeah,
wow. I didn't expect.
I just I go with friends and just like we just walk around and talk shit and just get out and do something that's not. You know, I don't really enjoy going to the gym that much because like I just go there and I'm just like I'm running. It's like it feels like it's not a.
It's boring.
It's super enjoyable. Like it gets boring very quickly. But if I'm out golfing, it's like I'm doing something fun with friends and I'm just talking shit. And then on the side, I'm getting exercise as well. So it's like a bonus, you know?
Did you play golf before this at all or just something new you picked up?
I used to play when I was younger. And it's weird. I had my golf clubs in the back of a car and my car got stolen and burnt out. And so I lost my golf clubs and I was like, we're not going to buy another pair. And then it started working more and stuff. So I was like, now I'm sort of like, I got a heap of free time. I can work whenever I want. I'm like, fuck it, I'll take it back up.
Are you like, do you like know your handicap and stuff? Like you're that into it and everything?
No, I'm not that into it. I just play for fun. It just,
it's so frustrating.
Have a laugh.
Like it's because I know so much what I want to do. But but it is so fucking hard to make the ball go where I get like people shitting on golf sometimes, like, oh, you're just walking around. It's like, give it a go. Try. Show me how fucking easy it is. It is so goddamn hard to be good at golf.
It's rough. The difference between a good shot and a really fucking bad shot is very little. Like you one little fuck up. Like if you hit the toe of the club, it will just go like 100 feet further than what you wanted. You just and that's like, oh, that's in the water. That's another $4 down the train for a fucking ball. Well, like, I've lost 5 today already. I'm losing my fucking mind.
I never got into golf, but I got into going the driving course for a little bit. I had a friend who was, so we'd do that.
Yep.
And I was a little frustrated at how much better people were than me, right? So I'm new, of course I suck, but like I can suck at basketball and still be way better than some 67-year-old overweight grandfather, but not at golf. These guys are smoking me.
Yeah.
That's golf.
Yeah, it's all about like the sort of patience of it, but yeah, it's not about power, which is it's like when I sort of got back into it, I was like, yeah, I'm strong. I can hit this fucking ball for ages. And then I went to a driving range, and there's this motherfucker there who's like would have weighed like fucking 80 pounds, fucking dripping wet, and he's just smoking the ball. Like they sound like they're gonna split in half when he's hitting them. I'm like, fuck you, motherfucker! Like this dude is tiny. Like he's using like women's clubs and hitting it like fucking 350 meters. And I'm like, I can't even get like 250, man. Like this is fucking bullshit.
I'm not a golfer, but decision making is part of it, right? And I would have thought, okay, make risky decisions today, you'll develop that skill set, and then tomorrow that decision won't be so risky for you. Apparently that's not the move. Apparently you make the shot that you're capable of making and stop there. That the risky call,
you have to like practice like your different kinds of shots and stuff, like you're chipping onto the green and stuff like that. Like that shit's really hard if you don't practice it. If you're like, oh, I'm just gonna hit this up in the air and land it like on the green over a bunker. But for a player that's like not as experienced, like you just like tap it along the ground or like putt it along the rough, you know.
You know what never made sense to me? Often in movies and games, even just in media, golf clubs are depicted as good melee weapons, and they're just not.
Hell no.
Like that thing, as soon as if you block that thing, it just breaks on your arm and bends over, and now they've got a little stick of aluminum. Like the head breaks right off. You can't.
You might have the head. You might have the better weapon.
Now you're in trouble. I'm gonna poke you with a sharp pin.
I'm pretty sure, like if you hit someone in the head with an iron, like
if you make contact with the head,
fuck their shit up. Yeah, but it's like a one-use weapon. It's like
just a blunt axe if you use it like that.
And I've only seen one instance on the internet, two, of a baseball bat being used effectively as a weapon. One is when those street hooligans are like fucking with the guy's car as he drives past, and he's like, all right. And he like hops out of the car, grabs the bat, goes back there, and like deals 3 good ass whoopings in a row, and then gets back in the car and speeds off. And then, of course, the other one is when those 2 white trash white chicks. Oh, the ping is great.
Yeah.
There's this one where these 2 white trash white chicks are fighting in a bat, and I don't know, at night in an alley or something. And every time she hits this chick with the aluminum bat, it goes ping, and she is fucking her up, hitting her in the head with it, and like bones and elbows with it, and the lady keeps coming, ping. It's so good.
That's like a good audio feedback, like getting a headshot on Rust. It's like, I really like that. I'm gonna keep hitting this bitch.
Damn. I mean, so you think that's the only times you've seen? I feel like a baseball bat's a pretty natural weapon.
I think that movies and TV kind of make us think that, but anytime I see someone actually use one, they're so timid about using it. If you're gonna like have a fight with a club with an unarmed opponent, don't think that this is gonna be about you. Like, hey, stay away. I have a bat. If they want you, they're gonna keep coming. You're gonna have to club them. Like nobody seems willing to actually do the clubbing. They think that he'd never attack me. I have a bat. And the guy's like,
the problem
soon
is
I'll
like,
have that bat.
with the bat, like up close, like once they're in your personal space within arm's length, it's quite hard to swing. I think I'd rather go like a claw hammer, like because even if someone's on top of you,
if they wrap you up,
can still hit them. You can
still
hit them with a claw hammer. Like that's my go. Like I would go that like home defense without firearms in Australia, because if you shoot someone that comes into your house, they'll fucking freak out and charge you for murder. I'll go a claw hammer all day. Like I'm gonna claw hammer next to my bed. Like that motherfucker comes in. He's
St. Louis vibe to him. This guy.
Got a claw hammer under your bed. You should come here. This is like the Olympic, ground zero for hammer fights.
I was looking at the other
side.
But you can throw a hammer too. Like if you threw a hammer and hit someone in the face, that would fuck this shit up.
That's too risky, man. You're potentially giving your opponent a hammer.
No, I have a bag of hammers in this situation. Like, I can just keep throwing
I've
them.
got like a tactical vest with hammers like strapped all over it.
Yeah, a quiver of hammers.
Ball
Just
peen
a bandolier of hammers. And
One of those little,
Yeah,
one of those little rock chipping hammers like Andy Dufresne had. Like all.
Yeah,
of
that's for like beating up kids. Like if a kid comes, I hit him with the rock chipping hammer.
And he
Yeah.
fucked him up with that rock hammer. That would be a very easy thing to. Actually, no, the rock hammer is a tiny little thing. The claw hammer, you kill someone
what's
once.
your melee weapon of choice? You're about to have to fight 2 adult men. What's your
2? You guys only had to fight 1.
You get a melee weapon.
Oh.
No traditional like swords or spears. Okay, this is something that you're gonna have to like get in the day-to-day modern world.
I want something bladed so that they can't try and like grab it from me.
Day-to-day modern world implements. I don't even know where I'd find.
How about
a sword.
this? How about this? I do have something. It's one of those like long. It's almost like a halberd, but you use it to like saw down tree limbs.
Oh shit! It's got the
yeah,
rubber
and you
thing
like
on
pull
the end.
that rope and you can
that's
saw
that
it down.
dangerous? I know
That's
that thing. That's
unwieldy.
too long.
You're gonna scratch one guy up and then they're gonna kill you.
And it's only sharp on one side.
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay. Wait. Redo.
I got a thing, Kyle. So you said day-to-day weapon, right?
Yeah.
I have a knife in my pocket almost all the time. I have a knife in my pocket right now.
Yeah.
I think I could choose a knife under these rules.
I think knife is.
You can choose a knife.
I don't think I'd go knife because I would carry a weapon that I'm willing to do the time for. Knife is very easy to accidentally kill someone. A hammer, it's like I can just go for.
That's what
limbs.
makes
like,
knives so good.
Yeah, but I'm
You
fine.
can
Like,
accidentally kill one of these guys.
but I don't mind doing time for GBH, like grievous bodily harm. I don't give
You
a shit
have been
about that. But
kidnapped
I don't want
by
to
the
go down for murder.
Yakuza, Slush Puppy.
I
They're
like
baseball
leaning
bat.
on your internet fame for this broadcast, and they're making you fight 2 men to the death.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, no, I'll
We're
take a
not
knife
worried
all
about
day.
legal
Yeah,
consequences. You're
yeah.
you're
No, I'm
dead
going.
either
I'm
way.
going straight for the fucking jugular then.
Yeah.
I'll take a knife.
No.
What's
Knife-
something that
knife
you
I-
could swing quickly that's got some range?
Knife is the key. Knife is short.
What about
And
that like
you can
short
use it.
staff that
Knife's
was it
good.
Donatello? Did he have the staff?
Oh yeah.
A quarter staff. I mean, if I'm using that, I may as well just like use a shovel. Like a
shovel
shovel's
is a
gonna
terrible weapon.
better than a quarter staff. I feel like
No way. I can't.
I'm not
swing-
trained in either, so I'd like the shovel.
Yeah, but I can swing the fuck out of a quarter staff, but a shovel's so unwieldy when it hits, it's gonna twist
Yeah.
my wrist if I don't hit flat on. And I
Okay,
can take
well-
a shovel blast. I don't know. It's just flat sheet metal.
Okay, well, what is a longer ranged weapon that you could find in most people's garage that you think would be better than a shovel?
I mean,
A nail gun.
I think an axe handle is probably your best bet. I remember there's a scene in there's this Clint Eastwood movie called it's not High Plains Drifter. Doesn't matter, but he beats the shit out of like 5 guys with an axe handle, and then he has this line where he looks at it and says, "Nothing like a good piece of hickory," and it's really cool.
That is pretty cool.
Look at those the barbed wire based
Pale Rider
seems really strong.
We had
Oh yeah.
my brother had a katana when we lived in the city, and we had a guy break into our house once, and he came burning out of his room with the katana. And I've never seen a guy shit himself so fast. Like, this motherfucker ran. He was so fucking afraid of dying. It was fucking awesome. He's just
All
goes
right,
out like,
Baby.
oh,
All right.
fucking yeah.
if I have to let's just say that we're about to do battle and this lot is sitting on the table, you get first pick, but he's going second. What do you
Oh
choose?
fuck! And it's still 2-on-1.
It's 1-on-1 because he's.
I think I'll take the machete. Millions of African
okay, the
tribes have
machete.
proven the effectiveness of it.
But if you're going machete,
katana
then you
seems like
gotta
a
go
better
katana.
machete. Like, how is the katana outdone by the machete?
Yeah, it's a little bit unwieldy. Like if they grab me and get me on the ground, and I'm like
You
holding
haven't
a
been
katana.
studying the blade.
Yeah.
I haven't been
I don't-
studying the blade.
I live the way of the blade. And
If the other guy has a melee weapon, I kind of like the shovel because I have a ranged melee weapon.
but here's
those
the thing.
giant
Let's
wrenches
say
are too heavy.
you do one of these, right? You're doing the big swing. I will purposefully step in and take that to the side of the head if it means I get to step in and stab you with a katana.
I don't hold real quick. You lose. Like you take a shovel to the
I'm
side of the
unconscious
head.
and he's been
you're
skewered.
No, you're unconscious, imagining a victory, but you're being decapitated by the top of a shovel because Woody
Step
goes,
on the
I can't believe this fucker picked a claw hammer.
I would just go with katana. I think I have to go.
You're going
katana.
katana.
Now,
Too.
at first, when I looked,
Katana's a good weapon.
Somehow I overlooked the katana. Now, the downside of the katana is
It's
I don't
not
know,
a household item.
none of us know how to use a fucking katana,
Speak
and
for
if you
yourself.
swing a katana wrong, it just breaks. So like maybe
I think even if you hit someone with the blunt end of it and it turned in your hand, it would still fuck them up. Like if it's sharp, like
I don't.
Yeah.
I think.
But the thing is,
we
he has one of
played
these
with
other
them,
weapons, and it's really easy, I think, to use something like that thing on the far right, that bashing implement. Like if you're strong, like big, wide, sweeping swings, or maybe just pokes, like jabs with it, would be so scary.
Yeah,
But you
you
can
have to
poke him
like
with
be
the
like a
katana,
boss
like-
in a video game where you're just going.
This is my move set. I'm about to do my next move now.
I don't
Yeah.
know. I like the Gurkha knife too. That could be interesting. But
What's
the claw
Gurkha
hammer,
knife?
that's the one
The bad
below
one?
the battle axe. That's kind of has an angular blade to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that again seems
Nobody's
like a worse
going wrench
version.
though, right? Large or small.
Nah,
No,
that's
no
too
one's going
fucking
wrench.
heavy.
Those
Get
are
outta
really
here.
fucking heavy.
Yeah.
The,
yeah.
the
Large
baseball
wrench
bat?
struck me as a dangerous range weapon. I just don't know why it would be better than the barbed wire baseball bat.
Yeah, the barbed wire baseball bat would be scary.
I like
don't
the
know.
barbed
I think
wire in that
barbed
I feel
wire-
like you're less inclined to grab the head of it and take it from me.
Yeah.
Or
Mhm.
That's why you put a sock on it. If they grab it, then they
Ooh,
they
a
slip off.
sock on it.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm
That's
dealing
the
with an
thing.
experienced baseball bat fighter.
or
How
dog
many socks
fucker.
do you bring?
I'd say, the other day in Brisbane over here, some dude got talking about melee fights with weapons. Some guy got in a fight with another guy at a mall and copped the knife like directly in the jugular. And there's someone was filming this on their phone. There's like a high res video of it's like a group of like 3 dudes versus 2 dudes or something. And this dude like steps forward and he jabs out with the knife and he cops him just like straight in the throat. And it's the most brutal fucking shit I've ever seen. Like literally instantly just spraying blood out of his fucking throat. And it takes him about 5 seconds and he just collapses. He just like
He's dead.
falls to the floor. Yeah, I mean, you probably don't want to watch the video on here because it's pretty fucked up. But yeah,
I don't want to watch
like,
it at all. That stuff bums me out.
It surprised me how quickly someone dies once they're stabbed in the jugular. I did not expect someone to fall over within like it was max 10 seconds and he was done.
What a
That is
horrible
great.
10 seconds.
Yeah, you can say he like it sprays out of him like instantly, and then he clutched his throat, and then he just looks really confused, and then he takes his hand off, and then it just sprays out again, and then he just goes down. Like it's insane.
I watched
up.
one of those Ukrainian drones drop a mortar into the hatch of a Russian tank that was open.
Oh yeah, I saw
from
that.
way up. It's like it's wobbling as it goes, and it goes in a porthole that can't be bigger. It's like enough to get your head up through and look around, and
It's
it
like the
goes
size
in
of a
and it
womp
fucking
rat.
explodes. It's the size of a womp rat. I hate. Why do you know that reference?
I don't know. I like the Family Guy episode about Star Wars. That's why I know
okay.
the
Okay.
reference.
That's fair. That's fair. Wait, what was that movie? I still haven't watched Crimes of the Future. I did. I talked the other day about Everything Everywhere All at Once and how great that was, and I still want to recommend that.
I thought
to
it was
anybody.
good. Yeah, I
Hutch
watched
was
it. I liked it.
totally right. Amazing movie, super cool premise. It borrows
What's
a
it
lot
called?
from Everything Everywhere All at Once. It
Yeah,
has
it was
the
good.
lady from Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, if you remember that, Jim.
I do.
And it also has. You remember Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom when he's got that little Asian kid with him, little jet. Dr. Jones, Dr. Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That kid grew up and became a good actor, so he's in it too.
And his name's Gong Gong in the movie.
His name's Gong Gong.
Short
No,
round,
it's not. That's
Gong
the
Gong.
grandpa. No, that the Gong
that's the
Gong
grandpa. Yeah.
is the grandpa who is played by that actor who's like been in everything, going all the way back in my memory to Big Trouble in Little China, which is another great fucking movie.
Yeah.
No, I liked it a lot. I cried a couple times, but that's me. I cry at stuff in movies, and it wasn't because it was sad. It was because it was fucking cool. It was like a triumphant moment. It was really cool.
Was
The
it that triumphant that it brought tears?
It brought
That's
tears to
amazing.
my eyes. And like I'll give a small spoiler, like the basic premise basically of the movie, like nothing that's gonna happen. But essentially there's a multiverse situation, and this lady is able to tap into the other versions of herself that exist in all those other infinite Earths universes and like download their knowledge. So if in one reality she became like an MMA fighter, she's able to download that ability, and now she can fight. Or if she needs to, like, any ability that any of her other selves may have learned to do. So that makes for some cool shit. Lots of kung fu fighting and I don't know, weird visuals. I would suggest watching it stoned.
I did. It was great.
Every movie is better stoned. That's what I miss that about smoking weed all the time, is the television just sucks ass now. Like,
sometimes you get so high, like the movie is not as good. I remember I got
but then you just watch it again. It's like
blasted, absolutely blasted at Django Unchained in like 2000. So I guess I was in college, and like I went, and I remember going with buddies, and we've been like having a good time all day drinking, and then we smoked a bunch of weed right in the parking lot before we went in. And I remember like going in and watching it, and I remember leaving with them at the end and like thinking about the movie the next day. And I just kept thinking about the one part where they get to the plantation and DiCaprio's being all funny and like ridiculous up there in his white suit. And then a couple weeks later, I went back to see it again, and I realized I didn't remember a moment of the movie after that, because that's 20 minutes in. So I watched a 2.5 hour movie, thought I remembered all of it, and it wasn't until I went back in. I'm like, damn, this like got pretty real. Like after the setup, things get moving. But yeah, sometimes you need to not smoke too much. You'll just too out of it.
I have been so high,
but then you get to watch it again.
Fair.
I've been meaning to watch Mandy again, really high. I've got a friend who's never seen it, so I want to watch it with them. And it's that's one that I think you need to be high to watch because of all the colors and the music and all. And that's so fucking weird when it goes animated.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
One movie that we always used to watch when we were high, but we'd wait until we were like giga stoned, like couldn't even like fucking. You had to like actively concentrate on breathing. Is it's called Holy Mountain, and it's the most fucked up visual movie I've ever seen. But it's like this really old like art house like fucked up shit, and we would always watch it when we were like so fucked that you couldn't actually like. Most of the time you couldn't actually get through it. So we had like a good 10 runs of watching this movie. And every time you'd be like, oh, now I'm enjoying a different movie. It was the same fucking movie, but I've watched it 10 times. I can't tell you fucking fuck all about it. But it was great.
But it's just every time you watch it, it's a new experience because you were so out of your mind previously.
It was just like our tradition when we got to the point of the night where everyone was just so fucked that we couldn't talk anymore or play Xbox anymore. We'd be like, yeah, let's just watch Holy Mountain again.
I'll check that out. The 1973 version.
Yeah. It's a weird ass movie. There's this one scene where it like pans across like these big like Aztec pyramids, and then there's a bunch of like iguanas dressed in like fucking Mohican headdresses, except like real life iguanas, and it's like a scale model of Aztec temples, and then they just release like hundreds of cane toads dressed as like Spanish conquistadors, and they start like killing the iguanas. It's fucking weird, man. Like is
there a plot?
Oh, fuck knows. I couldn't possibly tell you.
No I couldn't possibly tell you if there was a plot to the movie. Nah,
it's just fucked up. Like, it's just a lot of shit that's going on. Like,
that's so funny. Yeah. There are some movies like that where you just you watch it too high and it's like a fresh experience. Speaking of getting high, we're going to hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors right now. Ooh. This episode of PKA is brought to you by BetterHelp. This episode of PKA is brought to you by today's sponsor, BetterHelp. So let's hear a little about their service. Life is full of twists and turns, and it's important for you to show up for yourself through it all. Mental and dental, gotta take care of it all. We're very serious about everyone taking care of their physical health here on PKA and maintaining a healthy physique, but mental health is just as important, and you need to work to keep your mind in shape as well as your body. Start getting in the mental reps with the help of a professional over at BetterHelp. BetterHelp is not a crisis line. It's not self-help. It's professional therapy done securely online, available to people all over the world. It's super simple, so you can log into your account anytime and send a message to your therapist. And with ease, you're able to schedule weekly video or phone sessions. Video is not a requirement, by the way. Do what you're comfortable with and take advantage of professional help being only a few clicks away. Invest in your mental well-being now and get started with our partner, BetterHelp. They've got a special deal for our listeners, saving 10% off your first month over at betterhelp.com/PKA. That's 10% off your first month of online therapy over at betterhelp.com/PKA. So support yourself today by heading over there right now and signing up for your first month. Once again, that's 10% off your first month of online therapy over at BetterHelp.com/PKA. So if that is something that is interesting to you and you think you'd like to talk to someone, go ahead and give it a try.
Yeah, mental health's important. You know, if you're feeling bad, go talk to somebody and use that code.
Very important. Take care of yourself.
Yeah, don't just crash your motorcycle. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
Don't just shatter your leg with increasingly riskier behaviors because you can't get that hit, that adrenaline hit anymore unless you take risks.
Take it from me.
What if what if Woody, like, we didn't know it, but Woody keeps hurting himself like this on purpose because he likes being taken care of and like coddled. Maybe Jackie is like the best ever at, like, she's like the best nurse and like super nurturing, and he's gotten addicted to that, right? But like he got hurt once accidentally, and now he just has to get these increasingly risky and riskier hobbies. Woody needs to call these people and talk about, is there this mental illness he has where he keeps injuring himself to elicit love from his wife?
It's actually not like that at all. I don't like to impose on her. So I bundle up all my requests into one, and it's like, all right, I need watermelon, I need whatever, the Motrin, and my water's empty.
And head. Yeah.
My foot hurts, so suck my dick. Yeah.
This episode also brought to you by Blue Chew. Spring has finally come, so let's help you do the same. That's right. This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, confidence can take you far in life. It can also help in the bedroom, especially when it comes time to step up to the plate. That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at bluechew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part? It's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. It says custom medicine. So if you could benefit from extra confidence when it's time to perform, Blue Chew can help. Also, we got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's bluechew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit bluechew.com for more details and important safety information. And we flagellate ourselves in thanks for Blue Chew sponsoring the podcast. Thank you so much. I've been pulling my nails out in thanks. So,
you've been wondering what it's like. Even wondering what your dick is like when it's turbocharged. Go find out.
Find out what it's like on your best day. BlueChew.com. PKA is the code. This episode also brought to you by a couple of very fan favorite sponsors that people have exploded. Death by Gummy Bears and Wonky Weeds. Are you or a loved one sick of mediocre or even bad THC alternatives? I know I am. Well, we've got great news for you. DeathByGummyBears.com and WonkyWeeds.com have you covered. Death by Gummy Bears and Wonky Weeds were founded by a group of passionate professionals who were sick and tired of low-quality Delta-8 products that are spray-coated and very often incorrectly dosed. That's why DeathByGummyBears.com and WonkyWeeds.com had the boys in the lab cook up high-quality, powerful Delta-8 products that are accurately dosed and actually taste great. Looking for a super strong 100 milligram Delta-8 gummy that will put you on your fucking ass? Then DeathByGummyBears.com is for you. Looking for more of a mellow, relaxing high? Then the cartridges, disposables, pre-rolls, and distillates you're looking for are at WonkyWeeds.com. So whether you're trying to get absolutely shithoused or just a nice, relaxing night at home, we've got the Delta-8 product just for you. With so many satisfied customers all around the USA, American-based WonkyWeeds.com and DeathByGummyBears.com serves all states where hemp-derived THC is legal. So whether you're a current THC enjoyer or just interested in trying something new, go to WonkyWeeds.com or DeathByGummyBears.com and use code PKA20 for 20% off. Big deal. PKA20, 20% off your order. Once again, that's WonkyWeeds.com or DeathByGummyBears.com, code PKA20 for 20% off your order. We've said it before, we'll say it again, because I keep getting people messaging me saying that they took like a whole one of the gummies from Death by Gummy Bears. It's fucking powerful. It's strong. If you have a tolerance for Delta-8, marijuana, whatever, what have you, I'm not going to tell you what to do. You're smart enough. You can handle this. If you are someone who's a little more intimidated by that, as I'm sure most of you are, the carts over at wonkyweeds.com are the way to go for you. Much gentler, much easier to manage.
There are wonky weed edibles too.
There are Wonky Weed edibles as well. They have much more low dose edibles over at Wonky Weeds if that's still your grind, your jam. And they also have these edibles over at Wonky Weeds, the syrup. So this shit, just don't pour fucking too much, guys. Like, it's pretty strong. And also, don't make a mixed drink out of it. It does not taste good. You're going to taste the drugs immediately. So yeah, if you're trying to enjoy some nice Delta 8 products, some THCO products, all of that, give it a go. If you're trying something new, just start with one of the Delta 8 carts, just Northern Lights or Bubba. I like the Northern Lights flavor more. So check those out. Code PKA20.
I want to jump in on that. And I'm the rookie who does this shit like once a month. And I feel like that's a perspective that might help other people in my position. When I first heard like, oh, Wonky Weed, it's gentle and has lower doses, I'm like, why would you want that one? Why wouldn't you just take a fucking smell of the Death by Gummies and get high? When, you know, why would you take a... No, now I get it. Like, oh yeah, like maybe you don't want to get wrecked and get so fucking high. Like there's a place for the Wonky Weeds, and I think that's where I belong. So yeah,
that's where most people are going to be.
Sometimes you know, be functional.
Yeah,
sometimes you don't.
These are great. Just they're very high quality, very potent though. So one container is going to last you a fucking while, or if you get that. Yeah, and yeah, just because I know my way around the THC products. I accidentally got a little too high a few nights ago because I had a little more of the juice here, this stuff than I thought I did, foolishly being like, I'm gonna take it. And I was in the middle of like explaining to my wife how to play Lord of the Rings cards because I found those in my basement and wanted to play with her. And like as I'm like assigning a minion, it goes and like it hits me, that wave of high. And I remember like having just assigned 2 orcs to fight my fellowship in the game and just being like totally confused about what was happening. And she like asked me for a rule clarification, and it took me a couple seconds to be like, oh yeah. But so be careful, folks. It's strong stuff. Anyway, those are all the ads. Check them out. Other than, of course, Lock and Load. Start coming like a man. Code Jizz, 10% off, or code PKA. Code PKA or code Jizz. Check out Lock and Load. These are still selling like hotcakes, folks. Don't be left behind. All right.
Taking my Lock and Load on camera. Story this week.
Taking your Lock and Load on camera? Hell yeah.
He always does. I like it.
I think I should bring water. It's a bit of a challenge to take 5 pills.
Chew them like a man.
No, don't chew them. They're gross.
All right, I did it. I took all 5.
That's what you want. You want that flavor of powdered zinc.
Just right in your mouth. Suppositories, Woody.
Oh, trust me, I'm way ahead of you.
I saw a really awful story today. I don't even need to read it. I remember it was like 70-year-old man comes home to find his wife killed by family dog. Like, this guy comes home and his wife is being drugged through the backyard dead by their son's pit bull. It has murdered her. It has mutilated her body severely. And then the police show up and the dog attacks them, so they have to kill it. And then the article went on to say that the reason the pit bull was at their house was because the son died 2 weeks prior in a motorcycle crash. So it's been a rough week for that family, you could say. And when I read that this morning, like I was having my coffee and I was like, things are going great here compared to there. Holy fucking shit.
Yeah. Things are going great here compared to there.
Things are going great everywhere compared to there. There's people in Ukraine right now. Like, at least my mother wasn't eaten by a dog.
Did you hear that story from America about the pit bull? Pretty fucked. Bang, bang, bang.
We should send them support.
Yeah.
I wonder we can send them.
They're donating to that poor man.
Can we send them law missiles for dogs?
Dude, javelin, some fucking hellhound. Like, all pit bulls should be javelined. That should be like. Yeah.
That's rough, man. That's a rough one.
Do you guys know any nice pit bulls? I have known nice.
I've seen
not
them.
For a long time, but like I've met nice pit bulls who would just usually female and absolutely loving dogs. And it made me like, I wonder, like a dog only has to be fucking crazy for 3 minutes for it to be a problem.
Mhm. 30 seconds for a pit bull.
Yeah. And I just like these people that have these loving, sweet, wonderful pit bulls. Don't you worry? Don't you worry that it's going to go bananas?
Did
I swear it's all in the
did I
They'll
see
be like, it's how you raise the dog. It's like, really? Because that dog that was bred for generations to point at birds just does it. Like,
did I
like
say
that one that
last-
wants to dig, it just digs. It's like instinctual now. Yours is one that wants
like
to
my
fight.
dog is made to dig. They're apparently bred to dig in and kill badgers, and that fucker just
Dachshunds.
ruined my garden.
the
Yeah.
Badger Hound? Did I?
Those are cute little dogs.
Oh, what was the other thing about pit bulls I was going to say?
Did it kill someone else? That other than that poor little girl?
I mean, probably. It wasn't a little girl. It was a 70-year-old woman. It was like an old lady.
Oh, I thought you said 7.
No, 70. It was like a 70-year-old couple. Their son had been
The
killed
dog
in a
was
motorcycle crash. You thought a
Okay.
7-year?
I thought the dog killed a 7-year-old.
It killed an old lady, unfortunately.
That is. It's,
Did I
that's
say the
less
thing
tragic.
on here last week?
It
Yeah.
is. Yeah,
That
that's-
dog knocked tens of months off her life.
It would have been.
Oh,
Yeah.
come on, she was spry.
Not
She
enough.
was on heroin anyway. Fuck her.
Callback. I like
I don't know if
I
I,
mean, she
said
clearly
it.
wasn't very spry.
I don't know if I said it on here or not last week or the week before or not, but I had this like thought that came to me that black guys with pit bulls are like rednecks with big trucks. Did I say that
yeah,
on here?
you did say that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally. Because
You think so?
I think that guy's got something to prove, right? Like what do you need that big fucking scary ass dog for? Like you're compensating for something. There's a black guy that
I
walks
feel
his
like
dog.
Kyle had an idea that's
I-
maybe
I
not
did.
as brilliant as he thinks. Like,
Oh, it's
guys,
so brilliant.
hear me out.
Oh, it's so brilliant.
no, I'm
Dogs are
in.
like trucks.
No, it absolutely is. These guys,
Living
he's the same little dick redneck who's like, I'm gonna get a big truck. My boys are gonna be impressed. It's the same thing as the black guy who's like, yeah, look how big his fucking head is. Look at it. He could kill a kid in like a second. Like that even. If I look away for a moment, your kid's gonna be dead. That's how cool I am.
Yeah,
like-
he'll be a pile of viscera.
It's got a Hemi. Like it's the same shit. It's the same shit. That guy's not hard at all. There's a black guy in my neighborhood. Maybe I mentioned this last week too, but I saw him again walking this little toy like schnauzer thingy, like a little yappy girl dog. It's had a pink ribbon in its hair, and the hair was
Aw.
like stuck up. I swear to God, it's got pink boots, and it walks kind of cute because of the boots.
That is
Like it picks its
adorable.
feet up.
Yeah,
that
it
guy's
is bad.
hard as fucking nails.
Oh hell yeah!
I got a guy who's hard.
He's
as
not
nails. So
compensating for anything.
I have a black friend. He's jacked, so strong, like stronger than any of us. Like he was a professional football player, just
Oh my
super
God.
jacked. And he had a pit bull. And a guy's like, hey, I see you got a pit bull. You want to fight pit bulls? And he's a dog lover. And he's like, no, but maybe you and I should fight, huh? Maybe you and I should. Are you the kind of guy that fights dogs? Because I'm the kind of guy that fights people. Let's fight. That guy's badass too.
I like that. Yeah. No. And look, that's the kind of guy who could probably control one of those things. What I really hate is when I see like someone who's not physically capable of reining that dog in. I was walking to get pizza. I don't know. It's been 3 months ago or something like that, walking from an apartment like to a pizza place nearby. And some guy has this terrifying pit bull. If he let go of the leash, he'd kill me. That's what the situation was. The dog was like, "Arr, arr, 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 arr," because I walked by,
Mhm.
and its head is 30% of its fucking mass. It's so goddamn big. It looks like that enemy from fucking Doom. That's just a mouth.
Yeah.
And
As Anthony Cumia says, that steam shovel jaw that
Yeah.
pit bulls have.
yeah, I fucking
Yeah.
hate them. I hate their fucking docked ears. I hate those big wide jowls.
They're fucking ugly.
I hate those eyes. On Reddit, there's like two groups. There's the people who call them velvet hippos and the people who call them shit bulls.
Wait, they think velvet hippo is complimentary?
Yeah, that's what they
What
call
a bunch
pit
of
bulls.
retards.
They call them velvet hippos. I think it's a subreddit.
They know
Velvet
hippos are dangerous, right? It's like tongue in cheek, making fun of people who like are like,
No,
no,
I think that they just think they're big, cute, smooth, gray things. But no, I don't. I think you should have to have a license to get one, and I don't think felons should be allowed to have a pit bull, and that's coming from a felon.
That's how we know to take it serious.
They shouldn't let me have one.
No.
My friend has a massive Rottweiler.
Deadly weapon.
That's my friend's got a massive Rottweiler, and people just avoid him like when they're walking their dog and it is the nicest fucking dog. Like it plays with my dog. You've seen my dog. He's tiny, and he just runs around and plays all day. Never had a violent moment. But people like cross the road when they're walking their dog near him because they're just terrified of it. They're like,
oh yeah, I do that with my little dogs. Like if they're around and there's like a pit bull or like some big, German Shepherd or something, just any like dog that's like a little more aggressive, I'll just eat them, pull them to the side. Yeah, because it's like I would really prefer that person be like, oh, they don't know that Trixie's a sweetie and it's got like a fucking kid's fingernail in its teeth. But in reality, it's like I'd rather you be offended. I'm not. All it takes is that dog snapping for 2/10 of a second.
They'll crush your little dog.
And Teddy is dead. Like that's all it would take, and it's not worth the risk.
One thing that I hate when I'm walking my dog is people that have their dog and they don't have recall on their dog. If their dog's really nice, they're just like, oh, it's fine. He can walk off the leash. But if they won't come back, like if I'm walking a dog that's dangerous and that dog just runs up, yeah, fine, that dog's not on a leash, but my dog might be dangerous to other dogs. Yeah. Like if they can't recall it, that dog's fucked. And then that's apparently my dog's fault. Like, but it's not gonna happen with my dog because he's like a fucking football. But it's it could happen if you have a bigger dog. So it's
And I love pretty much all dogs.
Trust me, we don't walk them. So
nope.
You just let them run around in fucking 10-acre yard.
We have an electric fence, and they know exactly what's up now, so they go out there and gallop. They move, but I was just joking. But we don't walk them. They never leave the property.
I was like, I don't know why. I guess I was in the mood to like read something depressing, but I started reading about like the animals with the lowest lifespans, and the Burmese mountain dog only lives to like 5.5. And that made me sad. But then I got more into it and I was like, well, what's the shortest living thing ever from like birth to death? It's a mayfly. Wow. And they don't even evolve. Like, apparently they're like the oldest species out there. So their approach to like
rapid
propagating the species is working very well. But they live less than 24 hours, their entire lifespan. And they're not evolved with mouths because they don't live long enough to need food or water. Like they just live, everything they need's already inside, like a plug and play thing, and then they just die.
They're one use.
How do they get extra energy to make like?
They don't need enough.
They don't. They're only alive for a day.
They've got enough to fucking die.
They've got just enough energy to die.
Wait, what do they lay eggs? Wait, sure.
I guess so. I didn't read the whole article.
Yeah.
You have any other questions about the headline?
Yeah, like how they get more
flies.
They have to eat. So they have to absorb some kind of energy to be able to make more fucking eggs.
They're part plants.
No mouth, nothing.
Maybe.
Yeah, they got no mouth.
What's the
oldest living organism? Like a rock lobster?
Apparently, the oldest vertebrate is the Greenland shark. Right?
I could have told you that one. Yeah, those things live for like hundreds and hundreds of years, like 400 or 500 years. Some of them,
something like that. They're
what do you think the oldest animal is? I'm sorry.
Currently,
the oldest thing.
The oldest or the biggest?
In my head, they're the same, but I'm listening to what you have to say.
Well, there's that growth of
fungus forest.
There's that growth of fungus in that forest up in the northwest. That's gargantuan, right? And it's a living thing. And I'm sure there's a tree somewhere.
Tree is what I thought was the oldest, the giant sequoias.
I bet you're right.
But
there's some old trees.
But now I don't know how to measure the weight of your tree.
Yeah, the fungi wins for largest and heaviest.
Okay.
In Eastern California, they have a tree that's almost 5,000 years old, apparently.
Sick. I'm surprised some piece of shit hasn't done anything to it, because that often happens when there's a tree that old. Some scumbag wants to fuck it up for some reason.
Damn, USA dominating the oldest tree rankings globally.
Is it all in that same area, like the sequoias?
Pretty much all Sierra Nevada, California.
I've never been and seen that. I want to.
USA got some good stuff. Like as an American, you assume that like the Alps are the coolest mountain range. Maybe this happens to me, right? And you assume that like New Zealand has the greatest fields, and you assume that like this other places where all the cool shit happens. Actually, our high deserts are pretty neat. The Rocky Mountains, quality range. Grand Canyon, I don't think anyone else has anything like it. Like we've got some good stuff here too.
Yeah. I think the Rocky Mountains are pretty lame. I think they're kind of. I've heard them described as like brown mud mountains. I don't think they look as cool as like the Himalayas and stuff. It's all those gigantic rock peaks that just go on forever. I don't know.
Maybe I think of like the white birch trees or
White.
aspen trees or something in the
Okay.
Rocky Mountains. They're like, you would think that Earth didn't offer this. White trees everywhere. Like, this is really cool.
Yeah.
Rocky Mountain has
Yeah.
really great fresh water running. Like, it's got some good stuff.
It's true. No, I like it here.
Remarkable mountain range in New Zealand is pretty tops. That's like a
is it?
classic. Like,
Is that where
good-looking
Mordor
mountain
is?
range. It was a lot of like the background shit for like the not Mordor, but I mean Mordor was filmed there. I think it's like a specific mountain, but there's like this was like the background when they're crossing over the top of Moria, like that kind of stuff. That's like all the background stuff for that, and that's like one of those classic mountain ranges where it's like that's fucking mountain. And it looks like really nice. That's that one's pretty fucking beautiful. Like you look at that
quality mountain range.
Man, I want to watch Lord of the Rings again.
I want to walk across that mountain.
You think so?
Yeah, with the ring. See that peak right in the middle? That looks like where Frodo dropped the ring.
That's where you would get to.
Yeah.
Except then it would be like with Legolas on his light foot, and then Gandalf would be asking Frodo like, "Let the ring bearer decide." And then Frodo's like, "We will go through the mines," and then they go through. Man, what a great! I'm gonna watch that like right after this.
Do you like that movie?
Love it, absolutely love it. You know what I found when I was
Don't you
going through
dare
all that shit
fucking disparage Lord of the Rings.
I'm not about to. I love it, but like I when I was searching for shit downstairs, I played the trading card game. I've got them in there. I'm a loser, and like I've got all those cards and everything. But Lord of the Rings, I found all my extended edition DVDs in storage, so I pulled those out. I thought I'd lost those years ago, so that was quite the find.
I've still got them. They're right behind me over there.
Nice. You got a bunch of good stuff behind you. Is that the flag?
Yep.
Is that the boot flag?
The Australian flag from The Simpsons. So it's sort of hanging off. When it hangs off, it has like the stars on it. People keep telling me it looks like the Kosovo flag with like an arse on it. I'm like, yeah, I'm making fun of Kosovo. But I mean, there's Gollum and fucking Schmeagol there, and
Gandalf on
there's Urukai over there, and then a map of Middle Earth. And so I'm obsessed with Lord. I fucking love that shit.
Need to hang out.
Massive nerd. I'm fucking obviously watch Lord of the Rings, man.
Just a couple of big head boys that want to talk about Lord of the Rings.
When I went to New Zealand, I talked to my wife and I'm like, I want to go to New Zealand. She's like, yeah, okay. So we drove from like the top of New Zealand up at whatever the fuck it's called, and then down all the way to the bottom to Queenstown. And we did a road trip, but we basically just planned the entire thing around Lord of the Rings shit. So like up the top, you've got like Hobbiton and stuff like that. And then we went from basically like all across the country, just looking at Lord of the Rings filming locations. And so we had this guidebook and we're like, yeah, we'll use this guidebook. We went to places where they were like, you should go here. And I'm like, oh yeah, this is where a thing happened. And then I was walking past a rock and I'm like, oh, this is where Sam and Frodo, when they go into Mordor and they're hiding and they're dressed in the orc armor, are sitting. And my wife's like, that's not in the guidebook. And I like open up the scene in the fucking movie and I hold it up and I'm like, there, it's right fucking there. And I'm like, I know more than the fucking guidebook.
and of course, that was like, so you found like Minas Morgul where they climb up before they get to Shelob's lair. Okay.
Yeah,
wow. That guy didn't know his shit at all.
No, I fucked that guy up. I'm way smarter than that.
Guidebook author.
Fucking idiot. Man, that would be so much. Is Hobbiton, did they upkeep it still?
Oh,
or
it's
is it all
fucking immaculate.
That's awesome.
It's so, it's like, it looks exactly the same as it did in the movies.
There's nothing else like that. There's like you can't go and visit the town from Back to the Future. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's so cool that it's become
You can go there and have like lunch at the Green Dragon. Like we went there and had like drank pints and ate lunch at the Green Dragon. And you can go there.
Hogwarts.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you can see. I've been to Hogwarts as well. My wife loves fucking Harry Potter, so I've been to that. But the Hobbiton is way better than those. Like you can go there on Christmas Day and have Christmas lunch at Hobbiton.
That's sick. That's awesome. And they have the Green Dragon right there. You can go in.
Yeah.
That's so
they even have like their own beer that they brew. I've got a bottle of it sitting over there. I've drank it, but it's like we have like a Green Dragon beer.
That would be like the coolest version of like what would be like. That's what I would want Disneyland to be. Just a Lord of the Rings themed, and you're just going to like, and they've kept up with like all the cities. And so it's like, here's the set from Osgiliath and Minas Tirith and fucking all these other places. That would be so neat.
So a lot of the stuff they took away. So they're like, yeah, we'll build this and then like take it away. But yeah, the Hobbiton is like a full tourist attraction. Like there's shitloads of cool stuff on it. So yeah, I like it.
Such good movies. I need to watch another fantasy movie and get into it. I liked Dune enough. I'll watch I'm in for the Dune series. I liked it. It titillated me. I didn't, there was some stuff that it remains to be seen. But
you enjoyed the shots of spaceships and landscapes.
I liked how big those imaginary ships were.
It was a bit like it was more like every shot in that film was just like a really thought out like artwork, but then it's like, can we get some story? Like there was most of it was just like a visual aid.
I liked it. It's part 1 of book 1. I like it.
Yeah.
It took someone, it might have been Harley, to explain to me what I was supposed to get from these scenes. Like, I was bored, and I'm like, why does it take 90 seconds to do a scrolling unveiling of some ship? All right. And he's like, no. You're supposed to understand, like, these are the limitations in the tech, and this is where the tech has evolved to. This is this family's position of authority and power and wealth. And right, I get it. I guess you were supposed to infer a lot from these unspoken landscapes.
I think that, like, the books are just almost impossible to transfer into a movie. Like if you've ever read the books, like most of it is like in a dialogue, like a monologue running in someone's head. Like I'll be having a conversation and it'll be like, I can tell by the way Woody's eye is twitching that he's a fucking master assassin or some shit. That's like, it's all this fucking bullshit that they're talking about in their heads, which is fucking impossible to put into a movie. So
it's weird. That's why you have those moments where like Paul will be like, I mustn't move. If I move, I will die. The fear, like they have these like little inner monologues that you get to hear spoken, like narrated by the author. I'm talking about the old movie, the OG one. I like that one. I'm like the only person I think who enjoys.
Yeah. Oh no, I love that one.
Fucking Sting in that cod piece in it, bro.
Yeah, fucking Picard in it as well.
When like the Baron pulls that heart plug out of his like femboy, that was so fucking weird. That whole movie's great.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that movie. I understand that it was like a flop at the box office, but I kind of enjoyed it. It was like the biggest movie failure ever. I think at the time it had like the biggest budget that's ever been used for a Hollywood film. It's disowned
by its director, like it's a whole thing.
And then
are we talking about John Carpenter?
Lynch,
I got lost.
No, David Lynch, wasn't it?
Yeah,
the first Dune movie was that?
Yeah.
Huh.
The old one, the old one with Sting, and
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Patrick Stewart's in it. He's got a decent amount of hair in there. He's got the role of that what's Momoa has in the new film, the like badass like trainer guy. Yeah.
They cast Stewart for that.
Yeah, this is OG Stewart. This is like an 85 Stewart. He's a big, powerful man.
Yeah. Stewart at 85 is so powerful.
I mean, 1985.
I'm making fun of his age. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. I like that.
It had a pretty good cast, like a pretty all-star cast. Like it's a massive budget. A $42 million budget, and it only made like 30 million at the box office.
I want to see Crimes of the Future. I'm just waiting on them to make it a $6 rental or whatever, because I refuse to pay $25 to rent a movie or buy it, whatever they're trying to make me do. Okay. That's that Viggo Mortensen movie in the future, the Cronenberg film where he's like, I don't know, like doing some horrific things to his body as some sort of performance art. It looks like it's going to be fun.
Where did you watch Everything Everywhere All at Once? You mentioned
Amazon,
you saw
I think.
It. Okay.
Yeah,
I think
I saw that it was there. It's a $5.
Probably, yeah.
I think it was $5.
Yeah, it's really
it was worth
good.
it. It was good. I liked it.
It might be 10 minutes too long, but I liked it a lot. It's fucking weird. I don't like.
You know what I noticed in the Dune movie, the new one, is like if you haven't read the books, you won't miss it. But like all of the shit in the Dune books is based on like Middle Eastern culture. So like when he talks about like waging a war on the Harkonnens and shit like that, he's like, yeah, we're gonna wage an eternal jihad in the name of the Atreides across the universe, and all of this shit. They just cut all of that out. I'm like, wow, that's like they Americanized the fuck out of that. Like,
I remember they mentioned a jihad in the first movie, the original movie.
Yeah. And they're just like, nah, we can't deal with this shit.
Never made that. Yeah, I don't think Western audiences want their the star of their film to be leading a jihad.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're just having.
We got a bad taste in our mouths about that. That word. I don't know why.
Yeah, let's really get to like this main character. At least he's running around yelling Allahu Akbar, and you're like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah. I like the idea. I don't know. I'm on board. I know. Like we're supposed to hate jihads and all that, but I'm open to it. Show me a good one.
Okay. I thought that the books are great, but it's like that was before. Like this was written ages ago, so it wasn't. It was before like 9/11 and shit like that. So like people didn't. I mean, people probably did, but
when I watch Star Wars, I totally associate the rebels with the Middle East. Like the little underpowered, scrappy upstarts going against the Empire and winning. Tell me that's not like, Afghanistan.
I sort of like, I see it as like the Nazis, like versus the Nazis sort of thing. Because like
the World Trade Center is the Death Star, is what you're saying.
So you're telling me
parallels.
Luke Skywalker is actually Osama bin Laden.
Yeah. He flew.
Tell me you don't see
whoever was flying that jet. That's Luke Skywalker.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
But you see it, right? It's
Han Solo. I'm not sure. Maybe both.
The Twin Towers were way bigger than one Pratt's, man. Like he didn't need to be as good as Luke Skywalker. He just got that shit.
That's true. Yeah. Instead of lightsabers, they had box cutters.
Yeah.
It all lines up.
You're doing a good job.
We got it.
You ran with it.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
The Force is Islam.
I always see them as Nazis because of like the way the
you do not want to look at my passport.
Do you need to learn how to land? Where we're going, we don't need to land.
That'll be Back to the Future.
Yeah. Oh shit! Yeah, wrong movie. Yeah.
Never forget.
Technically, we are remembering it. We're honoring those lost souls.
Yeah. I don't know about that. I wouldn't go that far.
Comedy is grief plus time.
Oh, I was going to ask you, did you damage your bike at all? Or is it like pretty decent?
It's pretty decent. For people that don't know, an adventure bike is kind of meant to be dropped. It's okay. I ended up ordering $140 worth of new plastic, which had an $80 piece I probably didn't need. But I don't know. There's a balance. Some of the scratches and stuff you see on an adventure bike is adventure bike patina. Look, if you don't have any scratches, you're a fucking pussy who doesn't actually go off road. If you don't fall, do some cooler shit. All right. But too many scratches, and you're a guy who doesn't maintain your bike. And I'm like, you know what?
You fall a lot. Yeah, I took the fenders off a long time ago.
I was like, I actually don't like this one scratch. I'm going to spend $80 on the plastic to make it new again.
Yeah.
Do you have like full bars on the side of it, like the guards?
So people do, but the bike that I have is different. Can you pull up a KTM 890 Adventure R, Zach? KTM 890 Adventure R. It's unique in that the gas tank is down low, and then there's like a factory skid plate around it. So it doesn't need it. The engine is surrounded by gas tank. It does so that the center of gravity is extra low, and it rides nice. I'm not sure it's super attractive, the low gas tank. Like you see it.
Yeah.
But the reason I don't need bars is that plastic thing in the bottom center forward is what would touch the ground instead of like most bikes where the engine might hit.
But if you had those, it would have held the bike up while it was crushing the fuck out of your ankle.
So your leg kind of goes behind that gas tank. Like there was a little space. My leg, do you see the circle right in like the middle center? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where my foot lived when it was getting twisted backwards and sliding under the bike.
That's rough.
What I should have
you go like outwards, so you leaned and then you put your toe into the ground and then it just dragged it backwards.
So the exact mechanism of injury was a little confusing. There was a lot going on at the same time, but I think that my toe was pointed inwards and backwards under the bike where that circle is in the middle center. Okay.
Usually, like you have like people when they fall, their toes pointing outwards, and then it sort of gets dragged like back around.
That's possible, but when I mentioned how I thought it happened I went to see an orthopedic surgeon today. He concurred. Like the injury I have is consistent with that, so it pointed inwards and backwards. So
Well, I'm glad you didn't get injured more severely.
didn't fuck it up more. Yeah, I could have had it surgical. I really do like propofol, but I don't like the hardware that lives in me afterwards for a long time.
Yeah, it's fair. You could go in, get the drugs, and then chicken out of the surgery at the last minute.
True.
Where were you this morning with these?
I mean, to
ideas?
call him up, tell him to change your mind. They, as soon as he's like fills the IV, go, you know what? I changed my mind. I'm backing out. Wait,
how much did this cost you? How much did this set you back?
Are we talking about like the whole price of the vacation or the injury or like what?
Well, not just the injury. So from injury beginning, like say if you had been further in, you would have had to get like a helicopter lift out or something like that.
So I would say the 2 plane tickets. I bought 2 first-class plane tickets to get me home. They weren't too bad, but I think they totaled like $1,200. Another $1,200-ish to ship the bike home. And medically, like I have really expensive insurance, and we already met our copay, so there's nothing there.
That's not too bad then.
Yeah,
because I know like medical stuff in America, it's like, hey, you broke your toe, time to go bankrupt.
Yeah. So because I pay like $30,000 a year in health insurance, it's free.
Yeah. You should fuck yourself up more often.
Well, you think I'm gonna waste it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Jesus. Yeah, well, I'm glad that all worked out then. It's a shame about the trip. So I gotta ask, when will you reattempt the trip?
Oh yeah, so I don't think I can ride the bike I can't ride the bike cool for like at least 8 weeks. I think that's when I'm like maybe free to get released. And that puts us into September, which starts impacting like which trip. Like I wanted to do something called the Northeast Backroad Discovery Route. It goes from New York to Maine. But dude, September might be chilly for that trip. So there's another one called the Kentucky Adventure Trail. Maybe I'll do that in September. And as far as getting out west again, I don't think this year.
I don't know about that one. You break your leg in Kentucky, you come home with a peg leg.
Really? You think I can get like an eye patch
have
too?
medical care. You end up with you end up with scurvy for sure. So.
They actually
you might get propofol. It'll just be bourbon.
Drink up, boy. It's gonna hurt. Well, I'm having some.
Sword your Lego.
Yeah. So those are the things I'm looking at. Some closer trails. I don't think the NEBDR might not be this year because it'll be chilly.
Yeah,
it's just a little cold.
I mean, there's so many trips though. Like, I bet there's a thing where you go fucking down all the way to the end of Florida, and like, what if you rode the southern seaboard? Is there anything like that? Like, you stick to the beach and go all the way around.
So there's something called the SCAR, the South Carolina Adventure Route.
Okay.
But generally, you want to hit the mountains. That's where the fun is. And some of the places you're describing, like Florida, are not that fun.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking of just like a road trip.
We get
really,
like
a fun motorcycle.
I've thought about that too. Like, I thought about getting a bagger. A bagger is like, maybe you can imagine like a big Harley with the bags behind you next to the rear wheel and top case, or like a Honda Goldwing or something like that. And just something that's designed to munch 700,000 mile days. And it's kind of neat to be like, leave your garage this morning and find yourself in Louisville or something like that, or St. Louis.
I would not want to ride my bike that far, but I would be willing to ride something like a Mad Max type vehicle, like that far. Like it doesn't. What I'm looking for isn't comfort. It's just I don't like the idea.
Looking for danger.
Like I don't know. 1,000 miles of interstate travel on a bike sounds scary to me. Like people on the fucking roads. I don't need them merging into me and killing me for something that's not even that fun, which is cruising down the highway. Oh yeah, I mean, I have one of those. I mean, mine's cooler, by the way.
You should get one of those like Polaris Razors, those like 1200cc like turbo fucking ATV things. And just go cruising in that.
I've been on one of those in Texas. They go incredibly fast. So fast. But yeah, like I would totally drive some kind of a Mad Max vehicle for some kind of a road trip. I like that. God, I can't believe I can't think of the name of it. What's the big famous British show with the cars?
Top Gear.
Top Gear.
Yeah.
Like I like those challenges. I like those challenges when they would do stuff like have a small budget to get a car and then drive from A to B. Like I would like to do something like that. It would be really fun to like tinker with a car and be like, aha, I found a Honda for $600. It's only got 200,000 miles. They're screwed. I think that would be fun.
That would be fun. Like
that would be
I
fun.
enjoy watching those challenges on Top Gear. Like my wife enjoys Top Gear. She's like, oh, that car show, that's so funny, because we just watch the like adventure ones where it's like they have $400 to get from the top of Botswana to the bottom or whatever the fuck it is, and it's like cars are just the medium. They're the entertainment. You know, it could be about something else. It's just,
dude, I don't.
You should do that.
Gear.
Be funny.
I think I'm alone on this island. That everyone loves Top Gear. Everyone recognizes the charisma of the three hosts, and like I get that. But watching them take on any challenge and just being so fake, you know, like there was one where they had boats. Okay, they crashed that boat into everything. You know, it is not hard to not hit things in a boat. It's wide open. You have to aim for shit to hit it with your boat. Yet they did it, and they crashed like 16 times in a row. They sink some person's rowboat. Like you.
What are these jokers doing?
Yeah, thanks, right? I get your point. But it's like an infomercial where the woman accidentally hits a hammer straight into the wall. There was never a nail there. That's what Top Gun is when I watch it.
I understand, but like I like it in that it's like that like punchy British, like they're doing jokes, like it's not serious. You know,
it's like
they're not
slapstick.
really stuck in the, because you can tell like when they do the challenges where it tries to be more real, like their desert crossing one, where they went a little more real with it. You could tell viscerally that they were fucking miserable, like having a bad time. But then it's just as funny for me watching the ones where it's clearly tongue in cheek, like being silly, like driving across the autobahn or whatever.
They had to drive like through the Middle East in supercars or some shit like that. That was pretty
they
funny.
like did Syria or something. Like
a really they're just like trying to get them down these like fuck dirt roads in like Ferraris and shit.
I like that.
It's a great idea.
I can't remember which of one of our car guests a while back. I was saying like, what if you made that drive from Kiev to fucking like wherever that Donbass region where they need the supplies? You get yourself like a Jeep loaded down with MREs and ammunition, and you've got to like go through the war zone.
That's fun. I like it.
That's fun.
I want to see you do it in like a chrome, or maybe me, like a chromed out Lamborghini. It'll be like the fuck.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
You have to be like,
they're
gonna
one law rocket.
Yeah,
they're not gonna be looking for ice cream trucks. The ultimate.
We have these bikes in Australia. That's the fucking most runted link I've ever seen. They're called postie bikes, and they're like a little Honda thing. And they here we go. They have this challenge every year where people get these bikes. So they're like a 125 Honda, and you buy them from like the Australian Post. This is what people deliver post on around the neighborhoods. And so the idea is that you buy one of these secondhand from the Australia Post, and then you have to ride it from like the top of Australia to the bottom of Australia, and it's like a fucking full-on overland track. And all these old motherfuckers do it with these like fucked old bikes, and it's like I think it's like a week of just riding this thing through the desert.
That doesn't sound fun at all,
dude. I love that bike. I've never even ridden one. I've seen them in real life though, and they're legendary in like the motorcycle world. They were the Honda C90, and then I think there was a C something else in between, and now it's a 125. And it's they're not fast. They're super light. They're easy to ride.
Yeah, they kick ass.
Luggage in the back, hold stuff. Oh yeah.
You used to be able to buy these for like nothing because they just sell the used ones, and so a lot of people that own farms and stuff would just buy these for their kids. So when we were growing up, we had like shitloads of these, and you just basically thrash the ever living shit out of it until it died, and then just either get a new one or just strip a previous one for the parts. And so you're just constantly like trying to keep this fucked bike together.
400.
Where is that thing?
I don't know. It's in U.S. dollars.
Bike at? If it's in Atlanta, I'm buying it. Where's it at? Where's it at?
Yeah.
He highlighted it, but I can't read it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, B.A. Thailand. Get the of course. The shipping from Thailand is $4,000.
Yeah. You should do a challenge like that where you buy one of those.
I have ever seen.
There's probably like cheaper ones in America, but you just get like the crappiest bike possible, and then just try and take it across some fuck track. Just have a challenge. The PKA.
None of our postmen deliver on bikes. They have those like ugly box trucks that were all made in like 1988, and they're all somehow still running. And I don't think you can buy those. I've never seen someone driving one.
I admire that about the post office. Everyone rips on the post office and how like they don't make enough money or something. Their trucks are from 1982. Right, they're not wasting money. Like, they don't have any air conditioning. Like those guys don't look like they're living an extravagant mail delivery life.
Are people mad at the post office? Like I would be mad because it's like, hey, you didn't give me my shit. Like it was late. It arrived damaged. Like that's justified. But you mad that the cars are too nice?
Like, I honestly don't know why. It's a party line thing. Republicans hate the post office. Democrats think it's fine. I'm beyond that. I don't understand what's up.
As long as you go to the post office at times where as long as it's not busy when you go, it's usually pretty fine. If it's busy, it can be a fucking nightmare. It takes forever.
It's the same as like
buildings.
Yeah. It's the same as like every government structure though. Like the Republicans want to just ride it into the ground until it's fucked, and then they'll just sell it off to private industry.
That's how Russian oligarchs became Russian oligarchs. Like the super rich Russians.
This is what happens. Yeah.
What happened is they hired this economist. They wanted to turn their economy around. And they started selling off parts of businesses. Russia used to be everything was state owned. And they're like, all right, here's like our version of Starbucks. We sell fucking muffins. You can buy it for 80 million. This is a business that should have gone for like 1.2 billion. Some guy buys it for 80 million. And now he's a super wealthy Russian oligarch and like the petroleum, whatever. Russia sold off its state-owned businesses. The oligarchs got super duper rich, and I feel like Republicans want to do that here. Like, someone buy the post office, someone buy your water plant.
Like your health system is already sold off. Like they're in the process of doing that in Australia as well.
Oh
like
yeah,
you just do that that's how they privatize shit, because they just underfund it, and then they're like, oh, it's fucked. And then they're like, well, if we sell it to a private business, then it'll be good. And then the private business scoops it up for fuck all, and it's usually one of their mates. It's like, it just so happens we've got this great bidder who knows exactly how to run this, and he's my best friend from high school.
Did you know that this congressman's nephew happens to be the expert? And it's you don't. We got a lot of nuclear technicians and engineers as the stepsons of fucking politicians, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
I didn't know people were that mad at the post office. As long as they don't break my shit, I got no qualms with them.
I kind of have no issues with the post office either. And I used to root for FedEx all the time because I had their stock. I got to admit, I feel like UPS is doing better.
I had a political question.
Oh, go ahead.
So Woody, you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump, right?
The Democrat would have to be pretty bad.
That was going to be my question, actually. But the question is, what would it take for you to vote for Donald Trump this time? And Taylor, I couldn't think of your most hated person, but what would it take for you to vote for Hillary Clinton this time? And this isn't something that their rival has to do. I feel like, I don't think it's a cop-out, but it's not what I'm looking for. What does Donald Trump have to do to earn Woody's vote? And what does Hillary Clinton have to do to earn Taylor's vote?
She's just not very funny, man.
What if she became a prop comic?
No. If she started busting out if she went up there and hammered out a real good Trump and had some lines, some bits. No, even picturing her tell a joke, it's unsettling.
Yeah. I bet if she styled her hair like his,
like Trump,
it would look close. It would be funny. If she came out that would be endearing to me. If she put on the makeup and styled her hair like his and put a big fat like belly on and like a
everything about her is unsettling though.
I know she sucks.
If she could do the voice like just a little bit, that could be hilarious. But she's such a pandering fake. Like I feel like she could easily just do one of these and peel back a fake human mask. When I saw her pandering to black people on that radio show, was it Sway? Was it Sway?
Did she have hot sauce in her purse?
She had the hot sauce. They're like, what do you keep in your purse? She's like, me? I keep a bottle of hot sauce because I'm a street. No. Get the fuck out of here. You do not keep hot sauce in your fucking bag, lady. And look, the average
unopened
black person
Tabasco
doesn't either, but like any black person who heard that
shows.
Went, what the fuck is she trying to do right now? Does she think she's trying to earn my vote? And she thought hot sauce was going to get me to fucking go vote for her? Jesus, who does she think we are? Like,
Yeah, it's
more
like,
racist than Trump.
We've done some
anything Trump
We've
did.
done some polling. We've done some
Not
polling,
really.
and all the white pollsters are like, yeah, no, we've polled 500 white people, and they found that black people like hot sauce in their purse. It's like,
Well,
she's like
we found
Michael Scott.
500 wealthy
The black
liberals
people
from
like
Connecticut.
yeah.
For Trump to win my vote, I think he
Yeah.
would have to surround himself with people I liked. I would have to believe that he was first. I know this isn't what you want, but the Democrat would have to suck. I would have to believe he was very corrupt and going to behave in a way that's not good for America. And then looking to Trump, who I also think does that a lot and lines his own pockets, he would have to surround himself with guys that I thought would be restraining influences on that.
Okay. His vice president, it would be your ideal vice president, the one that would earn your vote for Donald Trump. That would be the contributory,
Hillary.
Terry, to earning the vote, I guess. A good
Yeah.
VP. When you think that would help.
Joe Rogan.
That would be funny. He'd be like, immediately, he'd be like, I was right about all the aliens. Like, I was right. I looked in the deep files.
That's
think,
the
like,
thing.
yeah.
When Trump got elected, I really hoped that he would look into the aliens and some of the conspiracies and just start spilling secrets. And he did spill a secret or two, but not the ones I wanted. Not
No,
those.
good ones.
Rogan would. Rogan would.
He'd get too
Rogan would.
fucked up
He'd
on
be-
mushrooms. He'd start tweeting like the state secrets.
DMT and this is a real alien. Dude, aliens and UFOs have gotten more attention from either U.S. government than they have before. I find that interesting. Like,
Why do you think that is?
there's been a lot of like. So by the way, UFO, of course, we think of it meaning alien spaceship, but it just means unidentified. And there have been a lot of really credible, hard to explain, unidentified flying aircraft captured by like Navy pilots and stuff like that. And it's getting released a bit more, and Congress is starting to look at it. And I just wanted to pay attention to it. I don't even know if it's intelligent life that's flying around, whatever, but I think it's cool, and I want to spend some tax dollars on it.
I think they're drones.
Yeah.
And like one thing I that I considered, because the reason that like smart people always say that it's not most likely not aliens is because all the other planets and stars are so fucking far away. Like it just seems unlikely that they came this far to like drive real fast on our sky for some reason,
Yeah.
you know. But like
That's
maybe,
exactly what the USS Enterprise does, checkmate.
maybe they sent something. Maybe they sent. It could be an alien probe, I guess is what I'm saying. Like maybe it's their UAV flying around because those things do such weird shit in all the videos I've seen. And I've seen some go underwater. So maybe I like to imagine that deep under the ocean, maybe there's some aqua people. And I don't think that that's that far fetched. There being an intelligent group of people down there under the ocean, real deep. Atlanteans from cartoons, yes, but not the traditional
Shark
Atlanteans that lived on
like
that
the
island.
street sharks, bro. Like
Street
fucking-
sharks!
Oh, what
Yeah.
a great show.
Yeah, that'd be
I thought they
sick.
were so cool. Just rollerblading. They never would bite people, though. I hated
What the
that.
I find it hard to believe that like if an alien race came from like billions of light years away, like they have the technology to be able to fucking travel like instantaneously to another fucking star system, that they couldn't have the technology to just not be seen by us. Like
Yeah.
surely they would be like advanced enough to just be like, yeah, that we don't want these fuckers to
And
see us.
We also we always assume that whoever shows up is going to be at the stage where they're like hyperdrive space. They're almost like pure energy beings. Like it could be, you know how all of our movies are like, we're sending this to Rigel 7, the 5th generation will arrive and everyone else will live on this. So like, it could be that when they show up here, it is the inbred lunatics of aliens, you know,
They're
200 years
pilgrims.
prior. They are not sending their best, folks.
Man,
They're
oh,
rapists,
great.
murderers, and religious
Rapists.
crazies.
Yeah.
I
So they come out of like the motherfuckers on Alien Resurrection, where there's just like all the rapists in their like little fucking religious colony.
That's what it would be.
Well, there's a remember
Bunch of
the
Handmaid's Tale people.
there was a TV series where a spaceship landed in LA. Maybe it was hovering, but it's very similar to the what's the Blomkamp movie with the where you had the apartheid allegory with the aliens.
Sector 9 or
District
something.
Yeah.
District
Like
9,
Sector 9 or whatever. It's kind of like that, but they had like kind of bigger heads, but these were like the slave race as well. So like they didn't really know anything cool. Like the people who actually knew the cool shit were gone by now. It's kind of the same idea, and they're integrating into life in Los Angeles. And of course, they're dealing with like racism, and people are calling them weird slurs because of their heads and stuff. But I liked that the women's erogenous zone was like their back, whereas like with us, it's our front, right? Because breasts and stuff. And there's a great scene where like the guy is dating an alien.
Oh, I've been fucking wrong.
Actually,
I can't remember the name of that show.
I'm all shoulders, baby.
Reminds me of the aliens from South Park, where he's like, "Oh yeah, suck on my jag on," and he's got like that dick on his shoulder.
I remember the Goobacks episode was one of my favorites.
Yeah, that was a funny one.
I watched South Park last night. I watched the Scott Tinnerman Must Die, and I watched the Hobbit episode where Kanye West is like trying to convince people that Kim Kardashian is not a Hobbit, and then the evidence keeps piling up that she literally is an actual Hobbit. Yeah, those are two of my favorites.
Maybe she is a Hobbit, but there's still no evidence that she was working with Gandalf to destroy the ring. Like, it's
really good.
Wait, bitch, you're gonna have to tell me if you a Hobbit, because I'm making a damn fool of myself out here.
So what? If she's 4'11", it has hairy, large hair feet, I suppose. Like, it just keeps going. I love the total lack of commitment to impressions in South Park. They'll be like, Kanye West, what? Yeah, okay, got it. Like, it's so fucking good. I'm like back on, I think, the whole new season of South Park. I think other than the first like 2 episodes, I haven't watched any of it.
I watched the special. I watched the one about overlogging that involves Tegrity Farms and Token, the black kid, his dad gets a weed farm too, because Randy suggests it. But what Randy really wanted was a black face in the company. But then like that guy goes off and makes his own weed company, and he's doing like the whole black power thing. Like there's he's the whole motif is all the only black owned marijuana farm, and it like goes bad on Randy.
Is that the one where he's like where they think his name's Token, but then they like
Tolkien.
Yeah.
And
he's like, what did you think it was? Yeah.
And that's literally Matt and Trey's way of like calling the people who called them racists. They're like, wait, you thought that the black kid's name was Token this whole time? Well, yeah. Why would you think that, you racist? It's Tolkien. His parents are big fans of the rings.
Big fans of the rings. That is a funny joke, but his name has been Token the whole time.
Prove it.
I mean, literally watch it.
I'm going to see his cartoon birth certificate before I can into sword.
Have you guys followed the Alex Jones thing?
Oh, what's he done now? I know they're suing that poor man into bankruptcy.
That's what's happening. So Alex Jones, if people don't know, he's a conspiracy theorist on the radio, and he's been pushing this one particular conspiracy theory that it's a little bit evil. So there was a school shooting in America. Obviously, it's what we do, and a bunch of children were killed in an elementary school called Sandy Hook. Alex Jones said that the whole thing was fake. It was propagated by the Democrats. It's a hoax. And that they just wanted to control you and, put some gun control in place. So they did this fake school shooting.
Like crisis actors, right?
So, that's part of the thing. These weren't really kids getting hurt. These weren't really parents who were grieving. These are all crisis actors. Well, the parents have sued. And Alex Jones, he's trying to work different defenses. Sometimes he says, well, I really thought this was real. I didn't mean to say anything wrong. Other times, like when he and his wife got divorced and they were over custody, he said his wife took this argument like, a guy who thinks this is off the rails and shouldn't have custody of my children. And he's like, no, that's all for play. It's fake. It's for my radio show. And now he's trying to sort of do the other side and be like, well, who was to know? I'm just trying to investigate. I'm a reporter. Anyway, he's been found guilty of like knowingly making bullshit up about Sandy Hook being fake and a Democratic hoax and etc. And now they're suing him for $150 million. He's already bankrupt his company, which I'm a little bit confused over. I think it was done to protect. I'm not saying it's down, but he's a declared bankruptcy so that he can't be forced to pay his debts or something. And sometimes people declare bankruptcy even when they have money as a way to avoid paying bills. It's a weird thing. And let's see, court record shows that Jones' InfoWars store, which sells nutritional supplements and survival gear, made more than $165 million in those years. Jones earned listeners on his InfoWars program to donate money. So the thing is, he's telling lies about dead children in an elementary school shooting and their parents. And then it's not just like for fun. This is his business. His business sells supplements and survival gear. He's profiting off these lies, and the parents feel like they should be getting this money. And it's, if you like watching drama, it's a fun thing to get into. Alex Jones is in a lot of hot water and may lose his wealth. And will they cancel him? Is it possible to cancel him?
He's already been canceled. He's not on any social media sites. Like, it looks like I just went to InfoWars.
Okay.
And it's his own site, obviously. And at the top, there's a link to banned.video. So I guess there's like nothing they make is allowed on YouTube, because this looks like it's a whole YouTube of just fucking his shit.
Is he on the radio?
I mean, you can make your own radio.
I don't think so. No, he's on like online radio that he does, right?
Yeah, right. Well, I guess anyone can do that at some point. Like,
yeah. He's not like syndicated.
Is he yelling on a soapbox? Like, you're allowed to talk at some point, but I don't have to allow you on my platform. So how
do we feel? Do we feel sorry for Alex Jones?
I don't. He had to have stopped believing that Sandy Hook was a scam for long before he stopped profiting on it.
I don't know about that shit.
Given the stuff he believes, like, I believe he believed that.
Yeah, I think
like that wouldn't even be the most lunacy thing he believes.
It's worth researching that shit, like whether it is a hoax, but like caning people in public, and if you're wrong, it's just like profiteering off their fucking grief. It's so rough. Like it's like I can believe what I want about 9/11, but I'm not going to go around like selling fucking 9/11 was a hoax. All the people that died are fucking actors, kind of shit. Like just like that's just fucking rude. Because if I'm wrong, then it's like I'm just fucking up people's lives that have already been fucked up.
Yeah,
yeah, you're just pouring on basically.
Yeah,
but he's so funny.
He is funny.
Yeah, but that's because he's an idiot. Like you're laughing at him, not with him.
I want to see him get beat up physically. I've watched. So Alex Jones is not an easy guy to beat up, right? I'm not pretending I'm that guy. He's a big, strong dude. He's a girthy guy. He's fat, but
powerful.
He's powerful. He's a problem in a fight. If Alex Jones wants to hit you and hurt you, you have a problem on your hands.
If he thinks you've got children in your basement, the children from Sandy Hook, they're still alive.
The real ones,
12 and 13.
If he thinks you're a crisis actor, you're fucked.
Yeah. Alex Jones wanting to hurt you is not a good day for you. Probably.
Fighting
some
people.
Of you are surely badasses.
Have you guys seen this Andrew Tate guy? It's like
no.
He's like this guy is like sort of popular now. He's become like a viral thing. He was like an American kickboxer, but apparently was quite successful kickboxer. But he's gone like viral a lot on like TikTok and shit lately because he has all these clips where he's just like talks about how you should just like fucking control women and like all this crazy shit. That's like. It seems as though he's just saying it to like spark up people.
It's provocative.
As a troll. But he has this thing called Hustlers University where it's like you sign up to this thing and he teaches you to hustle and make money.
I know this guy.
Cash line. Yeah.
Dude, I've watched a lot of his content. He's brainwashing me, actually.
Yeah. So I was looking into this, like this Hustlers University thing. I had to look into it, like what it actually is. And so it's about like marketing your product. And apparently the main thing that they teach is like sharing clips of him doing weird shit will like drive traffic to your website. So he's got this like fucking pyramid scheme where it's like you get people to sign up and then you get money and like all this shit. So this dude's just running this like insane pyramid scheme from what I can see. I don't know if it's like if
this
that's how
guy
it works.
Is taken the brightest of red pills ever. And he believes like there's all this shit about sort of misusing women and how high value alpha men like him would never have just one girl. And you know, how the girls are hoes, and he kind of, you know, explains to people what their sexual market value is. And like, I'm about to get myself canceled. The problem is he's like 80-20 right? Like a lot of what he says isn't crazy. Like, oh, do guys hold on to their sexual market value a little later in life? Yeah. Do women like rich guys? Yeah. Do women like handsome guys? Yeah. Maybe not the toppest of priorities, but you know, it's on there. What do guys like? Oh, they like really hot, submissive, young, inexperienced women. Guys, I sometimes like that, you know.
I think it's like
whoa, guys, do not us here at PKA.
No, we like 55-year-old
lawyers.
Only lawyers. What I like is a 71-year-old pig. An absolute pig.
Somebody relinked me when we were talking to Boogie about his ideal woman the other day, and I never watched clips of the show. I could count on one hand.
His ideal woman is chained to a radiator.
Oh my fucking god! I was rolling watching Us, which sounds like such a scummy thing, but it was so fucking funny. It was like cutting back and forth between us having the conversation I'm having right now, frankly. But then like going back to Boogie and him talking about my wife gets groped all the time. And I'm thinking like, wait, what? He's like, yeah. I see guys grabbing her ass and her tits all the time. It happens all the time.
That's what he said?
Yeah. And I was like, well, maybe you should get a gun. He's like, she don't need a gun. She's got me. And I'm like, sounds like she's getting groped left and right. You're not cutting the mustard, bro.
You said that?
Yeah. And he's like, oh no. Those guys took one look at me and they knew it was
They took one look at me and questioned the structural integrity of the rebar below the building. Get the hell out of there.
The thing that weirds me out about that guy is he's like, yeah, all women are dumb, but it's like maybe it's just the women that he's attracting. Like maybe he just attracts fuckwits that want money. And it's like maybe it's because you're a fuckwit that wants money that you're attracting these. Like you could probably get a higher
job in his female analysis, right? Maybe they're not so dumb. They're the ones getting his money.
Yeah, well, maybe he could, like, if he just attracted someone that
soon
just attracted someone that is like someone that has some substance. If he had some substance, he'd be able to like attract a mate like that, and then he wouldn't have these complaints, you know.
I need to watch some of this guy's content.
Oh, and
truly red pills.
Yeah, dude, he's so crimson red in his pills. Yeah, and so what he'll do, this is the nature of his podcast. It'll be him, maybe another guy or two, and these are all alpha high value men, and they kind of are. And then he gets these like sluts. I think a lot of them might like literally be sex workers, and they're not good speakers. They can't string together a sentence. When they try to make a point or go against him, they lose their thoughts midway. They can't say things concisely. And he uses this against them in the funniest ways. He'll give them the floor to explain themselves, and they just trip over their own words and suffer, and he never loses an argument. In the same way that I have seen Joe Rogan beat like astrophysicists at astrophysicism or whatever the fuck that is, because Joe's a professional communicator and they're struggling to say what they're trying to say. He does this to these bimbos all the time, and it's content. He's got it figured out.
Sure. He's got his little engine going. Where it's like, all right, I bring these dumb broads in, let them ramble for a bit, and then the red pill hero swoops in.
Exactly. Dude, he's like dunking on Fisher Price hoops all podcast long.
just Ben Shapiro mode, where it's like, I'm talking to an 11-year-old communist, and it's like, where do you think money works, you fucking idiot? Like, fucking
he literally is a forehead.
He's just like bullying him, like, how do you think the economy works? How do you think it works? Just fucking flicking on 11-year-old.
Someone was recommending him to me the other day as a guest, because they said
he would not come on the show, and I wouldn't want to.
Yeah,
which one are we talking about? Shapiro or Tate?
No, I'm talking about Tate.
Oh, Tate.
Because they described him to me, and it sounded so much like Dick Masterson when he used to do that character when he was on what show?
Dr. Phil.
Dr. Phil.
This guy's like an unironic Dick Masterson.
He can't be unironic. He's kidding, right? I mean, he believes some of it, but he's playing it up.
I haven't watched his shit.
Oh, well then fair.
You got to bring him on. I want to watch you guys.
He always whips out the same statistics. Like he's really, really anti-marriage, and he's like 80% of women are the people who, or 80% of divorces are initiated by women. And I looked it up because that number surprised me. Mm-hmm. And the way that he pitches that stat is that women are getting their hooks into you and then taking your money on the way out as their master plan from the beginning. I looked into it. It was 70%, but let's agree that, it's mostly women.
Lopsided.
Yeah. And it might be 80 in his state.
In his experience.
Who knows, right? But what's happening is these women are getting married and there is not a good deal for them. Like now both couples are working, but in addition to work, she's doing all the kin work, all the laundry, all the cooking, all of this, all of that. And she's like, this kind of sucks. It's not it's not the dream I had in mind. And they get divorced. That is a more common tale than my trick to get his money is to get him ring on it, stick around for 2 years and then take his money.
And that's how he thinks all relationships are.
That's what he's pitching it as, like a common female master plan.
He's throwing the warning out there. Be aware that this is what happens 70-80% of the time when there's a divorce.
I mean, this motherfucker is just a really bad judge of character and just that shit.
Yeah. And it's also like something manipulative about those stats is it behaves as though 70% of all marriages will end that way. In reality, people tend to be serial divorcers and they divorce over and over and over.
Yep.
So the average person is not divorced once. People who have been divorced tend to be divorced multiple times.
So this says, in fact, 70% of divorces are initiated by women. That ties into what I saw. The study suggests 2/3 of divorces are initiated by women. Weird. And college-educated women, the number jumps up to 90%. And this is just Woody talking, but I attribute that to like college-educated women being more commonly the dual income, unfair labor distribution situation that I described.
Yeah. Or
what's the reason?
What do you mean?
I didn't understand. What's the what?
What's the reason that they're getting divorced though? Like, why are they?
The thing I read said that unequal labor distribution was like a really common thing, that the women are expected to earn half the income, raise the kids, take off for the kids, do the laundry, do the dishes, do the cooking, do the cleaning, and guys are just they're like the guys are living the 1950s life while she also pitches in an income.
Who's writing this? Who wrote that?
It was on the internet, Taylor. It was right there.
Oh. I mean, that sounds like a bitter person who had bad luck in the relationships going, you know how it is. You know how it's just like the 1950s out here. I'm doing all the work and I'm a social worker. And it's like, this is not the norm. In the norm, when both partners work, like both work on the house. Like that's much more.
What's your household chore of choice, Taylor? When
I work from home, and so like I clean every single day. I like living in a clean house. I keep my kitchen every single day. Like when I get a little break, like usually over lunch, I deep clean my whole kitchen again. I make sure every single thing is clean in there because I like it clean. I make sure my dining room, because like I live in a ranch style house, so like I like making sure my whole upstairs is nice and tidy.
I was hoping you were going to say she does her part and I smoke meats.
Yeah,
that's how we divide.
I am the meat man.
So I'll tell you
what else do you want?
The best way to do chores as a male. All right. So what you do is you go outside and you get we call them whippersnippers, like a hedge trimmer in America, or the grass trimmers or
what a funny country you're from.
We call it a string trimmer, I think.
String trimmer, yeah, string trimmer. So you go outside and you get that, and you pull the string thing off, and then you just fucking tangle the ever-living shit out of the string, right? And then you sit there and you just fuck with it. Every time she like walks past or come outside, you just sit there fucking with it, trying to fix it, and just look really angry. And she's like, "He's doing yard work." That's it. That's
George, the technique.
Yeah.
You just look.
I was gonna say
every time. Yeah. How's it going, George? Well, I'm doing the best I can here.
I'm out of the pub.
In reality, she's like in the house on the phone.
Beer, maybe you'd get that untangled.
Mom, it's the 5th day in a row, and this retard can't figure out a whirly-dilly. He's out in the greeny weeny area trying to fix his snippy whippy, and I'm all frowny browny over here because he's not getting done.
Exactly. That's how you do it. That's how you do chores, man.
I like. I do not like mowing the lawn. I do not like pulling weeds. I fucking hate all that shit. But like doing dishes, cleaning the house, I don't mind that one bit. I've
traditionally done the stuff that like my female partner at the time can't do, like all the man chores. I feel those needs. And so then the question is, how much of the other stuff am I going to also have to do? So I usually choose loading and unloading the dishwasher because I like that one, and laundry, but I don't fold laundry.
That's most of
People
it.
fold.
I
People
will
fold
load the
laundry?
machine. I will load the dryer. Then my hands are clean.
Actually, yeah, I'm with Kyle on that. So I know I also feel like loading, and we call it pushing through in my house, like taking the dirties and getting them out the other side of the dryer, is the easy part. Right, the clothes seem cleaner. Like, I don't know, like maybe that's not true, but just pushing it through, and I'm good at it. Like, I will set my timer so that there's not a ton of downtime in the machines and get loads through. Jackie's bad at it. She'll sit there and fold, and the 4 loads that I've managed to get through, and that doesn't bother her. But if you ask her to, like, she doesn't set her timer. There's too much downtime. Like a whole 16 hours has gone by.
Oh, they're melting.
2 loads.
We got to run them again.
Yeah. Like, dude, I have a lot of clothes that smell mildewy.
Yeah,
it's a common problem of mine.
It's a common.
I always do that. I always put them in the washing machine, and then I start streaming, and then I forget I've got it in there. It just sits in there, and then tomorrow I go in there, and I'm like, "What the fuck is that smell?"
I was at that Bad Apples paramotor thing in the spring, and my friend is like, as your friend, you should know you smell like mildew. Like, this shirt makes me look good.
I'm sorry, my wife failed me.
You should have
like, I just want you to know, a man just walked up to me and let me know that you do your job poorly. I smell of mildew, and the other kids are making fun. Also, I was called a nerd yesterday.
I'm not wearing the helmet anymore.
They tell kids all the time. Go ahead.
Does your wife work, Woody?
No, not outside the house.
Okay.
They tell kids all the time when they're little, like middle school, high school, elementary school, wherever they are. It's rough. People are gonna pick on you, but once you're out of here, that won't happen anymore. This man's almost 50 years old. People are telling him he smells. And people are calling him a nerd. People yell nerd at him when they see him on the streets.
Hey, it's that stinky nerd again. And you start going faster to get away.
I bought a new helmet that looked less nerdy. Just
Is there flames on it?
Zach, will you pull up that helmet? It's the one that from Malcolm in the Middle.
Yes.
that he wears. It's the speed walking helmet. Speed walking Malcolm in the Middle. You'll get a picture of the helmet.
Yeah. With that one, now I look cool.
I get called fat and gay all the time on the internet. That doesn't hold true. I'm getting teased. I'm going to go back and fight those teachers.
You should. You should be as fat and gay as you want.
You know who you should be? 11-year-olds. There it is.
Yeah, that's what you want.
What's that called? A Prince Rupert's drop or something like that?
Oh yeah.
Like his head is indestructible now.
But if you tap the lower end, it'll shatter. Rupert's drop.
Those things are neat.
I saw one get smushed by the hydraulic press, and it just compressed. It squeezed. Oh,
I watched that.
Actually, I saw that too, Kyle. The platform that it sat on deformed, and it pushed it into the bottom half of the platform.
Oh, I didn't watch it come all the way out.
Yeah, they removed it afterwards, and there's a divot. It broke like the bottom half. It divoted the bottom half of the press. Yeah, that was really neat.
Why are they so strong?
I keep forgetting to Google that.
Who's the really smart?
Goes in. When the glass goes in, it's really hot, and then it cools from the outside faster. So the outside it cools, and then the inside cools, and it's like expands and becomes like super super hard on the inside because it's like the inside of it because it's cooling at a slower rate expands slower on the inside, and then it becomes like super hard and compressed on the inside.
Does it form like some sort of weird lattice work with the glass?
Well, it's just all like squished together essentially. That's
Yeah, weird. I don't know how it works. I'm gonna have to watch a YouTube video later, but I keep seeing
that was my TikTok knowledge. This is because I was watching the same thing. It was like
the smart blonde guy who's maybe from Alabama. He sometimes has his dad on his YouTube channel.
He's smarter every day.
Yes.
Yeah.
He explained Prince Rupert drops or something like that, and he did a really good job.
Yeah,
what is the piercing in your cock called? Is that a Prince?
Prince
Albert.
Prince Albert. You don't get those two confused.
Yeah, you don't want a Prince Albert's dropping.
Your knob is not indestructible once you have one of those. Don't shoot it with a gun.
Yeah.
So
I guess
who
the
was
idea
Prince
of that-
Rupert, and is he getting too much credit?
And who was Prince Albert? And how much does he not get enough credit? Because the idea of like piercing your cock and then having that chain that pulls it toward the pocket for fashion reasons is so absurd to me.
Fuck.
Wait, so you don't think that's cool?
I think that that's terrifying. I think that genital piercings scare me so much. Like I'm always afraid it's going to get hung on something.
I feel a little called out.
Like whenever I see someone with nipple piercings, I'm like, dude, aren't you fucking terrified that you'll have to like run through the woods one night and it's gonna get hung on a limb and it's gonna tear through your nipple? Like I know that's a silly thing to say. Like, yeah, I run through the woods a lot, but one night you might.
So Kyle, hear me out on this. I through the circumcision argument, I've heard you say that you want to look your very best for whatever lady friend might see it. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Why haven't we gone to like, I don't know, ball bearings or little hearts or something like that? Because I feel like you whip out a dick with some lumps on it and they're like, holy shit, I am with the professional love maker.
Yeah.
This guy has been modified to be better than stock. This is an aftermarket dick I'm working with.
I've had that conversation before with a couple of ladies, and it just comes down to me not wanting to have ball bearings inserted under the skin of my penis.
Sounds awful.
And that's kind of a hard stop for me personally. Although, like maybe if I could flip a switch and it would be like that, and then I could flip another switch and it would not be, I might try that on for size. But that's a big commitment. What if I'm immediately like, fuck, it hurts all the time now? Or like
it's gonna look like shit, dude.
And like what if women are like, oh my God, what the fuck is wrong with you? And even worse, what if they put one of those ball bearings in there and it wasn't sterilized and I get like dick rot and now I don't have a dick anymore and now I have to kill myself?
You know, if that happened and you got dick rot from that, you deserve it.
I know. I know.
Like,
throwing BBs in there.
I don't think it's worth it. It's like for one, like a tiny little bit of extra pleasure for the female. It's like just wear a cock ring, you know? Like,
no reason to do
that's a whole different thing. That's a whole different thing. We're talking about ball bearings under the skin.
No. But you make the sacrifice. Don't go that far. Just wear something like a vibrating cock ring or like a different shaped condom instead of going so far that you have to like fucking like fuck up your dick and have a possibility of that shit falling off.
One, vibrating cock ring. I like where your head is, right? That's a little way to give her a little extra pleasure. Maybe you too, and not be so committed to ball bearings. Condoms. Zach, would you kick him off the show, please?
I'm not gonna wear.
I can't believe he suggested condoms.
Fuck that! I'm not gonna.
How did he? 3 hours and 20 minutes. How we put up with
it?
Only sailors and homosexuals use condoms.
I mean, genuinely, all jokes aside, everyone knows safe sex is not cool.
That joke.
It's not
I've worn
cool.
A condom twice.
All the
I think I've worn a condom twice in my life.
I see you trying to recover now. You're the one who mentioned wearing a condom.
No, I'm just saying, like, if you want to modify your dick, man, I'm very anti-condom.
Oh, I'm afraid of AIDS. I'm afraid of AIDS. Oh.
What a pussy. Fuck that.
Wow, roll the dice, baby.
I will get laid and trade off stinging dick. I don't give a fuck. I'll have sex. I'll have sex and then piss fire for a week. I don't give a fuck. That's a trade-off for sex. That's like
pissing fire for a week for one fuck. Bad trade-off. You pee all the time.
It depends how good the sex is, I guess.
It'd have to be pretty fucking good for a week of miserable pissing.
You just go and get antibiotics early before it starts pissing. No, you just judge it. You look at her and you go, she's a dirty bitch. You're like, I'm gonna go and get antibiotics. Just make a judgment call.
I was talking to a buddy of mine, actually. I hadn't seen him in quite a while, and we were getting dinner and we were just talking about the high school, the grade school, like the school we went to, the religious school. And he was with his wife and I'm with mine. And he was talking about how like, we went to different, middle schools, I guess. And so he was talking about sex ed and he's like, oh dude, I like find out new things about sex that they taught me wrong all the time. Like, and he told me, he's like, dude, literally I was like 24 when my now wife had to tell me like, yeah, two people fucking doesn't create a potential STD. Someone has to have it. Like someone has to have syphilis to give it to you. And he's like, and I don't know what the fuck I thought. I just was thinking like every time was like, I hope my soup doesn't mix into syphilis with this lady's soup or whatever. And it's like, good God, like they couldn't have tamped back the Bible verses a bit and been like, you're not going to invent an STD out of nowhere unless you're like, fucking apes or something working for it. Which I don't even know if that's still the official theory for AIDS.
He said, yeah. What did they come up with?
They have the patient zero who was the flight attendant guy who was like, it's got to be the perfect patient zero for like flight attendant, just like fucking people everywhere they land. Just like if you were playing Plague on your phone, that's the guy you want to like get the game rolling. But they used to say it was from having sex with monkeys. Was that a playground thing that I thought was a story?
I know I've heard that before.
Okay, maybe it was a playground thing, a worldwide playground thing that you all just make up.
Or maybe it was just like one of those things. It's like, oh, those puffs, they fucked monkeys and then ruined the world.
It couldn't be.
Now all those drug addicts who were trying to control in Iowa are fucked. Help us.
What are you having Zach put up?
I was hoping Zach would look up where HIV came from. I'm curious too. I definitely, when I was a kid, having sex with monkeys or eating monkey brains were the prevailing theories. But whatever bullshit I heard in 1985 shouldn't carry too much weight.
That may have jumped from chimpanzees to humans.
Studies show that HIV may have jumped from chimpanzees to humans as far back as the late 1800s. Wow. The chimpanzee version of the virus is called simian immunodeficiency virus. It was probably passed to humans when humans hunted these chimpanzees for meat and came in contact with their infected blood. That makes sense with all the things that I know about microbiology.
That checks out. Yeah.
Which is to say, people are like monkeys, so we might share viruses.
It's funny how it's also said in a way that like could be ascientific, but it's like, you see, you consume too much toxic blood. And it's like, okay, well, sometimes people say toxic blood, and I don't know what you're talking about, but I believe you because AIDS is very much.
You can't get it from like drinking blood though. Like it's like your blood has to come in contact with them. So it's not as though they were just like, let's drink monkey blood. It would have been like they had a fucking open wound,
sore in their mouth or something. Yeah, that makes because like you could like drink a cup of rattlesnake venom. It's not gonna do anything because it's not a poison. It's just a venom.
Wait, I realized I don't know the difference.
So if something is poisonous, if you eat it or touch it, like those dart frogs, it hurts you. If something is venomous, that means when it bites you, hits you, you're getting hit with
it. Has to get into your bloodstream.
So you could eat a venomous snake and be okay. Because it's not getting in your, like you'd be eating it.
On one hand, like, oh, okay, yeah. On the other, that's a lot to take from a comedy podcast. You're telling me I can drink venom.
I don't know if you should, but I think I imagine it's not cheap.
This seems like a really bad idea. What? Venom's not bad for you because
it's like a thing in like Southeast Asia.
Get into your blood if you eat and drink it. It seems like
no, it gets digested. I guess like it needs to go like right into your bloodstream to be like a neurotoxin or whatever the fuck. Because like you could, if you wanted to, you could just wolf down like a handful of brown recluse. As long as they don't bite you on the inside of your mouth, you're gonna be okay. That'd be disgusting though. Those things are horrible. I have so many fucking brown recluse in my house. I hate it. I'm trying to get rid of them. Venom are generally not toxic if swallowed. Okay, nice. I imagine you'd have to drink a shit ton of it into the tissues that are.
What if you drank venom all the time to build your venom resistance? Would that work?
I don't think that would work. I think you'd have to you'd have to inject yourself with teeny tiny bits of venom over time, right? So that your body, when you did get bit, it'd be like, oh, I know how to handle that. I've done. You're a retard. You've stabbed me with this. You've worked all your life towards a worthless endeavor. You're like the guy from Princess Bride. Like that's basically what it was.
It was. I don't know why you said worthless endeavor.
I bet Kyle knew this.
It did save his life. Yeah.
Kyle, what's the difference between venom and poison? A venomous animal and a poisonous animal.
The injection with fangs. The venom is in like snakes. They have venom in their fangs. Like a toad makes poison that like secretes from its skin.
Yeah. See, Woody learned.
Can you drink venom?
Can you?
Sure. Does it hurt you?
Should you?
If you drank rattlesnake venom, it would definitely hurt you.
Wouldn't kill you, like if it bit you.
Nay. No, venom is generally not toxic if swallowed. It must be injected under the skin into tissues that are normally protected by skin in order to be toxic.
Pretty
I
cool.
just think your mouth, you'd absorb some sublingually. It's just such a porous barrier. And I saw them take like human blood and inject and put rattlesnake venom in it today on Reddit, and it like clots up and turns blood instantly to this goo. It's
but that's in your veins. In your stomach, it would just get digested.
I'm just thinking in your mouth.
But if there isn't,
like,
if you had enough and it wasn't like breaking down by your stomach acid, it could fuck you up.
I just think having it in your mouth, it's deadly venom in your mouth.
Yeah, but it's dead. You said you knew the difference, and now here we are.
The thing is, Kyle won me over with the sublingual absorption because there are drugs you take sublingually.
That was convincing.
Yeah,
it's like, well, we can take anything through like any mucus membrane. That's why like shoving drugs up.
I mean, that's
ass,
my concern. That I got like I was just in the other room, like getting a soda, and I was like, I got a little cut in my mouth right there, huh? Like literally just now, I have a cut on the inside of my mouth right here where I like bit my lip or something like that. I don't know. I should not be drinking rattlesnake venom. Like it's gonna get in there.
We'll hold off that tonight then. Wait
until your mouth's all
wait till it heals up, and then I'll do some shots of. I'm so afraid of rattlesnakes. Like that, I'm actually afraid of. I didn't think I was. I'd never been afraid of snakes until I saw one in person up close, and I was just like, oh my god, they're that big. Like it's so big around. It's huge. I think of it, a snake is like this little garden hose motherfucker. And they're like this big wad of muscle with a deadly end. And it looks at you and it's like, come on, motherfucker, let's go. Let's fucking go. They look like Nate. They look like 5th round Nate Diaz. They look at you with hate in their eyes. They're just like, you want to fucking go? Because I'll die to kill you. They have so much hate in those little beady fucking snake eyes.
We have ones in Tasmania called tiger snakes, and they are so fucking aggressive. Right? Like,
are they poisonous?
Crocodile, dude,
or venomous?
Your whole little, of course. Yeah, the tiger.
Everything
snake.
in Australia is venomous.
No, the tiger snake is. You just pat him on the head. No, of course they're.
I don't know.
The crocodile hunter. I remember he did like the 10 deadliest snakes in the world. He was gonna go grab them, pick them up, and show them to you. And he didn't even have to travel much. He had like 8 of the 10 are at his hometown.
Yeah,
It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah,
he had to go to like Africa to find 1 or 2, and then maybe Bolivia or something. I don't know.
Then all the rest are in Australia.
All the rest are in Australia.
Yeah, well, these don't look fun, and so they're aggressive. They'll charge at. Well, not. They'll slither at you.
The tiger snakes,
right for us.
They fucking hate. Yeah, they hate people. They like if you, especially when you're like cutting wood out in the bush. You're like, they're just chilling out, and then they'll just be like, "Fuck you, dog!" Just come at you,
just charge you. Ugh. Well, that's evil. They should kill them. I can't imagine they're productive. Like they're doing anything.
Yes, they
maybe they kill like an equally poisonous or venomous bug. Maybe that's their diet.
Or maybe they eat mice that spread disease or something.
Yeah, who knows?
You never know. I always hear that stat where like sharks kill like 4 people a year, and we kill like 100 million sharks a year. And I'm thinking that ratio isn't, and that ratio is not nearly high enough for my taste.
Absolute human W.
The shark news just looks like American news about school shooting. It's like another shark died today. Thoughts and prayers go to that shark's family. Next.
We need to do something. We can't just let these humans keep killing us.
Outlaw beaches.
Stop going so close to the beach. Look at you.
I just don't care. Like what happens if all the sharks die?
I can't imagine it would lead to anything good.
We'd be overrun with tuna.
No! I honestly don't know what happens if they all die. Like I'd love for a marine biologist or someone like that.
Well, of course they're going to say it's bad. They'd be out of a job.
Well,
right?
Would there just be more other fish for them to like? Why is the shark so goddamn important? I was telling them that the ratio of sharks to human deaths a year is 4 to 100 million or something like that. And I still don't think that number's high enough. Like I wish we could get the human deaths halved and maybe double the shark deaths.
Mm-hmm.
Like how many sharks are out there that we can kill 100 million of them a year and they're still coming?
We just need one big shutout year where we go zeros.
larger fish like gropers and stuff like that, which aren't good for eating, just like fuck up all the other fish. So they're like they keep the larger predatory fish that we don't eat.
I don't think I really care what happens to the ocean. I see those
Groupers
beaches sometimes
taste good.
covered in trash, and I'm like, I like it the way without the trash.
So sharks eat other big fish, huh?
Yeah.
But we eat those big fish too, right? We eat tuna
Not
and
all of
grouper, and
It does
sharks
seem
eat
like
those seals,
if
and
we
I like
got rid of
those
the top of the food chain, then we just have a new top of the food chain and everything's fine.
yeah,
Well, let's kill all those sharks.
Let's try it.
I don't think there's any reason.
They seem
not
to struggle with nets and hooks.
Oh, they fuck up
How-
the coral reef as well because there's less herbivores, then the microalgae expands and the coral can't grow.
Interesting.
So then it's just the whole ocean just becomes.
I wish
algae.
they were tasty. Like I remember watching Gordon Ramsay eat shark fin soup, and he was like,
Wait,
"It's not even any good."
Sharks fuck up the coral reefs, right?
No.
No.
So the sharks eat the shit like groupers, and the groupers eat the herbivores, and the herbivores eat the algae. So without the sharks, then the algae
I
would just.
see.
Yeah.
Then the herbivores would run. I'm sorry. Then the groupers would run wild, eating all the herbivores.
Yeah, and then there'd just be fuckloads of algae, which would kill
Oh.
everything.
Okay, they seem pretty important now that you said that.
I always wanted to like chum up some sharks and then
Oh.
shoot them with a gun.
I'm hearing kill sharks and groupers, and the problem is solved.
Yeah, do that.
Well, grouper's a tasty fish. I don't know what you're talking about when you said nobody eats grouper earlier. Lots of people like grouper.
Well, yeah, I don't know. No, I don't know.
I like flounder.
Sounds like an American thing.
Flounder's good. Yeah,
Flounder's good. Nice flaky white
Oh,
fish.
flounder's great. Yeah.
most fish are pretty good. You don't like catfish, I know. You think it's not a quality fish, and it's not a quality fish. That's
I
why
like
you fry the
catfish.
shit out of it. It's good.
I like catfish a lot. Like,
I must be
yeah,
confusing.
with fucking
Yeah.
lemon and tartar sauce and shit. Yeah, it's
Some
delicious.
hush puppies, some
Some
green
hush
onions.
All those things. Yeah, it's really good stuff.
Yeah.
I like that shit. I don't know. I'm not huge into fish though. So if like there weren't any more, I think I'd be okay with it.
Yeah.
I'm not huge into swimming in the ocean because I don't want to die to a shark. I know the
Yeah.
chances are very low, but I just don't want to be a part of that.
Also, that water's
Mhm.
salty.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. They need
And
to
even
do
if it's
something
not a
about
shark.
that before I'm getting in there.
Yeah.
Do something.
It stings my eyes, man. I don't
Dude,
like
just
it.
It
one-
does sting
one-
your eyes.
yeah.
It's not very clear. They need to make it clear and not
Yeah.
salty, like
Yeah.
a pool.
Like a pool.
Mm.
Mm.
I don't know why anyone
Uh,
would get in the ocean when pools exist.
Can we just fill the ocean with chlorine?
Yeah, we should.
That would
Just
do
make
it.
a nice. Now everyone can just have a nice, healthy swim,
You can
and that
shock
chlorine
all
is going to
that
make sure that we
algae
don't
out.
have that pesky algae problem we were having. Yeah,
You can
Yeah,
see right
and
through
we
the
have no
bottom.
sharks and groupers.
Yeah. Yeah.
we're going to need to find like a chlorine meteor in space to get enough to do anything with it. Sending Team 5 of the chlorine miners in memory of the first 4.
Yeah, maybe I would like the ocean more if I'd grown up closer to it and I'd done more stuff on it. But I hate it. The idea of going to the beach like stresses me a little. It's like,
Yeah.
The beach is
I
nice. You
freaks
don't
me
have to
out.
get in. You can just
That's
enjoy
why,
the beach.
I'll get
My
sand on me.
grandfather and my auntie drowned, and so every time I'm like there, I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm fine.
How did they drown?
So
Were
my
they
cousin,
together?
Yes, yeah. So my auntie was swimming, and then my cousin was swimming, and then got caught in a rip, and then my grandfather and my auntie swam out together, and my grandfather brought her back, and then swam back out to save my auntie because she was struggling. They both drowned. So I'm like,
When was
yeah, I'm
this?
good. 1991. So
I really wanted you to say yesterday so bad.
yesterday. no.
Oh, I guess it was about noon.
It's funny because my great granddad drowned as well, and so I'm just like, nah, that's a curse. I am not fucking going on the ocean.
Yeah, smart man.
Um,
You shouldn't be rolling the dice.
yeah.
Is your dad
It's weird,
a swimmer?
but my dad is like really into the ocean. Like he builds racing yachts and has had times before. He had a racing yacht capsize and got washed like fucking like 100 kilometers and got picked up by a ferry. And it's like, what the fuck are you doing? I remember talking to him about it, and he's like, I wasn't worried. I could tread water forever. And my gran was there at dinner, and my gran's like, that's what your father said.
Holy shit!
Wow, that's a dark turn, gran. Thanks. Yeah.
Grand
I'm
just coming
like,
from the top
yeah.
rope.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what
that's
your
it.
stupid father said.
Yeah. So they love it, and like my mum and dad have a boat, and they go out all the time. I'm just like, no, I'm good. I'm good.
Your dad's dancing with the devil here.
He is.
There's-
Yeah.
I can't believe the kind of risks that he takes in his profile, in his lifestyle. It's not cool.
Yeah.
I mean, but Woody, if you had
You're
a
my son.
history of aviation deaths in your family, we'd say the same thing. Your father, like if your grandpa was the guy who was doing that pedaling thing with the spiral on top and black and white, and just going up, kind of shaking it, and that killed him.
Yeah.
There's a show on Netflix called Alone. It's a reality show.
Oh,
You've
yeah,
got,
I've
like,
watched that.
10 different contestants, and they throw them into northern Canada to survive. And the last one to tap out and quit wins. I think it's how much money is it? It's like 100,000, 500,000. It's a significant amount of money. And so these people are not average Joes. They are survival experts. So when they show up, they're not like, wonder what I should do. They're like, first thing I'm going to do is start setting the traps, and then I'm going to start on the log cabin. And they build cabins. They take a saw and they saw down trees that are like 3 to 6 inches in diameter, and they make cabins. They're laying them up. One lady makes a dugout. This little British lady who's like 40, 50. She's like made a dugout and then built a cabin roof over it, and she can't find any meat. So she has been living for months only on vegetables, eating berries and making like root teas. She's lost like 30 pounds. Alone. It's on
Alone.
Netflix.
Oh,
It's like
I
Survivor.
did see that.
Survivor, but good.
The one guy showed up obese, like very obese. That's just fuel. He got to bring a bushel of food. So
That's
he's
smart.
down 60 fucking pounds. And
Looks
he's like,
Richard
great.
Hatch style.
he's like, you think I'm ready? He's like, they have to record themselves. And he's like, today, he's filthy, by the way. He didn't wash his face for the first 50 days. So he's recording himself and he's like, today's the day I tap out. Nah, I'm just kidding. I got more weight to lose.
So was
I wanna
anybody else
see this
pissed?
now.
Were any other contestants
the-
like this? Come on, the big fucking
Well, they don't
fucker.
see each other. There's no interaction.
Yeah.
They're all in
Oh.
their own areas. They're all getting like harassed by grizzly bears.
Are they
They're
getting
those-
any kind of status updates?
with what?
Like, do they know maybe there's 7 competitors left?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
they
no,
get stuff like that, and they've got like an emergency
Do they-
thing. So like, one guy.
No,
starts
they don't
crying.
get told. They
Oh,
don't get told.
I don't know that they
No,
get
no.
told or not.
No, they don't get
What
told
I
when
saw
they
was
tap
the
out.
good part was when the guy is going to tap out early, and he'd been talking a big game, and he's crying, and like this grown man is crying, and it reminded me of those guys in 60 Days In that quit in like intake,
Yeah.
like because I can't tell if he's being
Got too
fake or
real.
not about if he's just bitching out or if he actually has chest pains or what his deal is. But what he did was he was so scared of bears, he spent the first 3 days building shelter and just starved himself to like low blood sugar, and then his chest started hurting and he tapped out. So they come and get you out of there.
How epic was the shelter? Was it bear proof?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. He built a little
Wow.
cabin. They build these log cabins out there. They're pretty impressive. The one guy,
Most of
the
them
one guy,
like,
like,
they
one
hear,
Bitch have no
shitloads of
meat when
wolves.
there's grizzlies all over the place.
this one guy killed a deer with a bow right away, and
Oh.
he smoked the deer. Taylor, he made a smoker.
That guy seems like he's well in the lead. He's
And he smoked the deer, but he's like, that deer ain't gonna last me all winter. I gotta find something else. The other guy's finding mushrooms. He's got this big hoard of mushrooms he's picked, and he catches
yeah.
the squirrels getting at his mushrooms and running off with them. So what does he do? He follows the squirrels home, climbs up in their tree, and takes all of their mushrooms.
and kills them probably.
This guy's cool. Alone? I want to see this.
Like,
Yeah, it's
They,
fun.
they can take like 10 items with them. And one
Yeah.
thing that I always like, I always look at it and I'm like, why do none of them take hunting rifles? Hey,
Ooh.
They probably have rules.
is that
right?
against the? Because that's like the first thing I would take.
It's
would be,
definitely against the rules.
a 308.
Because where they were, I know in this season, they weren't allowed to shoot, I think, the bear, and they weren't allowed to shoot something else. And it was at a certain point, they're like, all right, the season that allows you to use nets for fish is open in Canada. Now you may use your nets. And so they're using these gill nets, which are like those nets, I guess you either cast or like leave set up. And they're all getting tangled. And it's just like, let's check the net today. The fat guy's like, I don't even want nothing to be in the net. Today'd be a good day to burn a little fat. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I don't need no food today. I hope there ain't a fish in there. Oh God, I hope there's a fish in there. Yeah.
It was like in the
funny,
first season. There's one dude that just eats kelp. He just fucking canes it. It's like, fuck,
are there multiple seasons of Alone, or are we all talking about the same season?
Yeah, well, I've only watched the newest season. I clicked that one because I'd never heard of the show. And
I think there's like 6 seasons, something like that.
New location every time, so it's. But the one I'm watching, they're in Canada. It's cold as fuck, and they're just trying to not starve to death and grind it out until they're the last one standing.
I might watch this. I've got some extra time on my hands.
Yeah, for sure. I was thinking about things to suggest to you to do since I've
been writing them down.
Yeah, that show's fun. I like survival shows in general, and I got to be careful though, because a little bit of me would be like, "Hey, it'd be fun to do that," and then I'm like, "You fucking dumbass! You've done that. It wasn't fun at all." Do you remember the Muffin Man?
When did you do it?
Oh my God, me and Woody have
never mind.
We've done it a couple times. One time, and I drank river water and got violently ill and had to go home. And then we did another time, and we essentially starved for a week in the woods of Georgia, sweating our balls off, and got stinky and lost a little weight. And then I couldn't find anything to kill or eat or fish up. Woody caught a crawfish and boiled it and picked at it. Two
crawfish is not much food.
King's ransom.
At a restaurant, you'd want at least a dozen and some sides, right? So like, it
was a PKA starving trip. Welcome to the PKA weight loss
people
weekend.
Say that they're like, they're like, what would you do if the apocalypse come? And I'm just like, I just fucking kill myself, man. I don't want to fucking hang out in a world with no internet. Like, I don't give a fuck.
I'd be okay with that.
Like,
I wouldn't miss the internet.
Go. Don't just punch out.
Fuck that. Man,
I think I would go until I realized I was losing, right? Like, oh, it's an apocalypse. Maybe I'll win. No,
it's a zero-sum game. You can't win.
Yeah, and Woody's right. You go until like it's clear that like the Negan has already been established, and then you're like, no, you know what? I don't. It's because I don't want to play. And then I could totally win, but I don't want to play apocalypse.
I don't want to. Fuck it.
Yeah, there's nothing left for me but Negan burning my face with an iron.
As long as you don't step out of line, that won't happen.
Well,
like all his rules.
I mean, I might enjoy becoming a Negan. Like, I could start a cult and just like fuck.
Everyone thinks they're going to be Negan.
Everybody thinks they're going to be the Negan. I'm over here like, maybe I could be useful to Negan. You need to calm down with, that's a boogie mentality, right? Like, I'd be the Negan.
I'd be
I could try.
You'd be Negan's jester.
For Boogie the Apocalypse.
Make me laugh, Tubby.
He's got all those reserves of food. He'll have his dream wife, his white picket fence teeth.
Hey, Smiley, come here and make us laugh. That's what they Boogie.
What's that?
I would gladly be.
This is the end. This is the end where he has like Channing Tatum on the chain and he's like ass fucking him.
Tatum's my bitch now.
Yeah, that'd be me, man. Yeah, that's me. I'd be Negan's bitch.
Yeah. Well, what if he was like Kyle or any of you? He wants you to be his dancing jester, which is a very high stress position because the second you're like when the show gets canceled, you're done. Yeah. I think instead of that, you just try and flee. Try and find a weaker group of mostly women that you can domineer over.
Yeah,
right.
I think that.
But if they're a weaker group,
I would feign interest with the jester position. I'd be like, me? Of course. I'm gonna need some props. I'm mostly a prop comic. I need a bike and a little food. I'm gonna head into town. I'm gonna need one of those seltzer guns. I'm gonna need a whole bunch of balloons. I'll be back tomorrow and I'm gonna blow your fucking mountains.
Meanwhile, it just cuts to you.
It's just the Hulk music and me like fucking going down the highway.
Telling me like juggle chainsaws or something like that, and he gives you the chainsaws. You start one up.
I'm a gun comedian.
We've in Tarkov. We've been playing Russian roulette. So there's revolvers in the game now. So Larry takes like 6 revolvers, puts them in his bag. Only one of them has a bullet. He throws them on the ground. We all pick one up. We all point at the guy to our left, and we all squeeze the trigger. Then we do it again.
Who wins? Do you get any
the
views,
last
or
man
you-
standing?
You can put one bullet in at a time, can't you? You can't spin it, which is
you can't spin it. But see the gag is that like they all have the bullet. Only one gun has a bullet, and that bullet is the next round in the chamber. So in that way, you randomize. So there's 6 guns, 6 people. We're all pulling the trigger, aiming at someone, and it's really funny.
Can you see the bullet on the ground? Like if you were really clever,
you can't tell which one's which unless you like look in your inventory and cheat. But if you just pick it up and then squeeze, like you have no way of knowing whose gun's hot.
Okay, because Tarkov can be pretty good, like showing. It wouldn't surprise me if you could see the bullets from
some of the like the revolver shotgun. You can see the like the shells,
the brass. Yeah. You can see it.
But you don't know if that's. Oh, actually, no. You can tell if it's fire because there's a punch primer. They're pretty detailed.
Which revolver is in the game?
The Chiappa Rhino. You familiar with that?
Oh, those are the really cool looking ones. It's like the
very odd
underbarrel.
looking.
Yeah.
There's
Isn't
a
that
9
right?
millimeter.
It shoots from the lower 6 position of the cylinder, right?
So there's and in the game there's a 9 millimeter version which is tiny. I mean, it's like a concealed carry, like tiny little thing. And then there's that version which is the 357 Magnum. That's both
such
awful.
A cool looking gun.
Yeah, they're both awful.
Yeah,
awful in the game.
I also am attracted
they
to
suck ass. I have never managed to
shit.
kill someone with them.
I haven't either. Yeah, I haven't tried a lot, but they're shit.
What makes it bad?
Slow rate of fire and low damage. Like it's not like you're gonna one tap somebody where you could take like a 45 ACP and like I don't know 3 tap them to the chest. But this thing is.
I'm sure you guys are right. I'm not that good.
3
at the
tap
game,
with AP.
but in my head, all the guns are like headshot guns except for the 5.7. So
you can fuck people up with the USP 45 with AP, and you can fuck people up with the
Glock
shrimp.
with AP.
The Glock with AP is
pretty
nasty.
good.
Shrimp's nasty too. I don't know. I guess they're all, some of them are better at head tapping than others, but that one's just worthless. The slow rate of fire, and the 6 shots. Oh, it's not like you can like throw a new mag in, right? You've got to drag each bullet in.
There's no speed loader or anything.
No. It's
if it had a speed loader, it might be okay. Then it'd be
the animation would be cool too.
Yeah, the speed loader for people watching, like what the barrel of a revolver looks like. It has a little like 6-prong thing. You can just put all 6 bullets in at one time. And I've never used one. How do you get the bullets off the speed loader?
When you twist the back of it, they unlock.
Okay. So anyway, speed loaders are cool, but I don't need one.
No, I don't shoot a lot of revolvers, I suppose. And if you did, like you wouldn't be loading them fast. Oh, it is cool to see those people who do the competitions with revolvers and like that's their jam. Yeah. That's fun to see.
They need speed loaders for tube shotguns in the game. Like
yes, the big
with the they kick ass.
Yeah.
I love one of those.
I disagree with you. Like, so all right, maybe it's neat to see a guy use a revolver in the competition. But I also, in general, don't like people who enter competitions in a way not to be judged. Like, all right, I'm really good. I got 4th place with my revolver. So let's all pretend I would have won with it.
No, I feel you. But I'm talking about like the Wild West competition where not only are they using Wild West guns, they dress up like period worthy. I saw that woman wearing the corset and the bustier and like the big feathery hat and everything. And she's got like a lever action. Ping, 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 ping.
Yeah, that's sick.
Fucking great.
Some of the guys with their revolvers shoot like usually just 2 rounds so fast I can't tell what happened. I could see 2 balloons are gone, but like I didn't pick up what happened.
I've met that guy.
Ones
before,
that shoot coins.
Jerry Mikulak, the guy who has the world record for like shooting that revolver. He empties a revolver, and I don't know, quarter of a second or whatever the fuck he does. But I've bet him before. He has the beefiest hands.
Really? Massive,
he has the
Yeah.
beefiest hands. Yeah, he's an older guy. All right, he was. Yeah, there he is. I think that's him. I don't know. That's
that's
an old
Trump.
white man. I don't know if that's him or not.
The guy I'm thinking of is a
not him.
little fatter, but anyway, yeah, the revolver guys, they're so fast. I didn't think people could do things with their hands so fast that I couldn't watch them. Right? Like, I don't know. Like, if I were to put 4 solo cups on the table and say, Kyle, touch it so quickly, I'm going to lose track of what happened. No, I'd see it. I'd see you touch all 4.
Can't do it.
But somehow these shooting guys, they do it, and they aim well.
Yeah, it's a ton of
I love the ones
practice.
that shoot coins. Like they flip a coin in the air and then shoot it. That's fucking dope.
Like the arrow guys that shoot lifesavers.
Yeah, I
Or
could never do that.
aspirins.
Like and they shoot them from the hip as well. It's like, how the fuck do you aim that?
You do it in Tarkov, I bet.
Yeah, but that's a game.
It's easier in real life. It's easier in real life to shoot than it is in a game.
You think?
Some types of shooting, I think. Like I don't think like shooting a coin from the hip with a revolver would be easier in real life than it is in the game.
I like Kyle's shotgun trick. Kyle did this, and it impressed me. And it's been years, and I still like this move. I could never do it. He will rack a shotgun. The shell pops out the side. He hits it with the butt of the gun, shoots it in the air, racks the next one, and then he'll continue until he runs out of rounds. He makes his own pigeons with the shell that's coming out the side, and he bops it in the air and shoots it. It's a cool trick.
I made that up. I don't think I saw that anywhere. I don't saw that anywhere. I mean, maybe I
it's
did.
pretty
I just
cool.
don't remember where.
Well, those like Dude Perfect guys did it, but like way after you did.
Oh,
Like
I bet they've done. Did they do like a multi-skeet thing too?
I can't remember.
Because that's hard. Like shooting multiple, like thrown clay pigeons.
Oh.
I don't know what the world record is now. It used to be like 10 or 11. I think the guy used to shut up a Nelly with that crazy long tube, and it's just like in slow motion. He's just going poof 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 poof. It's like holy shit! Like not only the thing that's impressive about that is normally when you're shooting skeet, you use a skeet choke in your gun. That's an actual size of choke. You know, to determine how big the pattern is. There's one called a skeet choke, and it's a pretty wide pattern. It's tighter than what's called a cylinder choke, but it's tighter, but it's wide nonetheless. But the fact that this guy is making individual skeet turn to powder next to each other requires a full choke, a tight choke. So each of these shots is difficult. He's doof, 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 doof. He's not just shooting amongst the targets. It's
what I thought you were going to say was impressive, and this is part of the impressive part to me, is throwing 11 pigeons so well that they can be shot individually. I couldn't do it.
We can't
throw 11 up, and you're like, look, what do you throw? I got to get 11 with one shot.
I can't even get my machine to fire 2 without them shattering. It just fucks up.
I don't remember how many I can do. I definitely did. 4 is easy. I've definitely done 5, maybe 6, but getting higher than that is just something I didn't want to be part of. Like throwing them, like you said, is a little difficult. Get it because it's kind of physically demanding to throw that much clay high enough to give you the air time. So like that's its own technique. But I've definitely thrown like, I don't know, maybe 5 up in the air and shot them with a Benelli. But they're getting close to the ground. It's not like there's room for a 6th when I would do it.
My favorite thing about skeet shooting is getting your friends to like hold the skeet and do the hands flung one with like that rubber thing. And then like just as they're about to release it, you fire the shotgun into the ground so they think that you're shooting at it like before they shit themselves. It's funny as fuck.
that is a fun prank that doesn't hurt anyone.
Yeah.
No, it is. As far as gun pranks go, that's a pretty innocent one. You're just shooting into the ground.
Gun pranks go.
Usually gun pranks are negative.
You have a broad array of gun pranks that you pull on people.
Freeze! Just kidding.
The only gun prank I can think of.
They were so funny.
The only gun prank I can think of is putting like dragon's breath in a shotgun, not telling somebody. They thought they didn't know what was going to happen. That's always fun.
Dragon's breath.
I like with my pump action. I have like it has a MOE stock on it from like an AK, and it's really hard. So I'll get people to like I'll feed in like fucking right at the end of like a ultra hot like Magnum buckshot, and then all bird shot, and they'll be like, "Oh, this is easy," and then the last one's just like getting kicked by a fucking elephant. Jesus. That's always pretty funny. I always enjoy that.
So, are you New Zealand or Australia?
Australia.
Oh,
but, yeah,
I guess you can do shotguns there.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, you can do shotgun rifles
and rifles. So they don't really limit long guns.
It's more like semi-autos is the issue.
Oh, that's a pretty big limit.
Have you ever gone? Do you ever? I was gonna say kangaroo hunting because I feel like you guys don't have any deer. Kangaroo is like your
we have deer
animal, right?
Yeah, I've been deer hunting. Yeah, I've been deer hunting. I don't do it often though because it's like the seasons are really restrictive and it's kind of annoying. But like kangaroo, I've got mates with massive farms that have like they just overrun with kangaroos and wallabies. And you just gotta blast them.
Blast them,
and they're fucking.
Yeah, it's gotta blast them. Nothing like shooting a mother. It's got a roo in there. Yeah,
that's always the hard part. I remember one time taking
lining up that collateral.
Like, I took my friend and he was like, his first time doing it, and I'm like, all right, so I'll let you shoot one, but you've got to skin it because I can't be fucked skinning it. And he's like, all right, so he shoots one. And then I bring it back and I hang it up on the tree and I pin it up. And the fucking second I hang it up, it's got a joey inside its pouch that just falls out and just hits the ground. Now, if they don't have fur on them, they're not going to survive. So it's like it's still attached to the umbilical cord. And I'm like, okay, the most humane thing to do is to kill this instantly. I'm not going to just like aim a shotgun at this fucking thing's head and kill it. So I just stomped on its head. And this dude just lost his lunch instantly. He's just like, he just like throws up on the ground and just like runs off. And he's like, I have not been a part of this. And I'm like, I fucking told you, I'm not fucking skinning this.
See, we always wonder why the aliens don't stop and talk. If they were flying over, they saw that happen. They're like, go.
Are they the same species? I don't know. They both had legs and hands. And
yeah.
Holy shit! Did you see that?
He just killed a baby.
Even his friend threw up.
But it's like a fetus. It's like you can't do anything with it. Like you can't. Like I can't just put it in a blanket and raise it. Like it's gonna die.
Look how evil they are. That one stomped its head on, and the other one's making room to eat it. Despicable creatures. They will not be entered into the galactic coven.
Or they thought he was ejaculating. Oh, but the other one came just from watching stuff. That's how they come.
Slush, anything to pimp or tell our audience about?
No. I am working on side projects, but they're secret at the moment. So I'll contact you guys when they go public, and then I'll come back and I'll pimp myself out more.
Good. If you get into the jizz biz after our success.
No. It's not the jizz biz unless it's bottled jizz. I'm going to contact you guys to get a production line going, and then we can sell that like Butter's creamy goo.
I didn't tell you on the flight home. I meet this guy. He's talking to me. He's a venture capitalist. Boys, he's in the sock business, amongst other things. So we need to expand the jizz biz to include his tube socks. Just saying, I have a contact.
Let's do it.
Let's unironically get a hold of him.
Let's get
some He gave me his business card.
Yeah, let's do it.
It would be great for a gag gift if our cum sock was like this long, like it was one of those like just slide it over your penis and give it hell, boys.
It's like it's a baby sock.
You should make like custom ones. Just make them out of like velvet, so they're like really soft. So if you beat off them like and then call them crusties.
What is that material that the really like Modal, thank you. Yeah, we had an underwear sponsor that made super soft underwear.
So I bet this guy can hook us up with the high quality. Maybe it's not Modal. Maybe it's whatever the most absorptive is. Who knows? He's going to be the expert we need to talk to.
We need to get a subject matter expert on jerking off into socks.
Well, I'm glad you met that nice man.
That won't be hard to find. I'll head over to the 50 Discord. There's fucking experts in there.
Maybe he had a broken toe, so we hit it off.
The sock guy had a broken toe.
Well, you guys are calling the show?
Socks aren't good enough.
Those socks aren't protecting his Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the show.
Check out all the sponsors.
606.